poppin'? What is good, everybody? Long time no see. We haven't done a live stream in a little minute. But what is poppin', everybody? Everybody having a blessed day out here? Yeah. Hey, first off, real quick, leave the live stream a like. I would really appreciate it if y'all would leave a like. It helps get it out to more people. Guys, it's been going absolutely crazy so far in the early National Signing Day. Alabama has been going absolutely nuts. Colorado's putting together some solid recruits. Georgia got themselves another 5-star recruit. Things are getting absolutely wild. We're gonna keep you up to date with everything. So let's just get it popping. Let's get straight into it. All right. So we gonna start it off the day. Man, literally things are going so fast we cannot even keep up here. Let me open up another 24/7 sports page real quick. First and foremost, how's everybody doing today? Y'all having a blessed day? I would have started the live stream a little bit earlier, but I had to get a wait. Ooh, is my mic working on this screen? Is my mic working? Yep. Can y'all let me know if like the music is too loud or if are y'all seeing everything smoothly? All right, so the day started off with Georgia getting the big fish. They brought in, where's my guy at? They brought in Daniel Harris, the 17th best cornerback in the country. They were the first team to pretty much get the day kicked off, and then it just absolutely went all in Alabama's favor. First and foremost, actually, my guys over at Oregon, I think that Oregon, out of the teams that are not at the very top, Oregon has had the best early National Signing Day so far. Obviously, losing Dante Moore to UCLA, massive loss. Like, literally massive loss. You cannot over or underestimate how much of a loss that is for the Oregon Ducks. You can't read what's on the screen. Here, let me make it a little bit bigger. Let me center it up a little bit. That should work. Okay. Obviously, losing Dante Moore is a massive loss, but for you guys to pick up Peyton Bowen, the #2 safety in the country, he was supposed to go to Alabama or Ohio State, and the fact that Oregon got him, again, Oregon is doing an extremely good job of recruiting out of state. Obviously, most of the recruits are going to be out of state, but to be able to pull a guy like Peyton Bowen from the likes of Texas A&M, Alabama, and Ohio State is massive. And then to go and pick up Mateo Uyunglele is absolutely ridiculous. I thought that he was a lock to go to USC, ended up going to Oregon, so that's a big thing. Also, I think that DJ, no, we'll get into that. We'll get into that a little bit later. Where's Oregon? And Oregon picked up Dalen Austin. I covered this kid, extremely talented corner. But now, let me go. Oregon flipped Austin Novosad, the 10th best quarterback in the country. So yeah, losing Dante Moore is a big loss. But to get Austin Novosad here, let me pull up his highlight tape real quick, just so y'all can see. We don't get into everything. So be sure to comment down below. Who do you guys want me to cover? Who do you guys want me to look at? Right now we're gonna focus up on Oregon, because Oregon's just been having a great day. I've seen this kid in person. Austin Novosad is an absolute dog. Let's just take a look at. Oh, I bet you guys regular season highlights. This kid can flat out spin the ball. I've seen him in person. I've seen him throw the ball. He has that it factor when it comes to letting that ball go. It just flies out of his hand a little bit different than every other quarterback. I mean, just look at the velocity that he gets on this first pass. Nice drop back. Boom. Quick release. Gets the ball on his player early. Yeah, Austin Novosad is a big-time win for the Oregon Ducks. Again, he's not Dante Moore, but he's also not bad. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, he's the 10th best quarterback for a reason. This kid is absolutely talented. He throws the ball with a lot of anticipation. Just a very solid quarterback overall. So yeah, that's who the Oregon Ducks are getting. This kid is extremely talented. So far, big day for the Oregon Ducks. But now let's get back into it. I'm seeing a lot of UGA fans picking up Kyron Jones. We're gonna take a look at a lot of these guys. So y'all have picked up so far Kyron Jones. Who else? Y'all have picked up Kyron Jones, Daniel Harris. Did y'all pick up Jamal Jarrett today too? Yes, you guys did pick up Jamal Jarrett today. Absolutely. Again, the teams at the top are just getting richer. That's all they're doing, is just continuing to get richer. You guys picked up Kelton Smith, I believe, today. Yup. Picked up Kelton Smith. Who else did y'all pick up? And Kyron Jones and Peyton Wood, but he's a kicker. But he's the #1 kicker in the country, so hey. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. Or Georgia's been. I mean, Georgia did most of their top recruiting at earlier in the season. I mean, just look at this top. Georgia's linebacker core is absolutely sickening this year. I mean, they picked up the #3, #4, and where is he at? Where's my guy? Wait, did he flip? Oh no, there he is. They picked up the #3, #4, and #5 linebackers in the country, and all these dudes are straight missiles out there. Absolute dogs. Phenomenal. Georgia's been doing a phenomenal job recruiting. I know it hasn't been what Alabama's been doing. I mean, Alabama just went absolutely nuts. They said, wait a second. Okay, right now Alabama is at 326. The 2021 Texas A&M was, was it 2022? Okay, the 2022 Texas A&M recruiting class, which, by the way, 997% of that class has already hit the transfer portal. So, but literally, okay, Texas A&M is at 333. We're just at early National Signing Day, and Alabama's already at 326. Absolutely phenomenal. Picking up Keon Keeley a couple days before, crazy big move. Flipping Caden Proctor yesterday, big time move. The #2. Oh, they moved him to the #2. They got Francis Mauigoa as the #1. Yeah, they got Francis Mauigoa as the #1 now. They've been moving these recruiting rankings all over the place all the time. But then to pick up James Smith, Quay Russaw, and who else did they pick up today? Where are they at? They pick up Olas Alanin yesterday. Yeah, literally they picked up two more five-star guys. Alabama's picked up 4 5-star recruits in the past 2-3 weeks, we'll call it. Absolutely insane. What are you talking about? Coach Prime didn't dominate today. Are you kidding me? Again, you guys got to remember, Coach Prime is bringing. First off, if you haven't seen any of my videos breaking down all of the recruits that Coach Prime has been bringing in, don't look at just the stars. You have to really look at the players. All the players that Coach Prime has brought in are absolute dogs. Also, Colorado before today was at the 11th best recruiting class in the Pac-12. Now they're up to #9, and they're just getting started. I mean, again, to pick up a top 15 running back in the country is big. This is year 1 of Coach Prime establishing something at Colorado. It's not going to be this, oh, he's going to flip every 5-star kid to Colorado. But you have to look at the pieces that he is bringing in. Adam Hopkins, big time pickup today. Picking up Carter Stoutmeyer, he picked him up yesterday. Tajay McCoy a couple of days before that. Picking up Jacob Page yesterday. This kid is talented. This Carter Stoutmeyer and Jacob Page are going to be these standout guys in this recruiting class. Just watch. I believe they pick up Isaiah Jetta today as well. Yep, picking up Isaiah Jetta today. Kofi Taylor Barracks is the #1 player coming out of England. He has a lot of upside. Picking up Jaden Milliner Jones, they picked him up today. Again, and look at where he's bringing these kids in from. DeSoto, Snow College is one of the best JUCOs in the country. Where else? Cathedral Catholic, big time school out in California. Modern Day, St. Thomas Aquinas. Like, he's picking up quality players from quality schools as well. He's been doing a great job so far, and you guys gotta look at the teams that are projected to be going to Oregon or to Colorado. Literally, I would say when it's all said and done, the Colorado Buffaloes are gonna have between 4 to 6 top tier 4-star guys, which is a big win for the Buffaloes. You guys want to see Quay Russaw? All right, let's take a look at Quay Russaw and my guy James Smith. James Smith, now that guy, I've covered his highlight tape before. This might be my favorite defensive lineman in this class. The dude is an absolute monster out here. That's what I'm saying, Slime. We haven't even gotten really into the portal yet. That's really where Coach Prime is gonna dominate. He's gonna really go crazy when, like, in the portal. He's gonna be bringing everybody over here. Also, we got 131 people watching. I appreciate all y'all. But if you haven't already, leave this live stream a like. It helps get it out to more people. Both of them coming out of Carver. Year 3 is going to be great for Coach Prime and the Buffs. I believe that for sure. Well, just let Coach Prime get a full recruiting class in from freshman to senior, and they're about to go absolutely nuts. Yo, my guy Carson Blackman, what's popping? All right, let's first take a look at Jaquavius Rousseau, aka Quay Rousseau, who is the number 3 edge rusher in the country, standing at 6'2", 230. Dude is an absolute unit. How's all y'all days going? Y'all having a good day? Yeah, Mario's crystal ball. I was talking about Oregon earlier. To me, out of the teams that everybody was expecting to do good, sit him running straight through his face. Quarterback, you gotta let that ball go sooner, my boy. Yo, my man got absolutely eviscerated. He got wiped off the map. Guys, just look at the weapons that Coach Saban be getting. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Also, if you guys are coming across this live stream and you have not hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button. We're going to keep you up to date with everything that's been going on in the recruiting world. National Signing Day is just a few weeks away. Obviously, today is early National Signing Day, so a lot of big name recruits are going to be coming off the board, but there's still going to be room for massive flips all throughout the year, so be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're going to keep you up to date with that. Quay Rousseau, this kid is so ridiculously fast. How fast is he? Did they have his 40 time? I mean, 11.6 in the 100. 11.6 in the 100 as a 6'2", 230-pound edge rusher is not bad at all, and it looks like he only got faster. Yeah, Quay Rousseau is... Honestly, it looks like he could also be playing some linebacker. With how quick he is, he could definitely be playing some linebacker as well. And then James Smith. This dude is so explosive. 6'3", 310. This guy can flat out blow up the offensive line. Hey, yo, Kevin, I appreciate that. Yeah, James Smith, he might be my favorite defensive lineman out of all the defensive linemen in the class. Great motor, great speed, and then he's just explosive coming out of his stance. Hey, Neo, can you stop? Just working through, literally works through a triple team. The tackle and the guard double team him down. The running back does absolutely nothing, and he still gets after the quarterback. I will say it's going to be, not that it's ever hard for Ohio State to recruit, but Ohio State is always inherently going to be at a recruiting disadvantage. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of really talented players coming out of the state of Ohio, but it's not the same as being able to say, hey, you know, I'm in the Pac-12, being able to recruit super deep in your own state. I mean, Georgia is an absolute pool of talent. Same thing with Alabama, same thing with any school in Texas. Ohio, there's a lot of talent in Ohio, but there's not a lot of Ohio State level talent in Ohio, if you guys understand what I'm saying. So Ohio State always needs to recruit extremely well out of state, which is only getting tougher year by year. So all I know is that Ohio State's still doing a very good job. I mean, they have the what? I believe they have the number 3 recruiting class. They have the number 5. Okay, so they have slipped a little bit. They definitely have slipped a little bit. I would like to see them closer, but Miami and Texas have been going absolutely nuts. I'm sorry, this might not be Ohio State's recruiting year. Because I could also see, I could see LSU flipping them. I could see if Oregon keeps on going crazy, I could see them flipping above Ohio State. It's going wild. 2 guys from your team signed D1 today. That's what's up. Coach Prime will definitely do well in recruiting, but I'm looking forward to how. But yeah, it's been going absolutely nutty so far. Bama might, if Bama gets Cormani, then it's a wrap. Bama absolutely took off this year. Like it's not even close. Like there's literally going to be nobody even close to. I can honestly see if Texas A&M last year did a 333, I could see Bama finishing this year with a 340, 342. I could see here. Let's look at all the top players. Let's just look at just the 5-star players that could honestly go. So Cormani McClain could flip to Bama. Who else? Caleb Downs is going to Bama. Francis Mauigoa, I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty locked in with Miami. Caden Proctor. Damon Wilson, he's projected to go to either Georgia, also Ohio State is up there as well. Anytime that there's a player like this, they could always definitely be up in that Alabama range. Nichols Harbor has been linked to South Carolina for so long. Unless South Carolina literally backs the Brinks truck up for him, I don't understand. A player of his talent should not be going to a school as bad as South Carolina. At the minimum, at the bare minimum, he needs to be going to a team like a Tennessee, a team that's like up on the rise and is still in the SEC. But I can see him very easily going to Alabama. Who else? Alabama's already good on running backs. Desmond Ricks is always, I mean, Eli Ricks is already at, no, Eli Ricks, he's at LSU. Okay, never mind. He's probably going to go to LSU as well. Who else? What other 5-star guys could be going to Bama? I would say as of right now, yeah, all the 5-star guys are pretty locked in, but a ton of the top tier 3-star guys could very easily flip as well. I mean, Daniel, they were already doing that. Bama was already like, I thought it was so stupid how Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher were having a back and forth about, oh, NIL is ruining. Shut up. Nobody wants to hear that. We already know that y'all are backing the Brinks truck up for every single player that you guys want. You guys, literally, Alabama will overpay a player just so that they don't go to another school. They will literally pay a player to sit on the bench and maybe get some playing time late in their junior year, early in their senior year, rather than let them go somewhere else. I don't know what all this talk was about. Oh, you know, the NIL is ruined. Shut up with all that. You guys knew that you were gonna back the Brinks truck up anyway. You getting paid $5, $6, $7 million a year to coach, and these players are getting nothing. Stop it. Alabama's gonna keep on paying however much money they gotta pay. As long as Nick Saban is the coach at Alabama, Alabama will pay as much as they need to get the players that they need. If Bama gets Cormani though, that's gonna be nuts. I mean, let's seriously look at that. If Alabama was to get Cormani McClain, that would mean that they would have the number 2, number 6, number 10, what would they have? They would have what? 7 out of the top 25 recruits in the country from all over the place. I mean, we got Georgia, Florida, Iowa, Alabama, Georgia, and then Cormani would be Florida. Absolutely nuts. Cormani McClain, the number one corner in the country, number 2 recruit in the class. Texas did all of the muscle early in the recruiting cycle. Do not be worried. Texas still has the 4th best recruiting class. You guys obviously getting Arch, big time win. You guys just got Anthony Hill and you flipped Cedric Baxter from, where was he committed? I want to say he was committed to Miami before. No, I think he was either going to Florida State, but he's going to Texas now. Texas did most of their lifting a little bit earlier on in the season. I mean, you guys picked up Arch, Cedric, and Jonte all months ago, and then Cedric Baxter Anthony Hill was a little bit more of a more recent addition. Malik Muhammad, big time pickup. Derek Williams and Ryan Niblett. He might flip to LSU. I've been hearing talks about that. You guys flipped Colton Vasek from Oklahoma. Don't get me wrong. Today has Texas been a little bit quiet. Yeah. Wait, is this okay? Never mind. Yes, today has Texas been a little bit quiet, yeah, but it's not nothing that they can't overcome. And look at Oregon getting another win, picking up Solomon Davis. Damari Brown. Ooh, Caleb Presley did flip. Okay, he flipped from Oregon to Washington, so he's staying in Washington. The #1 player in the state of Washington going to Washington. I've seen this kid in person. He can cover. This kid can cover. Let's see what else has been going on. Everything's been pretty much the same. This was crazy. Joshua Mickens. You know, Ohio State got a win today. They're gonna need to get some more wins if they don't, like. Ohio State's gonna fall very quickly if they don't start getting some more recruits. Like, where's my guy at? They need to win on. Where is he at? They need to win on Damon Wilson. I know that he's projected to go to Georgia. Ohio State is right there. Ohio State needs to get Damon Wilson. I think that is something that they cannot. That's a recruit that they cannot miss out on unless they're gonna keep on falling. Wilson just committed to UGA. Well, there we go. Brian signed to Texas today. Let me double check that. Oh yeah, what am I talking about? All these are signed letter of intent. Okay, never mind. Well, that's good. Hey, Texas got their whole recruiting class locked up on early National Signing Day, which is always big. He just committed to UGA. Well, it's looking a little bit rough for all my Ohio State fans today. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are slipping pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. It's going to be. I'm not going to say they're going to fall out of the top 10. I think that would be a little bit too crazy. But no team is catching Alabama right now. It's pretty much going to be can Miami. I mean, Miami's been going crazy. I mean, to get Samson Onkula and then to I forgot he did. Wait, where's Francis Mauigoa? Oh, he just hasn't signed his letter of intent yet. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if Francis Mauigoa can flip somewhere. I don't see Bama or Florida really being able to do anything big. USC was always kind of a possibility. I know that Malachi Nelson was talking about potentially getting Francis Mauigoa to come to USC. I don't really see that happening. I think Francis is gonna stay put at Miami. Cormani McClain, he's definitely gonna be up in the air. Definitely up in there. Especially, just imagine if Alabama got Travis Hunter and Cormani McClain. They got Travis Hunter in the portal, and then they go and get Cormani McClain. And that would be absolutely nuts. Yeah, Francis Mauigoa and Cormani McClain haven't signed yet, so Miami's top two. So Miami's class is very much in the hands of these two guys. They can either finish off with a very solid top 3 recruiting class, or they're gonna very quickly fall out of the top 5. Let's see what y'all are talking about. Yeah, things have been going absolutely nutty. Y'all don't want Travis Hunter? Hey, I mean, I think any team. I don't think any team would like to have Travis Hunter. Bama could get Travis, so let's take a look at. Did Travis officially hit? Well, I mean, obviously he officially hit the transfer portal, but did he hit the transfer portal on? Yeah, he did. So right now, the top teams for Travis are looking to be Alabama. Here, let me. (24/7). We might as well just keep this up as well. Things have been going absolutely nuts. Georgia is a legit serious player for top transfer Travis Hunter. Hey, I mean, Georgia, Alabama, and I believe USC are all going to be in the mix to get Travis Hunter. And I'm not just putting USC in there because obviously, as you can see, I'm a USC fan. But honestly, I believe it was in his top 4 as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. The most obvious place that Travis is gonna finish is at Colorado. It definitely is how much of an impact that they believe that Travis Hunter can make. I seriously believe if you go to Jackson State with Coach Prime, you're gonna stay there when he goes to a bigger school. That just makes the most sense. All right, let's see what else has been going on today. Now, if we want to talk about teams that have been quiet, USC has been absolutely hush today. We have done I mean, again, USC was kind of like Texas, where we did most of our heavy lifting early on in the recruiting cycle. I mean, Malachi Nelson, Zachariah Branch, and Mekhi Lemon, these 3 guys are absolute locks. Like, they're not going anywhere. Obviously, they all signed their letter of intent. We just need to continue. Jacoby Lane, I would like to get this kid to come to USC. He's a big body. He kind of reminds me of Michael Pittman or a Tyler Vaughn's type wide receiver. You know, a long, can stretch the field wide receiver, can go up and get that 50-50 ball. I would like to see him. He would fit very well in our air raid offense. And then obviously USC is always going to do extremely well in the transfer portal. Honestly, USC might be the #1 destination when it comes to the transfer portal. I mean, where is he at? Yeah, Dorian Singer, the #1 yards leader in the Pac-12, hits the transfer portal, immediately goes over to USC. But yeah, I think that USC, we still need a couple more pieces. We still need to secure that defensive side of the ball. We've done a great job of recruiting on the offensive side of the ball, clearly, but our recruiting class, it falls off pretty quickly. I mean, we got 3 5-star recruits, a top 100 force. I would say 2 top 125 recruits, and then it goes 200, 240, 300, and then it just falls pretty quickly. I mean, you would think a team of USC stature would not be having so many 3-star recruits. Don't get me wrong, if you guys have been watching my videos on Colorado, you should know that recruiting doesn't always matter. Like literally, you can find some absolute gems at the 3-star level, but you would think that USC would be able to do a little bit better job of recruiting overall. Yeah, I saw that. Any chance to depart from SWAC? Nah. Let's take a look and see who. Let's take a look and see who's the scheduled commitments. Who do we still have for today? We got Kyer Hill, Damon Wilson did commit to Georgia. Jordan Hall is going to be a big one. I believe that he's also going to be going to, yeah. Georgia just finds a way to get the largest men on the planet to always go there. Like, Georgia's defensive line consists of like if you're 6'3" and a half, 300 pounds, you're on the smaller side of a Georgia defensive lineman. It's absolutely nuts. Who else do we got for today? This kid definitely needs to be going to Tech. I mean, Oklahoma is looking to get him, but I honestly think that Texas could be a big player. I mean, Oklahoma's not in my opinion, Oklahoma's not a fun destination. Like, Brent Venables needs to prove that Oklahoma's not a straight dumpster fire. I mean, their defense wasn't like, you cannot be going over to Oklahoma and be touted as this all-worldly, I'm this big-time defensive guru, and then give up 49 points and score nothing in the rivalry versus Texas. Like, they did a phenomenal job of playing offense in other games, but when it needed to be the most, they kind of fell apart. So, and to me, Texas is on the rise. Oklahoma is stagnant to going on a little bit of a downward trajectory. Desmond Ricks Desmond Ricks is going to be, in my opinion, the biggest recruit for the rest of the day. Obviously, we had bigger recruits go earlier. LSU, Alabama. Pretty much it's going to be between LSU and Alabama. Florida kind of fell off. Florida was getting a lot of buzz. Let's take a look at Florida's recruiting class real quick. Florida was getting a lot of buzz earlier on in the day. Oh, also, did they get them today? Oh no, he committed way a long time ago. Oh, they just made him a 5-star. That's why I'm like, when did Florida get a 5-star? So Florida, they did a good job so far, but I still think that they need to stack up their class a little bit more. They were doing a great job of recruiting a little bit earlier on in the season. Where's like half? Am I tripping? Wait, is this the right year? I'm like, where is this? I'm like, where is Florida's recruiting class? I'm like, this is not their recruiting class. My bad, y'all. Okay. Honestly, wait, is he still? Okay. This is the big fish right here. Jaden Rashada. This is the big fish right here. Out of all the quarterbacks that are left remaining, Austin Novosad flipped, so he's done. Dante Moore flipped, he's done. All the other quarterbacks are pretty much locks. Jaden Rashada is picking between Miami and Florida. If Miami finds a way to flip him after getting the top two of the best offensive tackles in the country, Miami still needs to do it. Miami still needs to recruit more weapons for him. Miami's receiver core that's there now, and the receivers that they brought in this year are just not deep enough. Miami still needs to bring in some more recruiting talent on the wide receiver position. But if they're able to get Jaden Rashada, they're going to be able to lock up their quarterback of the future, which Miami and Florida both desperately need a quarterback. Obviously, Anthony Richardson is still at Florida. He's still kind of up in the air whether I don't think I've heard he's officially going to the NFL yet. I might be a little bit behind on that, but Jaden Rashada, this is the guy. Like if Miami he was committed to Miami, then he flipped to Florida. If he could flip back to Miami, Miami's gone. Miami's about to have one of the best recruiting classes that maybe not like the U days Miami recruiting. They were going kind of crazy back then, but since then, this is definitely going to be up there. EK, I don't know what you're talking about. Quinn Ewers is definitely an NFL prospect. There's no, if I look at this at my recruiting page and I see that Dylan Raiola has committed to Nebraska, I'm going to be heated. I'm going to be absolutely heated. Where are we at? 2024. Bruh. Dylan Raiola better re-lock in with Ohio State. If he goes to Nebraska would literally have to pay this kid $40 million a year. I am hyper exaggerating about that number, but literally Dylan Raiola is a little baby Patrick Mahomes. He's a little mini Patrick Mahomes. If you guys haven't checked out his highlight tape, let me put you guys on real quick. This dude can flat out let the ball go. He can, like, the ball just flies out of his hand. He doesn't have anything newer than his sophomore year highlights. But guys, also, if you haven't already, be sure to leave the stream a like. A like goes a long way. It's free. It means a lot. I really do appreciate it. But just first off, look at this first throw. I've seen this kid's highlight tape so many times. Steps back on the 45, just lets it go. Drops it in a bucket. Look how much arc he puts underneath this ball. He drops his 5 yards into the end zone. That's a 60-yard throw or a 55-yard throw, all air. That he like all air and just drops it straight into a bucket. Oh, you didn't believe that one? Let me just show you another one from the 50. Let me drop this halfway in the end zone as well. Another 55-yard just bomb. Yeah, Dylan Raiola, this kid is an absolute unit out here, and I understand why he decommitted from Ohio State. Anytime that you get, especially when you're the definitive #1 player in your class, I'm never a big fan of committing very early unless you are willing to really stick it out, because so many things are going to happen, so many things are going to change. You know, more people are going to be giving you offers, more, like, you know, just a lot of things are going to be moving and shaking. So I understand why he decommitted. I do believe he will recommit to Ohio State. There's no way he's going to Nebraska. Come on, get out of here with that foolishness. Nebraska. I heard his uncle is the O-line coach for Nebraska. I don't care if his uncle owned Nebraska. He's not going to Nebraska. Like, Nebraska's... Let's look up. Nebraska football. What did Nebraska do this year? I don't even pay attention to Nebraska. They got a nice website though. That's pretty smooth. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so they just already moved on to next year because this year was already a wash. Nebraska was 4-8. They're not. Nebraska's not Texas A&M where they can go 4-8 and still get top tier recruits. They're Nebraska. No, first off, nobody wants to go to Nebraska. By the way, I don't mean to be pooping on Nebraska this much. It's just you guys are not getting Dylan Raiola. But yeah, literally no. Just stop with all that foolishness. I don't want to hear nothing about him going to Nebraska. He's definitely not gonna stay in the Big Ten. Like there's just no way about that. Now he's definitely going to Nebraska. They have Dakota's Crawford. Hey, actually, you know what? I changed my mind. They got Dakota's. Everything's gonna switch up now. Oh man, that is absolutely hilarious. Yes, spotlight Oregon. To me, obviously, you got to exclude Alabama. You got to exclude Georgia. Oregon has dominated the day so far. Let's just double back and just take here 1 second. Let's refresh the scheduled commitments just to see if anybody is committed so far. We should have a couple more guys committing here in the next little bit. Let's go back to the commitments page. Yep, there's Damon Wilson. All right, let's take a look at Oregon. Oregon has done such a phenomenal job of recruiting today. First off, flipping Austin Novosad again. Obviously, big time loss to lose Dante Moore. I really like Dante Moore. Dante Moore to me is one of the Fab Five when it comes to the quarterbacks, and by Fab Five I mean Arch Manning, Nico Iamaleava, Malachi Nelson, Jackson Arnold, and obviously Dante Moore himself. I believe that those 5 guys are quite clearly the best quarterbacks in the class. However, Austin Novosad, if you lose Dante Moore and Austin Novosad as your consolation prize, I am happy. That's like missing out on getting a Bugatti, but you get a Porsche 911 Turbo. You're still doing good. If y'all know cars, you're still doing good. Like, Austin Novosad is a phenomenal pickup. I've seen this kid throw the ball in person at the Elite 11 at the Texas Regional. He can spin it. Like, to me, when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks, obviously, you know, you want to look at the film, you want to see like kind of the throws that they can make. But then my number one thing is the eye test. When that ball leaves your hand, what does it look like? Do you separate yourself immediately from every other quarterback on the field? I immediately was like, who is that? That kid can spin it. Oregon picking him up, big time win. Like, literally to lose a 5-star guy and then to win Austin Novosad, very, very solid. Mateo Uyunglele picking up one of the best just pure athletes. Obviously, you'll be playing edge at the next level. This kid is absolutely dominant. Where else? Peyton Bowen, big time win. Now, again, Oregon is kind of like Miami right now, where, don't get me wrong, Peyton Bowen is a big time commitment. Jerion Dickey, big time commitment. Dalen Austin, big time commitment. They need to lock these guys down as quickly as possible, especially Peyton Bowen and Jerion Dickey. They need to really lock these guys down as quickly as possible. I don't know what they got to do to get those commitments, to get those signings, but they need to do that ASAP. And then they've done a great job. I mean, getting Trayshawn Holden from Alabama, Alabama's leading receiver. You just pick him up like it's nothing. Like, absolutely big time. Yeah, Oregon's in a great position. Oregon has definitely won so far. And then when you just look at all the work that Oregon was doing beforehand, Ashton Kozart, dog. I've seen this kid in person. He can flat out get open. Dante Dowdell. This is the next coming of Adrian Peterson right here. I'm letting y'all know that right now. If you guys have not checked this kid out, he is a mini Adrian Peterson. Where else? Cole Martin. This kid is an absolute dog as well. Cody DeCombra, dog. I've been paying attention. Hey, my guy Bryce Bone, he went to my former high school. You know, hey, it's always a good day when my high school gets represented a little bit. But yeah, Oregon has been absolutely dominating the day. They've clearly separated themselves from all the other teams in the Pac-12. That's facts. Mario's crystal ball. Oregon has definitely had an SEC caliber recruiting class so far. It's not first off, Josh, you are right, because Jahmyr Gibbs was absolutely everything for Alabama on the offensive side of the ball this year. But Trayshawn Holden, don't get me wrong, Trayshawn Holden was holding his own. No pun intended. But out of all of the receiving talent that Alabama had, I mean, Jermaine Burton was never really able to like fully step up into that role. The number one thing that always confused me about Alabama's offense, and obviously JoJo Earl is now over at TCU. Why didn't they not get the ball to JoJo Earl more? I thought JoJo, like every single time JoJo Earl would come in, like sometime late in the third or early fourth quarter, make a big time catch, and then he go sit on the bench for the rest of the game. Like JoJo Earl was one of you guys' best just playmakers. I'm surprised that you guys didn't get the ball to him more. Bro, if Travis Hunter goes to UF, that'd be trash. In my opinion, his only real options are Alabama, Georgia, following Coach Prime to Colorado, and USC is like a long shot Hail Mary. Honestly, you could just drop USC out of that conversation. But yeah, so far, man, so far it's been a very good. Hey, there it is. Texas got their boy. Texas got their guy. Hey, let's take a quick look at my guy. I'm gonna need to put his name up so I can actually spell it. Tausili Akana, the fourth best edge rusher in the country and the #1 player coming out of the state of Utah. Okay, Texas. Texas can, okay, this is Texas's big win today, especially anytime that Texas can flip a player from Oklahoma. I mean, we just saw them do it to Colton Vasek a couple weeks ago. Hey, Texas, I'm telling y'all, Texas is on the rise. All my UT fans, y'all should be very excited. Obviously, very up and down season. I think getting Quinn a full year with that playbook and not obviously getting hurt is going to be extremely big. I mean, look at that explosiveness coming off the edge. Okay, I see you, Tausili. Let's go. Keep on working the edge. Oh yeah, Texas got them one. Texas got them one for sure. One second, what did that say? Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison planned to play in the Cotton Bowl but had a minor setback with his ankle in the Pac-12 championship game. The injury is not serious, so he won't play and is expected to declare for the NFL draft. Honestly, I'm not mad at that. Hey, I want y'all to comment down below. What are your guys' thoughts on players not playing in their bowl game when they're getting ready to go to the NFL draft? Personally, I'm perfectly fine with that. The most of the time, those players are the reason why they're even in a big-time bowl game. Like, literally, what's the point of risking millions of dollars just so that you can win a little trophy that's not going to mean anything to your family in a couple of years? Like you made it to the point where you're a top-tier NFL prospect. Go sit out. Because then I always hear like these analysts being like, first off, let me wrap up on this. Tausili Akana, absolutely big time win for the Longhorns. Now getting back to my playoff rant. I always hear these recruiting analysts, oh, you know, NFL teams really look at that. Like if you quit on your team and you go and man, shut up, bro. Like everybody knows that once you get to the NFL, there's nowhere higher to go. You're gonna play in every single game. You're gonna play hurt. You're gonna play with a bad back, a bad knee. Whatever it is, you're gonna play through it. You're just trying to get there. Like that's the whole point, is you're trying to get there. Quinn supposedly gonna be against Washington coming up. Hey, we'll see. Let's continue to take a look at some of these commitments. Again, Georgia's having a very good day today. Oregon is, to me, the number one. Alabama is technically number one, but we all knew that Alabama was going to do what they do. We just didn't expect it to be that high of a level. But I'm still going to put Oregon so far as winning the day the most. Alabama's second. Georgia's third. Miami's up there, probably around 4. And then, you know, you got a couple of other teams that are having solid days. Colorado's putting together very solid pieces for the recruits that they're going after. But yeah, it's here. Let's take a look at the transfer portal. Let's see the latest moves in the transfer portal. Any big time players commit? Nah, the transfer portal is a little bit quiet today. Let's see if any of the top guys. We already saw this one. Yeah, we haven't seen too much movement. Yeah, we haven't seen too much movement in the transfer portal today, which would make sense. I mean, normally the transfer portal is going to be quiet whenever there's big recruiting days, and whenever there's big transfer portal days, the recruiting world's going to be a little bit quiet. Yo, look, hey, big time win picking up your guy Tausili Akana. This kid, hey, he can flat out play. Again, pairing him up with Colton Vasek, I have a nice little edge rushing core right there. Will kids commit to playing 4 games in the postseason, though? Of course, Josh. Wait, will kids commit to playing 4 games in the post? Are you talking about the college postseason, or are you talking about the NFL postseason? Colorado's recruiting class. Colorado. We don't need 2 of the same things. We'll go to team rankings. They're gonna be pretty low, guys. You also got to remember, Coach Prime, he got in very, very late in the recruiting process. Right now, Colorado has the 53rd best recruiting class in 2023, and they're up, but I believe they're the 10th best in the Pac-12, which is pretty low. But you gotta watch out for the transfer portal moves, and there's still a ton. And like here, where's my guy? Player rankings. To me, there's one player that if Colorado gets, we will know for sure that they're not messing around. Where's my athlete? Malachi Coleman. Oh, did he sign his letter of intent? He did sign his letter of intent. Dang it. I thought that Colorado was potentially going to be able to flip him. Hey, don't worry. He'll hit the transfer portal next year. This is who I was I really wanted Colorado to get this kid. If you guys haven't, Malachi Coleman is an absolute beast. This dude is like a little DK Metcalf out there, but he's also playing safety as well. Evan Lindsay, I do still watch subscribers highlights. I took a little bit of time off just because I needed to just get all my videos out to y'all. I hope that y'all have been appreciating the 2 to 3 videos every single day. I've been really trying to go hard for y'all. Starting in the new year, we are going to get back to watching your guys' highlights, especially heading into the off season. I mean, most of you guys are already in your off season, so most of you guys have your highlight tapes, and so just let me get a couple things situated behind the scenes, and then we're gonna get back to doing the live streams. And we're gonna do them once a week so that everybody can just funnel in and flock towards the live streams. Hey, yo, Jeff, I appreciate the love, man. And I hope, hey, real quick, let me talk with y'all for a second. If y'all haven't gotten your Christmas shopping yet, get it done tomorrow, because I want y'all to stay on the stream. I went to the mall earlier today because I had to pick up a couple more gifts for I had to go pick up a gift for my girlfriend and a gift for my brother. Absolutely insane. Like, I went to the mall at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a random Wednesday. Packed. Absolutely packed. It is 1 o'clock on a Wednesday. People should be at work. Absolutely packed. I hate being here. I I hate being in a mall setting, especially during the holiday season. I always feel uncomfortable. I always feel like someone's trying to like run up on me or something like that. So I don't like being in the mall when there's that many people around me. I like to just kind of get in and get out. Ungodly amount of people. It was absolutely insane. Let's see if 24/7 Sports has anything going. I would watch their stream, but they probably would knock it because you know what? You know what? You can never knock Dabo Sweetie, bro. Hey, you gotta love the man. He said Dabo Sweetie was asked about Clemson and NIL during his signing day news conference. We built this program in God's name, image, and likeness. That's how I look at it. Man, you gotta love him, bro. Hey, now is that gonna translate to players coming over if you're not paying top dollar? Probably not. But I do love that he sticks to his morals. That actually does mean a lot to me. Like, as a Christian, I would hold a lot of weight to that. Let's see. Let's take a look at Clemson's recruiting class real quick. Where's Clemson at right now? Clemson's at 11, so a little bit low for a Clemson recruiting class. But I mean, let's seriously take a look at Clemson. They picked up their quarterback. I'm not the biggest fan of Christopher Vezina. Out of all the other quarterbacks that I've taken, like him and the two Alabama quarterbacks, Eli Holstein and Dylan Lonergan, these are the three quarterbacks that are like the top quarterbacks in this, that are like ranked as the top quarterbacks in this class that I'm not the biggest fans of. But look at the defensive line. Literally picking up the 3rd, 5th, 11th, and 13th best defensive lineman. Oh, wait, we're not done. 19th best linebacker. This kid, Jamal Anderson, he can flat out fly. Picking up, you guys picked up some more picking up edge rusher, AJ Hoffler. This kid is cold. This kid, AJ Hoffler, he is nice. And David Ojiegbe, another really top dude. They picked up quality pieces. It's just not the Clemson classes that we're used to seeing. I think that Desmond Ricks is going to go to LSU. I just see that. It just makes the most sense. Imagine Cormani, McClain, Desmond Ricks, and Travis Hunter at Colorado. Literally, if it was Cormani, McClain, Desmond Ricks, and Travis Hunter at Colorado, on top of also having this kid Carter Stoutmire. I know obviously Carter is not in the same ballpark as those guys, but this kid could play. Like, if you guys haven't seen my video, I'm dropping that in 40 minutes. When that video drops, you guys will see Carter Stoutmire is an absolute dog out there. I'm not gonna spoil it by playing it here, but the kid's an absolute dog. We're gonna have to make some more videos on a lot of these players. But this kid Carter Stoutmire, he's ranked as the 73rd best corner. He plays a lot better than that. He plays an absolutely lot better than that. But also then having Coach Prime coach them all up, man, literally the teams would be having negative passing yards. Arch, you did a good job of trying to Arch, you did a good job of trying it. I do pay attention. A lot of y'all sometimes think that y'all slick by sending the request for the money on Cash App rather than sending the payment. I see what you're trying to do there, but it's not gonna work today. LOL, Alabama's dynasty's over. Whoever said that is, I'ma say it and I'ma say it again. Actually, this needs to be on the bigger screen. I'ma say it and I'ma say it again. As long as Nick Saban is at Alabama will never fall beneath a top 5 recruiting class. In all honesty, they're never going to fall beneath the top 3 recruiting class. Alabama is too big to fail. They will always be at the top as long as Nick Saban is there. So, yo, Luck, I'm definitely gonna chop it up with Steven over at a Fanatic Perspective about looking over USC's and UT's recruiting classes. Here, let me open up Steve both phones and Twitter as well. Even when Nick leaves, they're going to be good. Now, the only reason why I agree with that statement is just because when you look at the absolute ridiculous coaching tree that Nick Saban has, it makes a lot of sense that he's going to find somebody to replace him. The only problem is all the top qualified guys that could have replaced Nick Saban, I don't think that they're going to stay there long enough. Like, Nick Saban's going to have maybe, what, 2 to 3 years to really be with a coordinator that he likes, and then all of a sudden they're gonna be out of there. Like, yeah, Alabama's foundation is always going to be set in stone. It's just going to be interesting to see who ends up succeeding. I feel like the best example would be kind of like how Ohio State did it with Urban Meyer leaving and then immediately bringing in Ryan Day, who very, very smoothly took over that transition, which, by the way, Ohio State's been pretty quiet today. I'm going to keep it a buck. They've been a little bit quiet today. But I believe that if Alabama's able to, which we're still a couple of years away from Nick Saban honestly thinking about retiring, but we will see. Shador announces CU. At the same time, Kevin Coleman has an interesting tweet. Back to Arizona's recruiting class. Hey, yo, I hope for real. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at the boys over in Zona. So Arizona currently has the 6th best recruiting class in the class of 2023 when it comes to the Pac-12. Okay, you guys picked up this kid, Braden Dorman. This is another player that I've seen play live. His arm is a little bit wild. His arm gets a little bit wild from him. But when he puts it all together, this kid can flat out spin it. He is one. This kid, he's serious. 6'4.5", 206 pounds. I haven't seen a whole lot of what he can do mobile wise, but when it comes to just being able to really stand in the pocket and really be able to like let that ball go, give him a year or two to really just continue to develop. Also, you guys picked up Justin Flo from the transfer portal. Justin Flo, I feel like he needs a little bit. He just plays with his head on fire all the time. I think he just needs to cool it down a little bit, and that's going to help him out a lot more. But so far, picking up Justin Flo and then also picking up Braden Dorman, big time win. Raymond Pulido, 4-star interior offensive lineman. You're helping secure that offensive line. Let's take a look at some of these guys. Malachi Riley. Let's see what type of receiver that you guys are bringing in. Is Travis Hunter live right now? No. See, if Travis, which I know he's smart, Travis really should live stream on his own. Oh, wait, 1 second. 90K subscribers. Okay. Yeah, go. How have I not hit the subscribe button for him? Yeah. Everybody go hit that subscribe button for my guy Travis Hunter. Dude's an absolute dog. All right, let's take a look at Malachi Riley. This is one of Arizona's. This is their top offensive weapon pickup. $406. That's a lie. You can go live before you hit 100,000 subscribers. Nice little juke move. Oh, split all that. Okay. I'm not mad at that. If you guys want me to take a look at your favorite team's recruiting class, just drop a little dono like I Hoop did. We're going to be taking a look at the top teams, but if there's a team very specifically that you want me to take a look at more in depth, a little donation never hurt anybody. I'm just going to keep it a buck. Very easily getting behind in the second level. Okay. Oh, he announces his next school at 100K. Hey, you know, we got 260 people up in here. Go hit that subscribe button for my guy. I want to see where my guy Travis Hunter ends up going. Tony Mitchell to Alabama. Hold up a second. So Malachi Riley. Hey, Arizona put together a nice little recruiting class, especially just for where Arizona is at realistically. This is a very, very solid class. Again, picking up Justin Flo was a big time win. Let's look at the commitments. Scheduled commitments. Wait, Tony Mitchell was already committed to Alabama. Yeah, he's been committed to Alabama. Oh, never mind. He just signed today. Okay, I was about to say, but he's been committed since what? Oh, I guess he was never committed. No, yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, I was about to say he's been committed since June, and then he signed today. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Bama has signed pretty much everybody in their recruiting class, like at least all the. Yeah, no, they've signed everybody. Yeah, Alabama don't play. They're like, hey, you're committed to us. You're signing 1 second into National Signing Day. So Caleb Downs, Keon Keeley, Caden Proctor, James Smith, Quay Russaw, Justice Haynes, all the 5-star guys, they're already signed. Jaleel Hurley, Jalen Hale, Richard Young, Tony Mitchell, all have signed. Like every one of these guys have signed. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of Eli Holstein or Dylan Lonergan. I don't really like. After the top 5 quarterbacks in this class, I think it kind of falls off pretty quickly. I would put Jaden Rashada closer to that top 5 group, but he's just not in that top 5 group. I think Austin Novosad should slide up a little more. Here, let's take a look at the quarterbacks. If I was to personally rank these quarterbacks, I would probably have it. Let's not be biased here. In all honesty, if I had to rank these quarterbacks, I would probably go Nico 1, Malachi and Dante tied for 2, Arch 3, Jackson 4, Jaden Rashada 5, Austin Novosad 6, Lincoln Keenhold 7, Avery Johnson 8. And then yeah, it just kind of like, then you kind of start bunching a lot of these guys in with each other. But there's a clear these 5 quarterbacks and Jaden Rashada. Like I would put these 5 guys as one, like the clear tier 1 group. I'll put Jaden Rashada in the 1B group. All the Austin Novosad, Lincoln Keenholz, Avery Johnson, I'd put them in like the 2A club, and then all the other guys kind of like just fall everywhere else. Nico had below 60% completion this year, but also look at, I mean, the receiving talent that he has is not always going to be up there as well. I'm just talking about pure arm talent. Like, I think that Nico Iamaleava has just the best. Like, now let me break down. Arch Manning technically and mechanically is the most complete quarterback in the class. It would make sense. He's been working on his passing motion since he's been 3 minutes old. Malachi Nelson to me has the highest ceiling, but he also has a medium level floor. I wouldn't say he has the lowest floor, but he does have a medium level floor. But I do think that he does have a lot of potential to really just absolutely shine. Hey, yo, my guy Jack, I appreciate the love, my guy. We'll be taking a look at Colorado's recruiting class here in a second. I'll say that Malachi Nelson has the highest ceiling, but a middle-level floor. I would say that Jackson Arnold is your wild card guy. I think that this guy, he's going to be a very solid, very solid quarterback for you. He gets it done at every single level, and he's a winner too. I mean, to play at the toughest level of Texas football and to still win and dominate the way that he does, absolutely incredible. Nico has the craziest arm. Like, the kid can just flat out spin it. Dante Moore is a miniature version of Nico, but a little bit more complete, but also not as high of a ceiling. Jaden Rashada is in the same mix as Nico and Dante, just a lesser version of that. And then Austin Novosad, I'd put him more in the Arch Manning, Malachi Nelson category, but just clearly underneath them as well. My guy Tristan, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. But let's double back and take a look at let's double back and take a wait, do we have the same thing? Wait. Oh, I'm like, what's the difference? I'm like, oh, it's just the quarterbacks. Let's take a look at the team rankings. Yeah, Caden Proctor flipped from. Again, did anybody honestly believe that Iowa was going to get the #1 offensive tackle in the country? Like, come on. In the NIL era, like, he was not going, like, he just wasn't going there. Emory Jones is solid. Like, again, all the quarterbacks that I named in that top 5 and then Jaden Rashada in that little 6 area, I believe that all of those guys could be true freshmen to true sophomore starters. Every other quarterback, I believe, is going to need the full 2 years and then can step in their junior year and step up if they take all the coaching and stuff correctly. Recipient. So, okay, so Colorado's been moving up. They started off as having like the 11th best recruiting class, and now they're up to number 9. Again, this so far has been the biggest move that the Buffaloes have made. Flipping, he was the number 10 running back. Now he's number 11, Dylan Edwards. This guy is a rocket. Flipping him from Notre Dame is a big time win. Again, it's showing that these better recruits want to go to Colorado. Obviously, we saw a couple of weeks ago Winston Watkins, the number 3, I want to say the number 3 or number 4 wide receiver in the class of 2025, 5-star recruit. He is officially committed to the Buffaloes. Obviously, that's a little bit of ways away, but showing that it is a big time win. Oh, Oregon got Jaden Lamar. That's a big time win. I've seen Jaden Lamar play in person. That kid, he can flat out ball. We'll get back to Oregon here in a second. I don't want to spoil it because I am going to be making videos on all these Colorado players. Adam Hopkins. Again, if it has to do with any offensive position, any offensive skill, any of the skill positions, Coach Prime knows how to pick those guys. Now it's going to be interesting to see how he recruits his offensive line talent, which I will be making videos on that. But hey, picking up Adam Hopkins today was a big time win. Carter Stoutmeyer, in about 24 minutes, that video is going to be dropping. This kid is an absolute dog. Jacob Page, absolute dog. I'm going to need to take a look at Isaiah Jetta because Coach Prime needs to win on the offensive and defensive line. If he really wants to take Colorado to the heights that he's talking about, you can always recruit the best skill position players. You can always get the faster kids. It's going to always come down to, can your offensive line stop other teams' defensive lines, and can your defensive line beat other teams' offensive lines? That's where football games are won and lost. Every single year, you got to stack up those big guys. So we will see about that. Victory Johnson is an absolute workhorse out there. Again, he did a phenomenal job. It's just now he's got to kind of fill out this recruiting class a little bit more, and then we'll see here in the next couple of weeks. He's about to go absolutely nuts in the transfer portal. All right, now let's go back to Oregon. Oregon is clearly dominating the Pac-12 when it comes to recruiting. If they just got Jaden Lamar, Has he just not signed yet? Yeah, Jaden Lamar, bro. He was going to Washington, and now he was going to Notre Dame, and now he's going to Oregon. Big time. He's a commit right now. He hasn't signed yet. This kid, he could flat out fly. I mean, 4.55 in the 40, 4.1 shuttle, 39-inch vertical, and all these are obviously verified. Here, let's just give y'all a quick showing of. So he is being paired here. I'll also show you the other running back that Oregon is bringing in. So this is your backup running back. Get the sliding on him. Absolutely just gone. Yeah, Jaden Lamar, when he gets into the open field, he can absolutely fly out here. But here's the guy I really want y'all. This is the guy I really want y'all to pay attention to. All my Oregon Duck fans, if you're an Oregon Duck fan, strap your seatbelts in. Dante Dowdell, he is the next Adrian Peterson. This kid is unbelievable. Gets the ball. Where you going? Nope. Hurdle that. Real easy. Hurdle that. Where we going? Man, my man's a track style out here. He hitting the hurdles on him, making it look easy. Again, we're about to watch a quick little 99-yard run. Some light. Again, this guy's just bounce off of him. A very, very strong runner. He reminds me of Adrian Peterson in his running style. He's very, very aggressive. Again, just running through all that. Nope, you ain't bringing me down with no little arm tackles. And it's the fact that he's so big, but he has the top end speed to really be able to take the top off of the top off the secondary. Yeah, Dante Dowdell. Let me just show you a quick glimpse at what Oregon's offense is about to look like. Okay, you got Austin Novosad, who's going to be conducting the whole thing. Bo Nix, I believe, is staying for another year. Austin Novosad is going to get a very solid year to sit behind him, and then I could very easily see him starting as a true sophomore. And then you got Dante. He's going to be your RB1. He's going to be the guy that's absolutely just running through faces. Ashton Cozart. He's a little Cooper Kupp out here. This kid can run routes. He can get open with the best of them. Obviously, you got Jerion Dickey down here, which you guys haven't signed yet, but when you do, he's going to be the big body wide receiver that you just throw it up and he comes down with it. Jaden Lamar, absolute workhorse out here. Who else did you guys pick up? There was another wide receiver that y'all got that I was extremely high on. I might be tripping. Oh, yeah, and Trayshawn Holden. Oregon's offense is about to look really nice for these next couple years. Hey, yo, Lux, I appreciate the love, man. That really does mean a lot. Yo, bro, come on. Alabama has one off year where they don't make the playoffs. Like, come on. Like that's literally the standard that we always hold Alabama to. You got to make the playoffs or nothing. Yeah, Bama had a very, very, very good signing day. Bama just secured all their guys. Like, I don't even think Georgia's done that. Yeah, Georgia hasn't even secured all their recruits yet. Literally, Alabama said, "We're just gonna lock all y'all up. All these signed letter of intent." If there wasn't, they would just say hard commit underneath here. Literally, they got their whole recruiting class locked up like that. So you said Bama has 2 6'3" receivers. Coming from a tall receiver, like I'm 6'3" myself, I think the game is moving away from the super tall wide receivers. I think that the game is going to be suited more towards the 5'10" to 6'1", 175, 180 pound wide receivers who can flat out juke you out your shoes and can run the sickest routes that you've ever seen. I think that the days of the DK Metcalfs and the Terrell Owens and the Randy Mosses, I think that those and Calvin Johnsons, I think those days are over. Like, they're not over. There's always going to be a big body wide receiver who's going to be able to, you know, carve a little lane out for themselves. But I don't think that, like, if you told me today, who would you rather draft, a Julio Jones or an Antonio Brown, and you know how both of them are going to play, I'm gonna pick an Antonio Brown. I'm gonna pick a Cooper Kupp. I'm gonna pick a guy that can consistently get open, a guy that knows how to set guys up and run routes, and I can put him in the slot, I can put him outside, I can put him in motion, I can put him in the backfield. I think that that's gonna be a little bit trending more towards where wide receiver talent's going, especially with how big that tight ends are getting and how athletic that they're getting. I think that the big body wide receivers are going to just start transitioning more into the tight ends. You're going to start putting them on the line and then stretching them out like they did Jimmy Graham a couple years ago. And then the receivers are going to be a little bit on the smaller side. Hey, yo, my guy DHRN, I appreciate the love. The UM boys. Oh, yeah, Josh, I remember you, bro. Hey, come on, bro. I definitely remember you. Everybody, this is Michigan's #1 fan by far. So let's first take a look at Jair Hill. Coming out of Kankakee, the #22 corner in the country. No more 6'2 DBs then? Yeah, I mean, the only time that you're gonna, all 6'2 DBs are just gonna get slotted down to just being big safety linebacker hybrids. Like, that's like the game is switching more towards hybridization rather than specialization. You're gonna start seeing more running back wide receivers and tight end wide receivers, and you're going to be seeing true running backs, true tight ends, and true wide receivers. Like, the game is just getting to a point where almost any player is going to be able to play any position. Let's first take a look at the Michigan Wolverines. You know, Michigan's been making a nice little name for themselves in this recruiting class. I'll take a look at Michigan's class overall here in a second. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just speaking that this is where I see the game going. Obviously, if you're a 6'3 corner or if you're a 6'4, 215-pound receiver, I'm not saying that you're not going to succeed. I'm just saying that is where I'm seeing the game going. I'm seeing more of these 6'6", 240-pound, 230-pound tight ends taking over more receiving snaps than actual receivers. Sit him down, little boy. I'm running straight through your face. Also, if you have not already, I appreciate all the love and support that you guys have been showing the channel. Be sure to leave this video a like if you have not already. Yeah, Zach, when it comes to top tier corner prospects, I never rank them on, oh, he didn't have a lot of picks or he didn't have a lot of pass breakups. If you're smart, you just don't. Nice little jukes, yeah. Oh, my man going crazy out here. He's going crazy out here. He was just juking on the sideline like it was nothing. Oh man, but nah. If you're smart, you don't throw it to the #1 corner in the country. That just makes sense. 1 second, I will be right back. Literally in 2 seconds. I just need to turn the air on. It's getting hot. And we back. But yeah, my guy Jair Hill, absolute dog. Oh, just throwing him down. And then let's take a look at Carmelo English. So Carmelo English was actually committed to Auburn. Very big body. One second, I meant to go to this 24/7 page. So Carmelo English was actually committed to Auburn for the longest time. Yeah, he was committed to Auburn since July, and then he decommitted, and then he officially committed to the Wolverines today. Again, let's take a here. We'll take a look at Carmelo's highlight tape, and then we'll take a look at And then we'll take a look at Michigan's recruiting class overall. Yeah, Alex, Oregon's been going absolutely nuts. Hey, as a USC fan, I'm a little bit scared. I do not want to see Oregon just absolutely take off. Again, a big body physical receiver. I mean, Michigan to me is kind of, look at them. First off, look at the explosiveness coming out of the route. Boom, puts the foot into the ground, gets upfield, and high points that. Michigan to me has been turning into Iowa, where back in the day, Iowa wouldn't always get the highest ranked recruits, but they would always develop their talent extremely well. That's what I'm seeing Michigan doing. Don't get me wrong, Michigan recruits extremely well, but they also develop their players extremely well. I mean, we just saw Blake Corum have an absolutely amazing year, and then Dylan Edwards is right there. Like, he's literally just holding on in the wing, waiting for his time to shine. But yeah, Carmelo English, get him up off of you. Carmelo English is a big time win. On top of who'd you guys pick up last year? One second. You guys picked up one of my favorite receivers last year. Darius Clemens. I think Darius Clemens, number 0 for Michigan. I think that he's going to really step up and shine heading into next season. Cameron, well, I mean, Shedeur was already balling out at the FCS level. Do I think that he's going to be like a Heisman front runner, a Heisman candidate? No. Do I think he's going to be bad? No. I think he's probably he's going to be an early 3rd round draft pick. If I'm keeping it a buck now, obviously we just got to see just like how quickly he's able to adjust to Colorado. Obviously, his dad's bringing over the whole entire playbook, so it's not a whole lot for him to adjust to. But the players and the receiving, like with the receivers, he's got a decent amount to have to adjust for. But if he puts up even 75% of the numbers he was putting up at Jackson State, he's going to be a nice 3rd round quarterback. That's a nice project quarterback that you can build up on. So yeah, Michigan currently has the #1 transfer portal. And you could tell they've been going absolutely nuts. So they picked up the 2nd best player in the transfer portal in Ernest Hausman, the linebacker. Picking up offensive tackle Jake Tuttle, AJ Barner. Again, just quality recruits all over. And then Cole Cabana, dog. Eno Etta, dog. Carmelo English, we just saw as a dog. Amir Herring. This dude is very, 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 very nice. Samaj Bridgman, he can flat out get it done. And Samaj, I like Samaj Morgan and Frederick Moore. Both of these guys are very solid receivers. Both of them can play in the slot or outside. I think they have a lot going for them. But this kid, Zach Marshall, he's gonna be playing tight end for y'all. I'm gonna keep on saying it until everybody just starts believing me. Tight end is the position that you need to quadruple down on. The same way that like everybody's like, oh, you should always buy gold. You always buy gold. Buy tight end. Like, tight ends are going to be the future of college football. We just saw Utah absolutely dominate the Pac-12. Obviously, they lost a couple of games, but they were dominating the Pac-12 by having some big-time tight ends. We're going to see more top-tier tight end talent come in this year's NFL draft than we've ever seen before. And you're only going to need more and more and more. Like, it's not going to be enough to just have one skilled tight end. You're going to need 2, maybe even 3 really skilled tight ends to really start dominating and moving the ball effectively at the top tier of high school or college football. Amarick Koumba, this kid is nice. Kendrick Bell, this kid is nice. Breon Ishmael, like literally, go look at my Michigan's offense and Michigan's defense. Got a whole lot scarier videos, and I break down these recruits a lot more. Michigan done a phenomenal job of recruiting this year. Obviously, having the 16th best recruiting class is like, but having the #1 transfer portal ranking, they're doing a phenomenal job out here. Yo, Allen, yeah, Miami's been having loudly the most surprising recruiting year out of all of the teams that I've been looking at so far. It was Texas before. And now it's Miami for sure. Miami has been really surprising me. They've just kept on getting better and better and better. No, Malachi Coleman, he committed to, he's already signed with Nebraska. I thought Malachi Coleman was going to I thought that he was going to Colorado if I'm being 100% honest. But yeah, Malachi Coleman, yeah, he signed already. He signed his letter of intent to go to Nebraska. So, I mean, hey, Nebraska being able to hold on to their number one player in their state is always a big deal. Garrett Gilbert's he is terrifying. All right, let's see if there has been any new moves, any big moves. Hey, my guy, my Arizona homeboy, you guys just picked up Carlos Wilson, 5'11", 160-pound athlete. He's probably going to be playing either wide receiver or corner. And Dorian Thomas, again, picking up a tight end. Hey, big time wins. Like, literally, all of my college football fans, if your team picks up any tight end, I don't care if they're a -1-star tight end, it's a win for your team. Tight ends are, to me, the most valuable position. Like, it would go, obviously, quarterbacks are number 1. Offensive and defensive line talent, it would be 2 and 3. And then number 3 or 4, depending on how you look at it, it has to be tight end. Like, the tight end position is I would take tight end before I took running back, wide receiver, linebacker, safety, corner. I'm taking tight end because as a tight end, you're pretty much getting an extra offensive lineman and an extra receiver. I mean, it speaks for itself. Let's see if there's been any players who've committed in the class of 2024. Hey, look at Arizona, get another guy, Brandon Phelps. Any 2025 kids committing? No, everything's been looking the same there. What's special in the state of Florida this year? Florida's got a ton of talent. I mean, Cormani McClain's going to be at the top of the state of Florida. And so do player rankings. I already have the player rankings, so we'll do team rankings on this tab. Florida. So Cormani McClain is going to be Cormani McClain and Keon Keeley to me are the top guys that are just the most standoutish. Francis Mauigoa is very solid too, but Keon Keeley and Cormani McClain, those are like the guys. Cedric Baxter's a dog. Desmond Ricks is a dog. Damon Vance, big time win for Georgia. Hakeem Williams is a great athlete wide receiver. I still think that he needs to develop a little bit more as far as his route running, but when it comes to just pure athletes, him and Brandon Inniss is more refined, but he's very explosive, but he's also had a little bit of injuries this year and last year, so it's a little bit up in the air as far as just if he's going to be able to hang at the college level, which I do believe that he will, especially going to Ohio State, which is wide receiver U. He's going to be doing a phenomenal job there. Richard Young and Raylan Wilson. This kid is a missile as a linebacker. Florida's always going to have a ton of talent. Raylan Wilson and Troy Bowles, and they're doing just fine. I got a question for you, Grace. My boy Grayson McCall is transferring from Coastal. What college do you think that he should go to? So I'm not gonna lie, Dante Moore flipping to UCLA kind of threw a lot of screwdrivers in my plans. I was about to make a video saying that DJ Uiagalelei should have transferred to UCLA, which I still think that he could do. I still think that DJ could transfer to UCLA, play there for 1 year while Dante sits for a year and then go. I thought that DJ was gonna come back home, you know, get a little bit closer, get like more comfortable, and then really be able to shine at UCLA, but he's not. I could see Grayson McCall going to a team like Pitt. I could see him going to Cincinnati. I would have to see what teams need quarterback help. But yeah, Grayson McCall, he's going to be a very interesting guy. I mean, obviously he could run the ball, so it would make more sense if he would go to a team that is used to running the quarterback. But it's a little bit more up in the air with him. Like, it's just tough because I'd have to see who what teams have already been recruiting quarterbacks, what team already have quarterbacks in the wings, and then where he could like realistically end up going. Deion wants to create Hall of Famers. Oh, Jeremiah, that's facts. Like, don't think that going to Colorado is just gonna be like, oh, I'm going to Colorado because it's cool, and you know, it's the hip school to go to. Deion's gonna demand perfection out of you. Like, he's like, you gotta think, Deion has really put himself out there to be like, hey, you know what? I'm this new age coach that knows how to recruit and knows how to develop guys. He's shown that he could do it at Jackson State, but all eyes are going to be on him. If he gets off to a slow start, things are going to be rough. If he doesn't really develop a lot of these players, it's gonna start to be a rough spot. So if you're going to Colorado, know that Deion is going to demand the best from you. He's going to get the best out of you, but he's also going to demand that. So we will see. Carson, I don't think you've missed anything big. There hasn't been a lot of super big moves. I mean, Jair Hill, number 24 corner, committed to Michigan. Jaden Lamar, the number 17 running back, committed to Oregon. See the scheduled commitments. Yeah, all the Jordan Hall and Desmond Ricks are going to be committing tomorrow, so we will take a look at that. Let's see where Jelani McDonald could be potentially going to. UT. Now, this is, again, another big-time pickup if UT is able to get him. Yeah, the Gators have been extremely quiet today. Let's take a look at where Florida's been ranking. Yeah, Florida's been falling a lot. Colorado's got a new wide receiver. Commitments. Let me just go to Colorado's team, because I think I know the receiver that you guys are talking about. Yeah, Jordan Anuve. Yeah, he's been he's been committed to them for a little while. He signed today, but he's been committed. He's been committed since the 7th. But he's nice. I don't think I've made a video on him yet. No, he was in my Colorado Buffalo's offense just got a whole lot better video. Isaac, today is early National Signing Day. So official signing day, I want to believe, is February 21st. It's February 1st. So I just got the days mixed up a little bit. So yeah, February 1st is National Signing Day. Today is early National Signing Day. So today is the earliest that players can officially sign to their schools. So let's just take a look and see what players are still left at the top. They just signed Isaiah Hardage. Bet. So he might have just signed right now, but on 24/7 Sports it just says he's still a hard commit. I do believe you though. Yeah, let's take a look at Ohio State's recruiting class. So Ohio State has been very quiet today. I'm not gonna lie. Out of all the top teams, Ohio State has definitely been the quietest. But also, Ohio State did do a lot of their heavy lifting early on in the season. I mean, picking up the 4 ridiculous talents that they did on offense, picking up Brandon Innes, Noah Rogers, Carnell Tate, and then Bryson Rogers. All 4 of those guys are absolute behemoths. Picking up Jaden Bonsu is a big-time win. They also picked up Malik Hartford. They picked up another really good safety. Jermaine Matthews. They picked up Joshua Mickens today. That's their only recruit that I've seen so far today that they didn't have already committed there. Jelani Thurman is like, Ohio State did a bunch of the heavy lifting earlier on in the recruiting cycle. Obviously, it's really exciting to see a lot of these new guys start to come in. But don't get me wrong, they have the number 5 recruiting class for a reason. They've done a phenomenal job of recruiting before National Signing Day. I mean, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have 9 top 150 recruits, 10, 11. Let's call that 12 top 200 recruits. Like, that's still really good. Like, that's extremely good. But yeah, everybody, Oregon has been dominating. Today has been the Ducks' day. It has been a absolute festival for the Ducks. Picking up Mateo Uiagalelei again. This was their so far their highest ranked recruit. They did have Dante Moore going there. Obviously decommitted. It's going to UCLA now, which I still don't understand. UCLA must have really dropped that bag for him, but hey, we'll see. Also, it does make sense because UCLA is going with USC to the Big Ten. So to go to the Big Ten with a big name quarterback, you know, bring a little bit of hype. I mean, UCLA was no joke last year as well. UCLA is a very well coached and well run team. And this is coming from a USC fan. Like I gotta call it where I see it. UCLA is a very up and coming team. They still need to heavily. I mean, let's take a look at. Let's just take a look at UCLA's recruiting class real quick. Yeah, right now they have the 24th best recruiting class. Jeremiah McClure is a very solid receiver, as well as Grant Gray. I think that Casimir Allen still has another year there. But they could definitely use a little bit more strengthening on their recruiting class this year. They don't need a whole lot, but they could definitely use a little bit. Just beef it up a little bit, because most of this 24 overall ranking came from Dante Moore committing over there. We were looking at Ohio State though. But yeah, Ohio State did a lot of their heavy lifting earlier on in the recruiting cycle. Obviously, another team that's pretty much locked down all their recruits. They just got to lock down Jaden Bonsu, which I believe he committed today. Oh no, he's been committed for a little while now. So they just need to lock him down, and then they'll continue to. I mean, they've already gotten Cedric Hawkins and Malik Hartford at safety. So as we should all know, they're on top of being wide receiver. Ohio State is a DBU team. Ah, Franco Harris passed. Man, rest in peace to Franco Harris. Talk about Georgia for a minute. I got you. So UGA has been doing UGA things. They've been a little bit quiet, but that's just because you're comparing them to what Alabama and Oregon have been doing today. But they started off strong by bringing in Daniel Harris, picking up another top 20 corner. I mean, let's just look at the DB talent that Georgia's bringing in, and then we'll look at the linebacker talent. The linebacker talent to me is even more impressive. Also, by the way, if you have not already, be sure to leave a live stream a like. It really does mean a lot to me, and it helps get the live stream out to more people. So you guys have picked up AJ Harris, Jonel Aguero, Daniel Harris, Chris Peel, Justin Rhett, and he was actually ranked as one of the best safeties, and they moved him to corner. But yeah, so you guys have picked up 4 top tier guys, but then the linebackers are where you guys went absolutely nuts. Raylan Wilson, Troy Bowles, and CJ Allen, 3, 4, and 5. Absolutely wild. Like Jordan, and all 3 of these guys are literally walking missiles. They fly. Like, Georgia's about to have the fastest defense in all of, I mean, Georgia always has one of the fastest defenses in college football, but like, legitimately, they're going to have one of the fastest defenses. You are not going to be able to do anything. You're not going to be able to swing it out wide. Jet sweeps are going to do absolutely nothing. Little quick passes to the boundary are going to do nothing. Georgia's going to be clamping down on everything. Really, as long as Georgia continues to tackle well, they're going to continue to have this dominant. Defense that they will always have. Yeah, just done an absolutely phenomenal job. Lawson Lucky, this kid is extremely talented. Picking up Jamal Jarrett today. The only thing that Georgia hasn't done is pick up a quarterback. That's really all that they haven't done. They said we'll focus on getting a quarterback in next year's class. Let's take a look at, and then let's take a quick look at their 2024 class, because they've already, like, literally, they already have some of the best talent in the class of 2024. Bringing in the #1 tight end, Landon Thomas. This kid is an absolute monster. DeMarcus Riddick, picking up, why not pick up another top 5 linebacker? Carr. This kid is very, very solid. Tavani Mizell is one of the fastest recruits in the class of 2024. Ryan Puglisi, kid is solid. You're picking up your quarterback in next year's class. He's very solid. I think that you guys can get a potentially better quarterback than him, but also we got to see how he continues to develop. And then Sakovi White is a very, 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 very shifty wide receiver. You throw him in the slot, he's going to just be an absolute blur out there. Hey, Sir Uga, I appreciate the love. Penn State, let's take a quick look at what the Nittany Lions are doing out here. Who's got the best linebackers? Georgia. Georgia, and it's not even close. Georgia is going absolutely nuts. I think Arch Manning's going to do phenomenal at Texas. I think that having Quinn Ewers there is going to take a lot of pressure off of him, because if Quinn Ewers wasn't there, there would be so much expectation for him to start immediately as a true freshman. I think letting Quinn Ewers, fully develop, get a year, maybe even 2 years out of Texas before the Arch Manning era ends up coming in, obviously expectations are always going to be extremely high for Arch, but there's going to be a lot of talent around him. I personally would be very slow to start Arch Manning. I want to have him be able to succeed as much as possible, so I would be putting him in a position to really learn the playbook, really learn to be able to digest everything that they want from him, and then just kind of go from there. I used to not like coffee, and then I had to start getting more things done, and now I like coffee. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to Penn State's recruiting class this year. I haven't taken a look at a lot of these guys, but anytime that you're able to get a 5-star offensive tackle, I'm gonna keep it a buck. It's most of the time these top tier offensive tackles are they're the most secured position to recruit at that high of a level. Let's take a quick look and let's see. Did a good job of recruiting safeties. Did a great job of recruiting safeties. Yeah, your DB room looks to be very, very solid. You guys got a quarterback. Drew Allar is going to be the guy next year. I'm so excited. Okay, maybe this recruiting class is very, very solid. Don't get me wrong. You guys picked up 3 top 100 recruits and 6 top 150 recruits. That's big for the Nittany Lions. Also, recruiting better than Michigan is good. You want to see Penn State closer to the top of the Big Ten. Obviously, they're always going to be behind Ohio State. But King Mac? Let's take a quick look at King Mac. Let's take a quick look and see what's been going on over here. Things have been relatively quiet for the last couple of minutes. Yeah. All right, King Mac. But if you guys have not been paying attention to Penn State, they have very easily the best backfield going into next year with Nick Singleton, and the name is slipping me. You will inform me. You guys have a ridiculous 2-headed monster in the backfield. And then on top of that, Drew Allar. You guys got mini Josh Allen in the backfield at quarterback. Rashad Hassan. Okay, wait a second. Where did he end up signing with? Where did Rashad assign to? If he flipped to Miami, then it's instantly Miami's day. If Jaden Rashada flips to Miami, it's immediately Miami's day. We'll take a quick look at King Mac while we're waiting. But if Jaden Rashada flipped to Miami, it is immediately the most winning day for Miami. Miami needs a quarterback, and Jaden Rashada is the best available. He ended up going to UF. I'm not mad at it. I really wanted Miami to get that win. I'm not gonna lie. Eugene Wilson is a freak. That kid is one of the most explosive kids in the entire country. Eugene Wilson is a monster. Jakeem Jackson, I haven't paid, but I watched him. I watched a little bit of his highlight tape, but it's not immediately coming back to me. But Eugene Wilson, I remember. That dude can flat out fly. Billy, I'll take a look at Tennessee here in a little bit. Also, if any of y'all want me to take a look at any specific college football team and you want me to do it a little bit sooner rather than later, any amount of donation would be appreciated. It could be $1, it could be $100, you know, whatever you want. But I will immediately take a more deep dive look at any team that you want me to, if you send literally any donation. This kid King Mac can fly. He can absolutely get up and go. Okay. We haven't seen a whole lot of him covering, but we have seen him in the return game. Simpson. So far, I don't think anybody else is scheduled to make their commitment today. Desmond Ricks is committing tomorrow, and Jordan Hall is committing tomorrow as well. So Desmond Ricks, I personally believe he's going to LSU. That's where everybody kind of has him going. If he does go to Bama, that's going to be just a runaway show. Will Lagway take Rashada's spot? That's another reason why I'm not super, I just don't know why. If I was Rashada, I personally would have gone to Miami. Miami just seems like the better place to go. DJ Lagway is in my opinion, after Dylan Raiola, he's my favorite quarterback in the class of 2024. Julian Sayin is ranked really, really high. Don't get me wrong, he's very talented. I don't see how he's the second best quarterback in the country. And Jaden Davis is very solid. I just think that DJ Lagway has a higher ceiling. I don't see DJ taking away Rashada's spot, but I do see them battling very, very heavily. Well, Cameron, we're gonna be live at least for another hour or two. I mean, you guys have been showing an absolute ton of love. I appreciate all y'all. We got 323 people in the chat. I appreciate all y'all for real. But yeah, Desmond Ricks is supposed to commit tomorrow, and then Jordan Hall is committing tomorrow as well. Let's take a quick little look at and see what my man Travis Hunter's doing out here. So he's at 94.2K. Everybody, if you have not hit that subscribe button for my guy Travis Hunter, hit that subscribe button. As soon as he gets to 100K, he's telling everybody where he's going to be playing next year, which we all know it's going to be Colorado, but it's always fun to at least be a little excited. But yeah, so guys, go hit that subscribe button for my guy Travis Hunter. Is this a hot take to say Dylan Raiola is the best quarterback so far this new decade? This new decade? No. It's not a hot take, but it is one that you can debate. I'm not gonna lie, this year's quarterback class is absolutely nutty. And I think that Bryce Underwood can be better than all of them. So Dylan Raiola is very, 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 very good. Let's just go take a look at. So starting it off from 2020. Let's take a look at the quarterbacks. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe this new decade after 2020, because Bryce Young and CJ Stroud are better prospect. Wait, did you just say better prospect, or did you say? Okay, if you're saying best quarterback prospect, Bryce Young is going to be a tough one to beat. Bryce Young was an absolute world beater. coming out of high school. 2021, Quinn Ewers, yeah. And Caleb Williams was in this class too. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that is gonna be a hot take. Dylan Raiola is very, very talented, but it's a hot take. It's not a terrible take, but it is a little bit of a hotter one. I mean, between Bryce Young, Quinn Ewers, and Caleb Williams, I personally had Caleb. The only reason why Quinn Ewers was ahead of Caleb Williams is because Caleb reclassified, or Quinn reclassified, and they just put him at the top because they didn't really know where to put him. I personally still had Caleb Williams as the number one quarterback in this class. 2022, yeah, I believe that you were doing. Yeah, Cade Klubnik was nice, but he wasn't him. Drew Allar is very, very solid, but I would take Dylan Raiola over both of them. 2023, this quarterback class is absolutely nutty. Hey, yo, my guy Ricky, yo, I appreciate the love, man. That means a lot. I'll be breaking down Oklahoma here in a second. I really do appreciate that, for real, man. So, yeah, I think I might take Arch, Malachi, and Nico over Dylan as just pure prospects. But then, yeah, when we get to 2024, Dylan Raiola is by far and away the top guy. But then I think that my guy Bryce Underwood, I think that he could be better than all of them. This kid, he, like, for just the ceiling that he has, he can flat out spin the ball. Like, he is a dog. So we will see. Dylan Raiola is up there though. I wouldn't definitively call him the best quarterback prospect in the new decade, because I mean, when you start off with Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, it's very hard. But if we're just talking about pure prospects before we knew what they did, you can make a case for Dylan Raiola. He has a very big arm. He's very Mahomes-esque. We'll just have to see if that arm and the accuracy convert over to college football. Now let's take a look at the boys over in OU territory. So this will be is this the commitments page? This will be the recruit ranking page. And then let's go over here. Let's take a quick look at OU. So OU has been having a little bit of a tough time because Texas has been on the rise. I don't think that anybody can deny Texas has been on the rise, and they've been taking a lot of recruits. I mean, we just saw Tulisi Akana, it was between Oklahoma and Texas, ended up going with Texas. We saw Colton Vasek flip from Oklahoma to Texas. Brent Venables is going to need to show major improvement next year. I'm not going to lie, the fact that he was able to secure a guy like Jackson Arnold, who in my opinion is in that top 5 group of the quarterbacks in this class. He is the elite caliber of quarterbacks in this class. The fact that you're able to keep him, massive, massive, massive win. It's going to, especially losing Nick Evers. I believe Nick Evers went to Nebraska. He went to Nebraska or Wisconsin. I forget where Nick Evers went. But the fact that you didn't have your quarterback of the future still lined up there, having a guy like Jackson Arnold, who I believe can play very early and thrive, big time win. You're going to need to make major improvements heading into next season, more so with the coaching and culture of OU. OU isn't dead. I was saying it earlier. I believe that Texas is on the rise and Oklahoma is at a stagnant to potentially a little bit of a downhill trajectory. So they need to show that next year, you know what, they did a good job of, I believe they had the best offense in the Big 12. They just need to show that they can do that versus Texas, versus a little bit of the better teams. But Adepoju Adebaware, this dude is an absolute dog. If you have not seen his highlight video, this guy can flat out get after the quarterback. It doesn't matter if you put 14 people in front of him. He's getting after all of them. Jaquez Petway is a very speedy, can stretch the field wide receiver. Jacoby Johnson, unbelievably fast. Like he is so fast. Josiah Wagner, I've seen this kid in person. He can play corner extremely well. He can lock down. I saw him during the 7-on-7 circuit. This kid can lock down. Dalen Smothers is a very solid running back. He's gonna either be a very solid 3-down running back, or he's going to be a better than average change of pace guy. You know, you mix him in with another guy. Keon Brown, you got another big body speedster. Deion McCullough. Never mind. I forgot that you guys got Deion and Deshaun McCullough. These two guys are going to be. Wait a second. Absolute weapons. And to pick up Austin Stogner, or to pretty much just get him back big time. I forgot that you guys got Deion and Deshaun McCullough. Big time recruiting win for Oklahoma. I completely forgot about that. Brothers who are just freakishly athletic. There's no other way to put it. They are freakishly athletic. Wherever you need them, whatever you need them to do. I mean, one of them's a safety at 6'2", 200, and the other one's a defensive end, is an edge rusher at 6'3", 6'5", 225. Like, come on. Both of these guys are going to be absolute units for Oklahoma. Really, Oklahoma's recruiting class has been very, very solid this year. They've done a good job of, even though having a little bit of a down year, still being able to have a top 10 recruiting class is always going to be big. It's just about fixing a couple things on that offensive side of the ball and defensive side of the ball. Just bringing a little bit more focus, a little bit more tenacity to the Oklahoma culture. Giving Brent Venables a little bit more time to just, get his system adjusted. I mean, this is going to be his first or second full recruiting class, so he's still developing his guys. Let those guys continue to grow, and especially working in the transfer portal. You guys have done a phenomenal job already picking up top tier guys in the transfer portal. I think that Oklahoma they have a couple things to work on, but Oklahoma is definitely heading in the right direction with this specific recruiting class. Now, if you're able to develop this recruiting class and get Jackson Arnold to be that next Baker, Jalen-esque quarterback, I think that he has that potential. I think Oklahoma will be right back in a good spot, especially heading to the SEC in a couple years. This having Jackson Arnold be the quarterback for that team that would be heading to the SEC is going to be a good move for Oklahoma. Simpson, you are not wrong. The freaking Pac-12 went off. USC, we all knew that USC was going to have a great year. Utah had another great year. Oregon was solid. UCLA played above average. Oregon State washed Florida. Like, Oregon State, out of all the teams in the Pac-12, Oregon State had the best year. I mean, from what they used to be to how well they played this year, absolutely phenomenally. The Pac-12 really stepped up, especially with USC and UCLA both going to the Big Ten here in a little bit, and potentially Oregon and the Pac-12 is either going to stay really strong and they're going to add a couple teams and they're going to stay really strong with letting teams like Oregon and Utah kind of run things and let Arizona and Arizona State kind of bring things up from the South, or they're just going to completely just dissect the entire conference. Jaden DeLara is very solid. I've been paying attention to him. Mike, so first off, you gotta look at what. First off, Colorado is not going to be bringing in a ton of 5-star recruits. Even when he was at Jackson State, he had the 1 year where he brought in 2 5-star guys, and that was more so to kind of like shake things up. He's already brought in a 5-star guy in the class of 2025 in Winston Watkins. And also, Coach Prime got to Colorado extremely late in the recruiting process. I mean, you guys got to see. Does Colorado have the 53rd? Yeah, they have the 53rd best recruiting class right now. Actually, it's bumped up to 42 according to 24/7 Sports. Over half their team decommitted when Coach Prime got there. So a lot of their talent already got gutted. They still have to absolutely ball out in the transfer portal, and there's still a lot of very quality recruits that are going to be committing from here until February 1st, which is National Signing Day. I mean, they picked up a 4-star wide receiver today. They picked up this kid Carter Stoutmeyer, which the video should be out by now, so you guys can go check that out. This kid is an absolute dog, straight up lockdown corner. Jacob Page, I made a video on him yesterday. Very, very talented wide receiver. Okay, Isaiah Hardage did officially sign. go look at my Colorado offense and defensive recruits. The talent level that these recruits are. Yes, they might be 3-star kids, but these guys are all extremely talented and they play above their ranking. That's why I'm so high on Colorado. They do a good job of the recruits that they do get. They might not be 4- and 5-star guys, but they're extremely talented. Most of them are coming from very prestigious high schools, and so and he's just getting started. He's been there for what, like a month? Like, give him a little bit more time and he's going to continue to dominate. But today, for the recruits that he was able to bring in, I thought he was going to get Malachi Coleman. I did think that he was going to get Malachi Coleman, which would have been a big time win. I believe he's the 2nd best athlete in the country. I thought that he was going to be able to make that flip. Malachi ended up signing with Nebraska. We'll see how things keep on moving. The real test is going to be next year. Obviously, Colorado has a quarterback in this class in Ryan Staub. The kid is solid. Do I think that he's going to be the quarterback that Coach Prime is going to need to have that kind of air raid-ish offense that he has, at least that he had at Jackson State? No. So he's going to need to be able to bring a top-tier quarterback in one of these next recruiting classes. But Colorado's in very good hands. They're in very, very, very good hands. For the recruits that they're able to get, they're doing extremely well so far. What Prime did, and a lot of times impressive, he will definitely do more as time goes on. I like him as a head coach. He can definitely get into the playoffs as time progresses. Most definitely. I mean, Mike, the playoffs is going to be a little bit tough just because just any team from the Pac-12. I mean, USC had the best chance, but I mean, we just flopped at the end. But it will be interesting to see just how I'm really more so looking forward to seeing what does Colorado look like after Shedeur is gone. It's very easy to transfer and dominate at the college level when you already have your quarterback in place, especially when the quarterback's your son, who is ridiculously talented. Who's going to be the successor to that Colorado offense? Who is Coach Prime going to be able to get to Colorado to help lead that offense? That's where, in my opinion, Deion Sanders' recruiting is going to be, we're going to see what his real recruiting is. Can he bring a high-tier 5-star, high-tier 4-star quarterback to Colorado? That's where we're going to really see how much players believe in Colorado, which I do believe he will be able to do. Mario Cristobal, he's been dominating. I mean, I mainly made that title just because everybody wants to talk about Coach Prime, and also I didn't want to flood the title and thumbnail with a bunch of coaches and names. But Mario Cristobal has been doing a great job today. I mean, he signed Francis Mauigoa. Okay, so Francis Mauigoa did sign his letter of intent. This is going to be the big. This is the big fish that's going to be a little bit tougher to bring in. Cormani McClain, Alabama's still on the board. Pretty much it's Alabama still on the board. Cormani McClain is an absolute specimen. He's up there with a Travis Hunter for pure corner talent. And they've also brought in a lot of, to me, Miami's been very loudly having, out of all the teams that you would expect to dominate, you know, your Alabamas, your Georgias, your Ohio States, yeah, they're doing good. Oregon and Miami have been having the best recruiting season so far. I mean, to bring in the first and third best offensive tackles in the country, that honestly, this is why I thought that they were going to be able to flip Jaden Rashada. I thought that showing that they literally got the top 2 of the 3 best offensive tackles, and then they brought in Javion Cohen from Alabama. That's literally that's your offensive line right there. On top of also, they also brought in some more offensive line talent. Where is he at? Yeah, Tommy Kinsler and Antonio Tripp and Frankie Tinilau. Miami's offensive line is going to be very, very nice. They didn't bring in as much wide receiver talent as I thought they would. I mean, they did get their tight end, which I always preach about, is tight end is the position that you need to be stocking up at. Nathaniel Joseph is solid. Collins Achiampong, this dude is such a monster. Miami's doing such a phenomenal job of recruiting. Raul Aguirre and Damari Brown, both big-time pickups. Robbie Washington is a very speedy wide receiver. Mark Fletcher was a big-time get. Ohio State decommit a couple weeks ago. Now I'm going to Miami, as well as pairing him up with Christopher Joseph, a very fast. Mark Fletcher is more of your traditional 3-down, you know, being able to run the ball, get the ball to him 20 times a game. And then you get Christopher Johnson a nice solid 7 to 14-ish touches a game. And then he's going to be that nice change of pace guy that can really take the top off the defense. Overall, and Emory Williams is a good project quarterback. Obviously, I would have liked to see them be able to flip Jaden Rashada back to Miami, but I do believe that Emory Williams, you give him a little bit of time to develop, he's going to be there to be a very solid interim quarterback. He could turn out to be a solid 2 to 3 year starter for Miami, but I do think that Miami's going to be able to get a better quarterback here in the future. But Mario Cristobal, for him being there for, what is this, his second or third year? He's doing a phenomenal job of recruiting. Imagine what 2024 will be. Literally, 2024 is about to be a field day. We're about to see Colorado up here in the top 15 recruiting classes, which is insane to even think about a Colorado team being that high in the recruiting class. Seth, if you weren't paying attention, you could just scroll back a little bit to what I was saying. 12-team playoff, I think he can get there. With a 12-team playoff, I do believe that he would be able to get there. Landon, I don't know what you're talking about. He's done a very solid job of recruiting today. Just because he didn't bring in 14 5-star recruits doesn't mean that he didn't have a good recruiting day today. My boy Skinboy was popping. Mike, I believe that Alabama's going to have the best recruiting class this year. They're going to beat Texas A&M's record. They're just on a pace that is unstoppable. I mean, all they got to do is pretty much flip. They just got to get like 2 or 3 more decent 4-star recruits and maybe add in like a 3-star kicker. And they got the top class right there. Like, Alabama is so close. I mean, right now they're at 326. Last year, Texas A&M was at 333. And they're already doing better than they did last year, which is impressive. Like, Alabama's recruiting class last year was already insane, and then they already have beaten it on early National Signing Day. We haven't even gotten to National Signing Day yet. Jack, thank you. Colorado is going to be dominating mostly in the transfer portal this year, which there's still a lot of moves to be made in the transfer portal. I mean, for Colorado already just to get Deion Sanders, obviously it's his son, but that's a big time win. That's a major upgrade at quarterback, just like that. Yeah, really just look at the pieces that Coach Prime is bringing in. Like, because again, most of y'all are just looking at Colorado's recruiting page and you're just saying, oh, it's just 2 4-star guys and a bunch of middling 3-star guys. What's so impressive about that? Go look at the highlight tapes. Go look at my videos breaking down Colorado's top offensive and defensive recruits, and then each one of the players that I've covered so far that they've added since those videos. Colorado is bringing in some dogs. Like, the level of talent that these players are, they play well above their recruiting ranking. That's why you can't always just go off of, oh, like, do you know how many times that I've watched a 5-star recruit and I've thought to myself, this kid's okay. Like, he's probably a decent 4-star recruit, maybe a high tier 3-star recruit. And then the amount of times that I've looked at a 3-star kid and I'm sitting here scratching my head wondering how he's not a bona fide 5-star guy. You gotta watch the tape. Like, I literally do this for a living. Like, I watch tape all day, and Colorado is bringing in some weapons. Hey, yo, Cameron, I appreciate the love. Let's take a look at the commitments. Any new moves? Desmond Ricks he's committing tomorrow. For the scheduled commitments, he's December 22nd. He's committing tomorrow at 5:30. Eric, there's no way that Dylan Raiola is going to. Nebraska would literally have to pay him like $8 million a year to go there. Like oh, my bad. I forgot we were supposed to take a look at Tennessee's recruiting class. That's completely my bad. But yeah, there's no way that I understand why Dylan Raiola decommitted from Ohio State. If you're the #1 player in the country, unless you're like 100% locked in on a team, which I did think that he was going to be 100% locked in with Ohio State. I mean, that's a pretty logical move to be a top quarterback and then to go to an Ohio State. That makes sense. But, you know, it makes sense for him also to decommit because there's going to be a lot of moving pieces. But one of the moving pieces is not him committing to Nebraska. First off, he's not even from Nebraska. I think somebody said that his uncle is like something to do with Nebraska's team. There's no amount of money that they're going to be able to offer him. And also, Nebraska's just not in the position. Like, it's not like he's going to a Colorado where, like, all of a sudden their recruiting's going to get better because he's going there. No. They're going to get, like, he's going to Nebraska, and then Nebraska's going to continue to have, like, a top 50 to 70 recruiting class. Hey, yo, my guy Dean, yo, I appreciate the love, man. I will answer that here in a second. I just want to quickly go over Tennessee's recruiting class because I was supposed to do this a little while ago. Nico Iamaleava is, in my opinion, the quarterback with the highest ceiling in this class. He can get a little bit wild with his arm, but when he puts it all together, it's hard to deny that he is the best quarterback in this class. Caleb Herring is an absolute dog. Nathan Leacock is another phenomenal player. Shamarad Amarov, this guy, and you guys got another offensive tackle, not Larry Johnson. It was Aiden Bustle. Those two guys are going to be absolute units for you guys. Trevor Duncan is a weapon. Khalifa Keith, again, you got another speedy wide receiver. Ethan Davis is a monster out here. Cameron Seldon is nice. Shandavian Bradley. A lot of the guys, you guys are going to have to secure a lot of these guys if you want Tennessee's recruiting class to really be solid. Obviously, wait, these are all the signed letter of intent guys. Oh, wow, jeez. Tennessee's got all their guys already enrolled. I mean, I already knew that Nico was enrolled there, but they got most of their class already enrolled. Okay, Tennessee, I'm not mad at it. Okay, yeah, Tennessee's doing phenomenal. My bad, I didn't even see that. Yeah, Tennessee's doing great. Okay, so Miami, in my opinion, their #1 thing now that they weren't able to get Jaden Rashada, yes, it is quarterback. And then it's very closely wide receiver. Let's take a look at Miami. Miami they had, I believe, one receiver over 500 yards, which is simply not going to get it done. Now, you guys did a phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal job of securing up this offensive line. To get Francis Mauigoa, Samson Onkula, and then to go get Javion Cohen in the transfer portal, you guys' offensive line is going to be extremely stacked. But Nathaniel Joseph and then Robbie Washington, they're solid receivers. Do I think that they're going to be like these game-changing wide receivers? Not really. I mean, obviously any player can pop at any moment, but really, y'all need a quarterback. Jake Garcia, I saw him in high school. He's okay. He's solid. I believe that he would be able to suffice as a bridge quarterback. I would rather have Ja'Cory Brown. I think Ja'Cory Brown has a little bit of a higher ceiling. I would like to see. I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to Miami's spring game this year just to see how both of them perform. I personally would probably go with Ja'Cory Brown over Jake Garcia. Really, it's going to be this running game with Mark Fletcher. Where is he at? With Mark Fletcher, Christopher Johnson, and then yeah, you guys. What's my guy's name? Yeah, Henry Parrish. I believe Henry Parrish was your guys' leading rusher this year. Very, very solid running back core. I believe that Miami's going to have to kind of live and die by the running game this next year. You guys are going to have a very solid defense. You guys are going to have a great offensive line, especially if you guys are able to plug and play Francis Mauigoa and Samson Onkula. If you guys are literally able just to plug them in with Javion Cohen, that's 3 out of your 5 offensive linemen secured right there. So all you got to do is kind of plug and play some offensive linemen, run the ball heavy, give Ja'Cory Brown very easy throws to make, and then kind of let him scramble around a little bit here and there. Miami does need to have a quarterback for the future, and you guys need to quadruple down on wide receiver. Luckily, you're in a state that has an abundance of wide receivers. Really, it's just about focusing your 2024 class on picking up some wide receivers. Let's take a quick peek at your 2024 class. Haven't really started the 2024 recruiting yet. 2025, haven't really started that either. So it will be interesting to see, but my guy Dean, number one is the quarterback position because it's always going to come with importance, but wide receiver is such a close second. But you guys did a great job of securing the offensive line. You can have a poor quarterback play and poor wide receiver play when you have a great offensive line because you could just run the ball. So that is my take on Miami right now. I believe Van Dyke did transfer, yes. Let's take a quick look. Yeah. Oh no, Tyler Van Dyke is still there. I think he's in the transfer portal though right now. If I'm not mistaken, he's in the transfer portal. Let me double check that. By position. Man, Keaton Slovis fell off. He was such a dog for USC. And JT Daniels, man. I'm happy that they found Holmes, but man, I thought both of those guys were going to be absolute world beaters. Yeah, I'm almost 100%. Dean, you probably know better than I do. I thought that he hit the transfer portal. I might be confused. But even so, I just don't think that he is going to be the quarterback of the future. I think Ja'Cory Brown has the most upside. I mean, the kid can flat out spin it. Jake Garcia, he was a 5-star. He was a top, really high 4-star. Someone had him as a 5-star guy coming out of high school. I never personally saw it. His deep ball was a little bit too inconsistent for me to rank him that high. You have some horses in the stable. It's just, are any of those guys going to be able to live up to where the aspirations that Miami has? Yo, Thomas, my man said JT Day is getting passed around like a blunt. Yo, my man was so good with USC. Oh, him and Amon-Ra St. Brown were high school teammates, and they were balling out. And then he tore his ACL. Keaton Slovis came in, knocked him out. He ended up transferring over to West Virginia, and then he ended up transferring over to Georgia, and then he got hurt at Georgia, and now he's going. Then he went from Georgia. Oh no, he went from USC to Georgia, Georgia to West Virginia to Rice. And then Keaton Slovis went from taking JT Daniels' spot, then he went to Pitt, and then he's now going, or is he not going to West Virginia? Oh no, he's still in the transfer portal right now. And then Jackson Dart went from being the USC darling to now he's over at Ole Miss. So USC's quarterbacks, it's a rough one out there. Let's double check and see if anything has been happening. This is fair. That's a very fair assessment. I mean, yeah, Oregon has just been going crazy. Let's take a look at Kevin Coleman. So right now there has been no update on Kevin Coleman on whether or not he is in the I don't know if he's in the, obviously he's going to be in the transfer portal. I just don't think he's made it official yet. By position, wide receivers. Yeah, I don't think he's hit the transfer portal just yet. We should all know that he is going to be hitting that transfer portal, and then when he does, it's going to be pretty quick that he's. I would assume that he's also going to be following Coach Prime to Colorado. Eldridge, that's another year. I mean, he's a true sophomore, so just give him a little bit more time to really just learn the pacing of college football and just getting him more comfortable out there, and he's gonna be doing fine. Team rankings. I mean, yeah, Auburn's been doing a great job of recruiting. I mean, I feel like Auburn is always that team that you could just never count out. He's always just right. Like, Auburn's always right there where, you know, they're going to upset a couple teams. They're going to get some recruits that you never expected them to get. I mean, Kaden Lee, this guy, he was a former Ohio State commit. Now he's going over to Auburn. This is a big time pickup. Who else? Clay Wedden. I like this. Clay Wedden and Braden Joyner. Both of these guys are absolute monsters. They flat out are people movers. DeQuavius Sori, big body, can go up and get it, wide receiver. Jeremiah Cobb, you guys really do need to kind of lock in on. Obviously, he's a hard commit. He's more than likely going to sign. Yeah, really, yeah. He's going to be signing with Auburn. But that's a big one. This kid, again, also a quietly very deep running back class. I feel like normally with some of the older running back classes, you know, there's like that one guy that's like, oh man, you know, everybody needs to pay attention. I feel like you can't really go wrong with, like, let's do a quick look. A couple solid pickups in the transfer portal. I mean, Cedric Baxter Jr., dog. Reuben Owens, dog. Justice Hayes, dog. Richard Young, dog. Jeremiah Love, dog. Dante Dowdell, dog. Jeremiah Cobb is a beast. I haven't taken a look at Kendrick Rescano. I just haven't seen his highlight tape. Cole Cabana, dog. Caleb Jackson, he's a beast. Dylan Edwards is a speedster. Quentin Joyner is a very solid all-around running back. Roderick Robinson is a bully. This dude is a big body running back, 6'1", 230, and he runs like nothing. Trey Holly, he's a solid running back, more of a speedster. Mark Fletcher is more of that well-rounded running back. Jaden Lamar is a speedster. Christopher Johnson's a speedster. Dalen Smothers is a speedster. I haven't seen Dontavius Braswell. I haven't seen his highlight tape. Trayon Webb is a speedster. Amarian Patterson, another solid running back overall. I mean, we're over 20 running backs in, still looking at great value running backs. Like, this is a very very deep quarterback class and a very deep running back class. I believe there's also a semi-deep wide receiver class. I mean, Zachariah Branch is a top dog just because he's little Tyreek Hill. Jerrion Dickey came out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie, he did come out of nowhere. He does run very solid routes, and he's a big body, physical wide receiver. I see why he did climb up a lot. Hakeem Williams to me is more of an athlete than a wide receiver. He can develop a lot more, but overall I see him a little bit more as an athlete wide receiver rather than like a receiver. Brandon Ennis is more of a receiver, but he has had a little bit of injury history, so I think that's why he fell down a little bit. Makai Lemon is just absolutely linked with Malachi Nelson. They are just synced up, so him and Jonte Cook have very similar play styles where they can just both get open. Jalen Hale, solid athlete. Sheldon Sampson is a tall, lanky, can go up and get a receiver. Noah Rogers, dog. Carnell Tate, dog. Jaquez Petway, overall very, very solid receiver. He can get it done at both levels. He can get it done on the inside and outside. Ryan Niblett, dog. Jaylen Brown is a speedster. Literally one of the fastest players in the country. Tyler Williams is nice. Aiden Mizell is another ridiculously fast guy. Eugene Wilson is another ridiculously fast guy. Braylon James is a big body receiver. Yeah, again, like Jaden Greathouse, this kid is nice. Cordell Russell, Ashton Koza. Yeah, like literally, I would say cut it off at like 27. After 27, shoot, even Anthony Evans is up there. Joshua, yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of value to be had at the wide receiver position in this class. Yo, MRE income, that's hilarious. I mean, everybody should respect the Dogs. I feel like the Dogs are suffering from the Jordan effect, where it's like you've been dominating for so long that everybody's like, oh, when will they lose? Because you guys have just been washed. I don't even think Georgia hasn't really even been like on a decent. Georgia hasn't even really seen any decent competition in a minute. How long am I staying live for? At least another hour. I'm just gonna kind of just be walking through. Just kind of. There's a lot to cover today. I mean, there's been a lot of moves, so I want to kind of break everything down. Going over everything step by step, making sure we're staying on top of all the recruits and all the movements that have been going on today. And then I'm probably gonna get off around. Let me see. One second. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be staying on until at least 7 o'clock. Like 6:30, 7 o'clock. So I got like another hour and a half to 2 hours on live, because then I gotta film some videos for tomorrow, and then yeah, I gotta film some videos for tomorrow, because I might drop 4 videos tomorrow. There was so much stuff that happened today that I might have to drop like 4 videos for the next couple days. But yeah, the Colorado Insider, I know, saying tonight might have some fun stuff to go down. That's why I'm trying to stay on as long as possible. Wait, DJ's going to Hawaii? Hold on a second. That actually would be pretty fire. Where's my guy? Where's DJ? I should have there. Holy fam. Holy. I mean, he definitely would feel at home, but also him going to Hawaii is kind of crazy. Georgia's edge rushing class is nasty. If you think that that's nasty, look at the linebacker class. They got the 3rd, 4th, and 5th best linebacker in this class. Divine Obsidian, nah. I kind of just do this all, I just get all this stuff done on my own. I would like for some teams to reach out. Just so I could really just put them on, because I do feel like, you know, I do kind of have my ear to the streets when it comes to like some of these lower ranked recruits, but that's why we continue every single day to drop more videos. We get more credibility out here in the streets. So, hey, yo, if he goes to Hawaii, I do think that this would be a really good move, because I don't know what it was. I personally think that all the expectation, I mean, this kid was on Dr. Pepper commercials before he even took a snap. This class, and pretty much DJ was the first NIL prospect. He was the first guy to really bring in the big time money from the NIL deals. And so he had a lot of pressure on him at Clemson, as well as just look at the quarterback lineage that he was stepping into. I think going to Hawaii will be good for him, because he'll be able to be quote unquote home. He's from California, but obviously he does have Hawaiian. I don't want to mix this up. He has either Hawaiian or Samoan background. I know that those are 2 completely different things. I don't want to mess that up, but he has ties to Hawaii. So I think going to Hawaii will be good. It will be interesting to see what his draft stock will look like going to Hawaii, and just kind of seeing like because to me, if you go to Hawaii and you don't absolutely ball out, that's gonna drop your stock a lot because Hawaii doesn't play really anybody. So it'll be interesting, but I do think that this is a good move for him as the person. Now, him as an NFL prospect, we'll have to wait to see that. But if he does end up going to Hawaii, that's a big acquisition for Hawaii. But then also, I do think that that'll be good for just him as a person. TCU does have a very good. They've been doing this. They've quietly been having a very, very good recruiting year. Marcus Deal and Cordell Russell. Cordell Russell is like a mini TO. Like, this kid is a mini Terrell Owens. I'm telling y'all. Marcus Deal, he was one of my top like value recruits that were left in the class of 2023. TCU picked him up. Jamel Johnson, former Texas commit, now going to TCU, was a big time pickup. Cameron Cook, very, very speedster running back. And then picking up JoJo Earl. JoJo Earl and Tommy Brockermeyer, both from Alabama, is a big win. Cooper Powers is a dog. Benjamin Whitfield is nice. Yeah, TCU has been quietly having a nice little recruiting class for TCU. One second. Yeah, MRE, Georgia didn't do the best job of recruiting wide receivers, but like let's just take a look. Tyler Williams is a solid. I classify him more in the athlete wide receiver category, but he does have promise to be able to develop more into a wide receiver. Pierce Sperlin and Lawson Lucky, I feel like that's where Georgia's going. I mean, we just saw what they were doing with Darnell Washington and Brock Bowers, and you guys had one more ridiculous tight end. I think that's more so of the offense that Georgia's going to like to run. Have two dynamic pass catching and blocking tight ends, have a wide receiver that you can stretch the field with a little bit, and then have a very solid running game. I think that's where Georgia's offense thrives the most. Get a quarterback that can game manage, that can just make the necessary throws. I mean, obviously we did see I'm completely blanking on Georgia's quarterback's name, but we saw him actually start to kind of bomb the ball a little bit later on in the year, especially in that Tennessee game. But I think that just making the easy passes, just given what the defense gives you, I think that is going to be overall where Georgia's offense thrives at the most. So them not getting great wide receiver recruits in this class, I'm not super mad at. Especially Anthony Evans is also another speedster. This is actually the guy that I would be looking forward to the most. Don't get me wrong, Tyler Williams is solid. Anthony Evans, this kid, he can fly, and so he's exactly what I believe Georgia needs. They need a guy that can really stretch the field. Stetson Bennett, my bad, guys. I've been looking at 40 billion names today. Cut me some slack, yo. I missed the one name out of all the guys. And come on, Stetson Bennett is kind of a forgettable name. He's the quarterback of the best team in the country, but can you blame me? You probably can, but whatever. But no, Anthony Evans, this is the guy that I would really be looking forward to if I'm a Georgia fan. Yeah, that like I would if I was a Georgia fan, obviously you want to recruit very well at every position. I think that if there's any position that you guys can kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit, it would be wide receiver. I did see that Ra Thomas might be going, which is really good. That would be a phenomenal pickup. Aaron Anderson transferred to LSU. Jeez. Miami really building up the D-line. It's very, very true. Levi, you are on crack if you're taking Stetson Bennett over Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams won the Heisman for a reason because he is an absolute workhorse. Who did JSU get? Jackson State got a couple of pickups. Let's take a look at Jackson State. Jackson State, they got I don't know why I went to last year's class. So Seven McGee, this was actually a really big pickup. Seven McGee was one of the best running backs coming out of the class of 2021. Yeah, coming out of the class of 2021, he was the #1 player coming out of New York. Coming from Oregon, this is a very big pickup, as well as Maximus Gibbs. As you can see, 6'7", 390. He's a big offensive lineman. This is a big time win for y'all. I'm not gonna lie. When Coach Prime left, pretty much gutted Jackson State's entire recruiting class. But you guys picked up Isaiah Kendall. You guys kept Jace Ward. You guys have picked up some solid pieces overall. Jackson State is not going to have the same recruiting that they did with Coach Prime. I think we all know that. But it's not like everything's all over for Jackson State. Personally, I would like to see Coach Prime at least stay with Colorado for the Old Dominion just signed everybody. I would like to see Coach Prime at least stay with a team for a full recruiting class. I think that would be just the best bet. But we will see. What happened to Ohio State? Ohio State didn't really do anything today. I'm not gonna lie. Ohio State, their biggest move today, which was a solid move, was getting Joshua Mickens, the number 20 edge rusher in the country. But that was about it. I mean, now don't get me wrong. I said it earlier in the stream. They did a lot of their heavy lifting earlier on in the recruiting cycle, and they have signed pretty much all of their guys. Jaden Bonsu still does have to commit. It's not a make or break recruit, but it is a recruit that you would like to see Ohio State lock in on. But overall, they're having a solid class. They've been more stagnant today than anything. There's just been so many other teams that have just taken big steps forward. I mean, Miami had a day, Texas had a day, Oregon had a day. Texas A&M had a pretty solid day. Auburn had a day. TCU had a nice little day. Florida State had a solid day. Yeah, Ohio State they haven't really made a whole lot of noise. Yeah, I mean that was definitely it. Was Keon Keeley was pretty much going to be between Ohio State and Alabama, which he ended up signing to Alabama. I am going to play Damon Wilson huddle highlights. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna leave y'all with some Damon Wilson highlights, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, one moment, please. Leave the stream a like and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Has my man been going crazy? Of course he's been going crazy. So Oregon's been having an absolute field day today. Anytime anybody wants to ever take a look at Oregon, and this is coming from a USC fan, I have no problem. Oregon's been having a day. Mateo Uiagalelei started it off. Actually, to me, where it really started off, losing Dante Moore, big loss. Nobody's gonna disagree with that. Austin Novosad is a phenomenal pickup. If you guys are going to lose anybody, picking up Austin Novosad was the best available quarterback. This kid is so talented. I actually have him closer to being the 6th or 7th best quarterback in this class rather than the 10th like 24/7 Sports does. But obviously that's all subjective. And then he went ahead and picked up Mateo Uiagalelei, big time pickup. Cole Martin you guys got today. You guys picked up Solomon Davis today. And then Peyton Bowen. This was one that I was not expecting. Obviously, you still got to get him. You still got to get most of the top guys to sign. Peyton Bowen and Jerrion Dickey and Dalen Austin and Jaden Lamar. You guys are going to need to really get those guys signed. But big time, just to even get them to commit is big. Now we're going to have to see if they can really secure it all and get them to sign. But that will come. But yeah, Oregon's been having an absolute field day. Ayo, Jacob, I will, but did Kyle Middlebrook, did he commit today? Today we're mainly focusing on just early National Signing Day. Show OU? Bet. Oklahoma's been quietly having a very solid recruiting year. I mean, again, anytime that you could pick up a guy like a Jackson Arnold, who is in that top 5 quarterbacks in this class, in my opinion, it's a phenomenal pickup. Adepoju Adebaware is an absolute unit. Jaquez Petway, very, very solid wide receiver. But to me, where the most value is going to come from in this recruiting class, Jacoby Johnson, wherever he ends up playing as a corner or a wide receiver, he's going to be an absolute dog. Samuel Omoshigo, dude is nice. Lewis Carter, absolute animal. Go check out his highlight. Well, go check out the video I made on his highlight tape. Josiah Wagner is a lockdown guy. Dalen Smothers is a lockdown guy. And then to me, the two biggest pieces, Dea McCullough and Desan McCullough. Getting those guys, those two brothers, is an absolute force for OU. Those two guys are going to be absolute units for y'all. I'm excited just to see how everything's going. Yeah, I think that Mateo is going to be really nice for Oregon. I think that Travis Hunter's going to Colorado. I think it just only makes sense for him to go to Colorado. If he doesn't go to Colorado, he's going Bama. I think that's going to be pretty set in stone. I will be right back. I need to go take my dog out. Who do you guys want to see? Whose highlight tape do you guys want to see while I go take my dog out real quick? Whose highlight tape do you guys want me to take a look at? Who is the best group of 5 recruiting class that will be a force? Let me just check. I think SMU always has been recruiting extremely well. If you don't go to that's funny. Yeah, if I would have to say group of 5, it would be SMU. SMU, they recruit very, very well. Even though they're at 72, the players that they have gotten have been pretty solid. Let's take a look at Desmond Rick's highlight tape. I'll be right back. Okay, so he doesn't have his highlight tape. Let's take a look at Anthony Hill's highlight tape. This is a big win for Texas. All right, I will be right back. I need to go take my dog out. If you guys haven't taken your dog out already, go take your dog out, go pee, because we're about to get into some. It's about to get wild. It's looking like things with Coach Prime are about to start heating up. Things are about to start moving and shaking with Travis Hunter. So everybody be on the lookout. Go take your dog out. Go pee. Go tell your mom you love him. Go get you some water. Do all that. I'll be right back. And we back. All right, did anything crazy happen while I was gone? All right, let's see. Let's go to YouTube, see what my boy Travis Hunter's doing out here. Okay, he's 700 away, so we will keep this screen open. Actually, we'll just turn on all notifications. So as soon as he posts, I will get a notification on my phone. Yeah, let me also we got Steve Wiltfong here. Has he posted anything since the Michigan thing? No, so we can close his. 24/7, we'll just keep this open. Hey, I know one thing. Travis Hunter has been the talk of the recruiting world last year and this year. He's doing a phenomenal job. This man gained 30,000 subscribers in a day. That's tough. That is tough. Just finesse the play button. I mean, Travis Hunter, he should have already been at 100,000 subscribers. I mean, just look at his videos. 400,000 views, 200,000 views, 300,000 views, 200,000 views, 500,000 views. Man, giveaway video did not do so hot. But yeah, he's been putting up numbers since pretty much day one. So yeah, I would definitely say that he should be at 100K, especially just for who he is. In all reality, yeah, he did, like, shoot, I think the best day I've ever done numbers wise for I think I did 30,000 subscribers in a month once. Not in a day. 30,000 is crazy. You know, every recruiting coordinator is out there like, get this kid get him out here. 406 goalie, that's YouTube is weird like that. I mean, shoot, I have 200,000 subscribers and I don't really average like 50,000 views a video. If I'm covering Colorado, I do, but not if I don't know. It just kind of depends on how YouTube kind of pushes out your content and if people hit that subscribe button or not. Like I remember there was this Minecraft YouTuber that I used to watch, and this dude literally gained like 1 million subscribers in a week. It was the nuttiest thing I've ever seen. I literally saw him go from like 200-ish thousand to 1.3 million in a week. It was absolutely insane. It just kind of depends on just how much people subscribe to you. Like there's a lot of factors around it, but yeah. All right, Travie, my boy Trav. Yeah, geez, 4 hours he gained 300,000 subscribers. That's absolutely insane. That's the thing, Kirby. It's like people watch content all the time and they don't hit the like button or they don't subscribe. I know for me, like, even my biggest gripe with YouTube is they don't make liking videos very intuitive. Like, think about like when you're on TikTok. You'll be on TikTok and you'll like anything. Like literally you'll like the easiest, any random video. Why? Because it's really easy to leave a like on videos. YouTube, it makes it really hard to leave a like on. It's like you gotta scroll down or you gotta tap the screen, and like it should be like double tap anywhere you like the video. Like, or it should be like if you double tap in the middle of the screen, then it likes the video. Because then I do like that scrubbing feature where if you double tap on the right or the left, it goes back and forth. That's how I would do it. Julian Lewis will be one of the best high school prospects ever. I agree with that. Julian Lewis has such a high ceiling. He's a class of 2025 or 2026 quarterback, I want to say. Player rankings 2025. No, yeah, he's class of 2026. Julian Lewis is a absolute dog. I made a video on his highlight tape already. That kid, he could flat out play. That's what I'm saying, Jack. Like I would just restructure how YouTube has their thing. you be watching videos on your Xbox. That's another thing. Like, they don't really make it intuitive. Like, a lot of people watch YouTube on their TV, or they watch YouTube like you do, like on your Xbox or your PlayStation. They should just make it a lot easier to interact with the videos. I feel like they're more so just worried about like keeping people watching the videos. But if you're saying that like hitting the subscribe button and liking the video and commenting like help push the video out to other people, they should just make it a little bit easier for people to like the video. Like on TikTok, I like videos on creators I like just because their video comes across my page, but I don't do the same thing on YouTube. Which, by the way, if you haven't liked the live stream, be sure to leave the live stream a like. I really do appreciate it. All right, commitments. UAB, got them some guys. Things are slowing down just a little bit. Pretty much we're just waiting for Travis Hunter to make his move, and then from there we'll go. All right, he's at 100K. All right, he's at 100K. Now let's see if he lives up to the. Does Travis Hunter live up to the hype? Because, in all honesty, if we're seeing that his YouTube channel has 100K, that means he hit 100K like 15 minutes ago. Because this YouTube page is always slower than like your YouTube studio page. UCLA's class is solid now that they got obviously now that they got 24/7 Sports as a commitment at 6:30. Scheduled commitments. It really does have to be Colorado. Like, I don't really see anywhere else that he would go. Like, it's either Colorado or Alabama. And if Alabama gets him, then it's over. Alabama just broke the system. Buffs 2023 champs. Nah, that's a little bit too far of a stretch. I say it's gonna take at least 3 years before Coach Prime is really fighting for Pac-12 titles and then potentially trying to work up into the college football playoffs. But I just want to say, I really do appreciate all the love and support that you guys have been showing the channel. You guys have been just absolutely going wild with all the likes and the views and the subscribes. Like, I really do appreciate all the love and support that you guys have been showing. Are there any other schools? We're pretty much just going to be waiting for Travis Hunter to make his decision. Are there any other schools that you guys want me to take a look at? Any other, yeah, are there just any other schools that you guys want me to take a look at and look at their recruiting class? In 3 years, UCLA and USC are going to be gone in the playoff expanse, so easy for CU to win. That is very true. Once USC and UCLA are gone, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy because they're still going to have to fight with Oregon and Utah, but they're definitely going to be up there. We have not taken a look at LSU's. I have taken a look at Michigan's. We will get back to Michigan, and I'll take a quick look at Boston College, but we have not taken a real look at LSU's recruiting class this year. LSU currently has the 6th best recruiting class. Deshaun Womack is a dog. Jaylen Brown and Sheldon Sampson Jr. Both of these guys. Jaylen Brown is a speedster. Sheldon Sampson's more of a big body. Think of like a Michael Pittman. Just kind of go up there and go high point the ball. Javian Toviano, he committed a couple weeks ago, and obviously he signed today. So that was big. Jackson Howard. Yo, this dude can get after it. This dude is a absolute workhorse as an edge rusher. Caleb Jackson, very, very solid. Very solid running back. Tyree Adams is a really lockdown offensive tackle. Ricky Collins can spin it. He has a nice little arm. I'm not gonna lie. Do I see him being LSU's like lockdown quarterback of the future? We'll see. It really just depends on how much he develops, but he does have the tools to be a solid quarterback at the next level. Ryan Yates, dude can bang. Whit Weeks is nice. Who else? Jeremiah Hughes is nice. Yeah, those are most of the guys. And then Aaron Anderson, to pick up Aaron Anderson was that's a big time win for LSU. Yeah, overall LSU's been having a very, very solid year, both in the recruiting world and also in the transfer portal. Yo, if Travis Hunter just officially goes into the portal today but doesn't make a decision, I'm gonna be a low key. I'm not gonna be heated just because like I'm not expecting anything from it, but like that would be a little bit of a tease. Do you think Colorado will have a top 10 recruiting class? Not this year, but next year for sure they will have a top 10 recruiting class. Yo, Slime, hey, first off, the man needed to have 100K on YouTube. Because in all honesty, let me see. Yeah, if he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, he's having a nice little month for himself financially. I'm not pocket watching, but hey, I'm all for players getting their money while they're in college. So hey, I want him to get as many YouTube followers as possible. I want him to get as many views and as many eyes on his channel as possible. Oh, don't unfollow if that. He does make good content. I do like his videos overall. MRE income, that's the main reason why I don't want him to. That's the main reason why I don't want him to start early. I'm happy that Quinn Ewers is there to kind of put a little barrier in between when he starts and when Arch would start, because there's so much pressure on Arch. There's the pressure of how much he's getting paid, him being a Manning, Texas as a whole. Like there's just a lot of pressure on him. So I'm happy that Quinn is there so he can kind of put a little bit of a barrier of expectation in there. Now, if Quinn starts playing poorly, then yeah, that would kind of suck, because then everybody's going to get Arch in there. But I do think that Arch, he'll live up to a portion I mean, they're literally comparing him to Peyton Manning. Like, that's a hard legacy to live up to. But I do think that he'll be able to be a very solid quarterback, and I do see him being a day 1, day 2 quarterback at the next level. How do I feel about Oregon recruiting so far? And how well do you think they will be next year? I think Oregon is just doing a phenomenal job. Oregon is doing a absolutely phenomenal job of recruiting. Dan Lanning is absolutely taking that program and he's just been going absolutely nuts. Again, Mateo Uyunglele and Peyton Bowen, both big time wins. They weren't able to secure Dante Moore, which would have had their class be absolutely insane. But Austin Novosad, if you guys haven't taken a look at him, this kid is cold. This kid is really, really cold. So I'm excited to see. I'm just excited to see how he continues to develop. Yeah, Oregon to me took the biggest dub today. It goes Oregon, Alabama, Miami, and Georgia. Those are my top 4 teams that have just gone absolutely nuts. What if he didn't commit today and then he went back down to 70,000 subscribers? That would be so funny. He gains 30,000 subscribers and lose 30,000 subscribers in a day. That would be nuts. Come on, my boy Trevi. We need Travis to make a decision. Can you not? Do you guys agree that this looks like a whole grown man? If you would have told me that this is like a 35-year-old man, I would have 100% believed you. UAB got themselves some people. That is true. Kirby's belt, he really doesn't have to be that great to get a lot of looks. Tony Grimes, I believe he committed to Alabama. Oh, that's Tony Mitchell. Then he committed to Georgia. Tony Grimes. Yeah, no, he's still in the transfer portal right now. IDK, I think he's going to Colorado. I think this is a lot of hype. See, he is a product of Coach Prime. Deion Sanders is one of the best salesmen in football. This is literally him building up Travis's brand. He built up Travis's brand last year by having him go to Jackson State. He got more eyes on him than he ever would have going to Florida State. Flipped from Florida State to Jackson State. Absolutely brought a ton of eyes to Jackson State, to himself, and to Coach Prime. And then Coach Prime goes to Colorado. He stays back a little bit. You know, he stays back to leave a little bit of mystery. You know, oh, Georgia could be in the mix. You know, hey, Alabama could be in the mix. USC could be in the mix. Well, we all know that he's going to Colorado, but he's doing a good job of building up his audience. You know, getting more eyes on him. You know, I mean, we're all sitting here waiting for him to make one move. Like, that's what he's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be cultivating that. Just, I'm gonna keep y'all in the palm of my hand, and then as soon as I want to give it to y'all, boom, then everything's going. He's doing exactly what he needs to do, building up his brand. So I'm not mad at it at all. Hey yo, Slime, they got Brock Vandegrift behind Stetson Bennett. Brock Vandegrift, he still does need to improve a little bit, but he is a very solid quarterback. Aaron Nolan, class of 2024. I haven't really been paying a whole lot of attention to the class of 2024 quarterbacks besides the top couple guys. Man, they've been disrespecting my guy DJ Lagway. This kid can flat out spin the ball, and they're just like, you know, let me just have him slide down. I mean, Elijah Brown, it makes sense just because Elijah Brown's had so much success, but nah. Yeah, we definitely gonna have to take a look, man. Isaac Wilson fell a lot. Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at a lot of these 2024 quarterbacks, but time will tell. Bro, Getbox, if you think that Georgia's done after this year, you are crazy. Literally, Georgia could just only send out their defense, and they would still win 50% of their games. I do think that Cormani does stay with Miami. If he doesn't, he's going to Alabama. But I think he stays with Miami. Now, does he stay with Miami next year or the year after that? I think he is a high potential to hit the transfer portal. But I do think that he sticks with his commitment to Miami this year. Jaden Davis is the most well-rounded out of all the quarterbacks. He has a solid arm. He throws with some decent anticipation. He can move around a nice bit. Really, he's just had a lot of eyes on him for a little while. He's going to be kind of like how Julian Lewis is, where Julian Lewis has been, people have been paying attention to him since his 8th grade year. Same thing with Jaden Davis. People have been paying attention to him since his 8th grade year. He has a lot of upside. I personally have him as the 3rd or 4th best quarterback in this class. I got it Dylan Raiola, DJ Lagway, then Jaden Davis, and then Julian Sand, somewhere around there. If Cormani goes to Colorado, then yeah, that's going absolutely crazy. If Cormani and Travis both go, then yeah, Coach Prime is the best recruiter of all time. Let's just double check and see any other moves. UTEP's been getting all my UTEP fans, yeah, and all my UAB fans. Y'all have been getting y'all peoples. Trav, you dropping a video yet? No, unfortunate. Lil KT, if both of them end up going to Colorado, then that's absolutely, they're already going to take the biggest step. They're going to be the most improved team in college football next year. Adding 2 players of that caliber to that secondary is going to help so much, especially with how many pass heavy teams there are in the Pac-12. It's going to help just put a clamp on a lot of those teams. So we will see. We definitely will see. I mean, hey, Jacob, Travis Hunter's a Georgia boy, and he's probably going to Colorado. Any other moves been happening? Well, Oregon could potentially be getting another offensive tackle. So could Ohio State. Also, guys, don't forget about Carter Stoutmire. Go look at the video I just dropped at 4 o'clock. My latest YouTube video. Carter Stoutmire is cold. Like, that dude he can flat out play. Yeah, Carter Stoutmire, he's a very physical corner and he plays extremely well. We haven't taken a look at this yet today. What have the decommits been doing? So how long have you been live for? 3 hours and 14 minutes? Not bad, not bad. Had a decent bit of movage today. Yeah, Kane Lee is now going to Auburn. Wait, where's Keon Jenkins going? Oh, he re-flipped to FIU. Makes sense. He's a solid quarterback. He reminds me, he has a nice little bit of Tua in him. Obviously, he's a lefty, but also he can kind of spin it as well. Ayo, G5 Gabe, yo, I appreciate the love, man. Hey, you know, we've been doing this for a long time. I give God all praise and glory. You know, he's been with me through the highs and lows of this channel. And I just appreciate all y'all for sticking around and just always showing your support. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I think MRE that I think Deion Sanders has the number one reason why players want to play for Coach Prime is because he lets them play the way that they want to play. I mean, Travis Hunter was a 5-star athlete coming out of high school. At the end he got switched to a corner, but he was a 5-star wide receiver or a 5-star corner. Like, he can play both sides of the ball, and I think that limiting him to just playing only one position at the college level when he can clearly play wide receiver or corner, why limit him? Why limit his opportunities? I mean, all you're doing is just making him much more of a desirable prospect at the next level. I mean, Devin Hester was a corner and a wide receiver, so like we just haven't seen a whole lot of it since then. But Travis Hunter is one of these rare athletes that can play both wide receiver and corner at the highest level. Who do you think is the better all-around DB? I think as a pure DB that Cormani is the better technician, but Travis is the better athlete. And I think that, like, if this is Cormani, this is Travis. It's like literally right underneath, but when it comes to athleticism, Travis Hunter wins a little bit more. Only missed. Honestly, man, people do not want to see Georgia continue to win. How long will it take Colorado to win a chip? I don't think that I don't know if they're going to be winning a chip anytime soon. Winning a chip is way different than just having some good recruiting classes. I mean, first off, Colorado just has to get to the top of the Pac-12, which is already going to be tough. I mean, you have to beat USC and UCLA will be out of the conversation here pretty quickly. But you still got to beat Colorado. You got to beat Utah. You got to beat Oregon. You got to beat Utah. Oregon State is looking to kind of rise up. Arizona is looking to rise up a little bit. You know, the Pac-12 is a rising team. I mean, the whole conference, I was about to write them off. I mean, Pac-12 hasn't played decent ball in a long time, but now all of a sudden they chose this year to kind of really take things off. So we'll see. Anybody who is saying anything about Georgia fans cannot talk. Your team did not win the national championship. I'm a USC fan, obviously. Oh, you can't really see it when I do that. But if your team didn't win the chip, stop moving the goalposts for the team that's in the end zone. That's all I'm going to say. I watched Shannon in Prime interview. Prime himself said that Chav loves playing wide receiver and corner. That's what I'm saying. It's like that's the whole reason. Like if I'm a recruit like a Travis Hunter, I feel most comfortable being with a coach that trusts me to play both positions. I'm pretty sure anywhere else that Travis Hunter was looking at, they were trying to get him to play either wide receiver or they were trying to get him to play corner. Until I see it, I'm not gonna call it out. Where do you think Shiloh is going since Shador didn't commit to Tyler? I thought Shiloh already made his commitment to Colorado. I thought they both made their commitment to Colorado. Here, let me look up Colorado. Oh, they haven't gotten Shiloh yet. I don't really know where else Shiloh would go. I mean, obviously he's talented. He can go play somewhere else, but why would you not want to just keep it all in the family? But I'm whipping up some chili dogs. I'm not the biggest fan of chili, I'm not gonna lie. At least chili dogs. I'm not a big fan of messy foods. That's really my number one thing. I'm not a big fan of messy foods. MRE, no, because at the end of the day, I think that NFL coaches are starting to realize that you cannot just be like, well, I'm the coach, and so if you're a quarterback, you have to bend to my offensive system. All that Coach Prime is doing with his son is just tailoring an offense that best fits his son's needs. If any NFL coach has any sense, they're going to do the best that they can to, especially if you're taking a quarterback with a high pick, a first, second, or third round pick, and you want them to kind of be your quarterback of the future, you tailor the team around them. You don't try and fit a square peg into a round hole. So I don't think he's going to suffer from daddy ball. I mean, Jackson State's offense works best when they pass the ball a lot anyways. And what's the worst thing that they do? They don't pass the ball a lot? Okay, then that means you have a good running team. So that's going to benefit him anyways. I think where he would struggle is if they consistently are trying to get him to be a 40 to 50 attempt passer. I think Shedeur Sanders is best when he's in that 25 to 32-ish attempts range, and he can get somewhere in like the mid to high 20s for completions. That's where I see him thriving the most. When he starts to creep up towards like the 40 attempts mark, I think that's where things can kind of start to fall apart. But I mean, we just saw him put together a performance of a lifetime against one second. I forget the name of the team that they just played, but he went absolutely crazy. Yeah, versus North Carolina Central. Yeah, he went 30 for 40 for 349 yards and 4 touchdowns. And then he also had, -1 rushing yards, but that's how you know it was bad. He had -1 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. That's hilarious. But yeah, no, he put together a masterful passing performance in this game. But you'll see, I would say most games where see all. Yeah, you see, like most of his best games were where he was in that, like when he, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, actually, when he was up in the 40 to 50 passing range, he was doing pretty well. I mean, 29 of 33, 30 of 44, 40 of 51, 30 of 46, 36 of 48. Like, I don't see him being able to put up these many attempts at, oh, my bad, I should probably make it to where y'all can see it. But yeah, I mean, he was doing a good job with the attempts that he was given. His completion percentage was high too, 70%. Like, that's up there. What was his yards per attempt? I'm not sure what his yards per attempt are, but I mean, he could definitely handle passing the ball. I think at the next level though, getting him closer to that 30 mark is going to be better than getting him closer to that 40 mark. Trav, you drop a video yet? Nope. You drop a tweet yet? Nope. You drop anything yet? Nope. Commitments. Anybody commit? Barry Jackson's going to Cincy. McClain Watkins is going to Hawaii, so DJ's gonna have a nice little companion over there. What is this team? They're the, I don't know what Z is. Akron. It was that because it's Zipper. I knew. I just didn't know that their logo was a Z. Anybody commit in the 2024 class today? Yeah, we had the Arizona wide receiver. Anybody come in the 2025 class today? Nope. So just a lot of moves. My only concern is that the same club Shay interview promised talking about how he couldn't be at a game or two and shouldn't play well. I mean, that's just gonna be more so. Now, I think where Shedeur is going to have to improve on is being able to command an offense by himself. I do think that he might be leaning a little bit too much on his dad's knowledge of offense. Obviously, he's going to know how to break things down, you know, how to dissect the defense, but I think he's going to need to learn how to do that at a faster level and at an NFL level, because the defenses that he saw at the SWAC are going to be way different than the defense he's going to see at the Pac-12, and those are going to be way different than the defense he's going to see at the NFL level. So he's going to have to get used to being able to read defenses quicker. All the players on the field are going to be quicker. It is going to be interesting just to see how Shedeur translates to Power 5 college football, but I do think that he's up for the task. I don't think that you put up the numbers that he did being just an average quarterback. And also remember, he was a top quarterback coming out of his recruiting class as well. Oregon picked up Ojani. I don't want to go to 24/7 Sports thing. Go to Middle Tennessee. Okay, I've been seeing you say Middle Tennessee for a little minute now. I couldn't even tell you where Middle Tennessee plays, so we're just gonna scroll down. Let's see where Middle Tennessee is doing. There it is, Middle Tennessee State. We got some players. We got Ethan Kreit, Cameron Lacey, got Brandon Buckner. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I haven't taken a look at any of these guys, but it's Middle Tennessee State. They're doing solid. Hey, yo, my guy Jace Mack, yo, thank you for the donation, my guy. I really do appreciate that. Is there any team that you want me to take a look at, or is there any thing? I really do appreciate that. Am I a casual for not knowing about Middle Tennessee? I don't know about Middle Tennessee, so you're definitely not a casual. I don't think talent will be a problem as much as being comfortable. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Again, I appreciate all the love, Jace. That really does mean a lot, man. All right, let's go back to the Power 5 schools. I think slightly higher is an understatement. It's definitely going to be a big jump, more so from the athleticism standpoint. Like the overall structure is probably going to be very similar, but the athleticism is going to be insane. I mean, there's going to be certain throws that he was able to make at the SWAC level that the safeties are just going to be faster. Like, they're just going to close on the ball that much faster. Get Middle Tennessee out of here. But yeah, I'd definitely say Dan Lanning and the Oregon Ducks have won the recruiting class today. Did Frank Gore's son stamp himself with his bowl performance can be a starting running back in the NFL, or is he a third down guy? I think he's more so just gonna have to really look at how he performs. I think that he's going to be a later round draft picked running back. Obviously, having his dad's pedigree is gonna help him out a lot. I mean, he went absolutely crazy in that bowl game. I see him being more of a third down change of pace guy, you know, moving the sticks, third and short running back. And then if he continues to develop, I can see him having a career similar to a Tony Pollard, where, you know, he's behind a bigger name running back, you know, he gets a couple touches, or like an Alexander Madison, where, you know, he gets his touches where he does, but then also when he does get those touches, he does really shine, and he goes and makes the most of those. So I could definitely see that. The Gamecocks, okay. We'll go to commitments. South Carolina. South Carolina's low-key been having a nice little, I mean, for them to be 18 is very, very solid. Yeah, Travis Hunter, he's well past 100,000 subscribers. He's at 101,000. Well, it might even be more now. Again, this is just what it looks like on the YouTube page. He definitely has over 100,000 subscribers, because I'm telling y'all, the YouTube numbers are always way different on the studio side, like where like you actually have like where you have like the analytics of all your videos, as compared to this. So he's well into 100,000. Let's double check and see Twitter. Anything posted on Twitter? Nope. 24/7 Sports, y'all post anything? Nope. Let's duplicate this. On 3, y'all talking about anything? Ooh, Jerion Dickey delays his signing. Okay, this could be the first minor setback for. Oh, my bad. We were supposed to be looking at South Carolina. We'll take a look at Oregon real quick. That's big though. Him delaying his signing. I mean, that's one of Oregon's top recruits right there. Yeah, I haven't taken a look at most of these guys, but from the looks of it, I mean, they have a top 20 recruiting class for a reason, which is very, very solid. Trey Knox was very, very good for Arkansas. I'll take a look at Michigan's recruiting class here in a second. Quickest release. I agree with this quick release, but I would put him as most polished. Most physically gifted, I agree with that. Most well-rounded, I agree with that. Who is Brady Drogish? I've paid attention to him. No. Most accurate, I agree. Most productive, strongest arm. Yeah, get Dylan Lonigan out of here. I agree with this list. I agree with that list overall. Yeah, but let's go take a look at Oregon real quick. Dickey delaying and then somebody put give that man some Viagra. Yo, we got some comedians in it. That's hilarious. He said Dickey's delaying, get him some Viagra. That's comedy. I mean, this is the #2 wide receiver in the country, so hey. Yeah, commitment and signing are two very different things. That's like, it's like getting engaged and getting married. You can still break up with the person and not really have nothing happen after with an engagement. When you married, now you got to go to the divorce court. So, hey, let's take a look and see who could potentially be in the running for Jerion Dickey. Who is he looking at? Who is his last couple visits to? He got offered to Georgia. What visits did he take? Unofficially visit, but these are back in June. These are over 6 months ago now. I mean, yeah, he pretty much locked in with. He's been locked in with Oregon for a minute now. This is over 7 months. This is over 7 months ago. Nico gotta play in his PJs. That would be so hard if he had like some like orange like little loose pants that he was playing with over his actual game pants. That actually would be pretty tight. He's not delaying. Look at his Instagram. Yeah, this was 5 hours ago. He's definitely delaying. When was this? 2 days ago. We'll just keep this open as well. He's signing at 6:30. Okay, bet. So we got a little bit of time. Yeah, everybody comment down below. Where do you guys think that Travis Hunter is going? I personally got him going to Colorado. I don't think Miami's gonna be able to flip him. That's true. As soon as Travis commits, yeah, you're definitely going to see a flood of commitments to Colorado. Stanford got themselves a nice little edge rusher, and no more Staples. Yeah, I don't know where Jerion Dickey would go. What if Jerion Dickey flipped and ended up going to UCLA? I could see that. I could see him flipping and going to UCLA and teaming up with Dante. I mean, he is a California native. Prime Louis luggage ain't announced. Yeah, El Dios. Ohio State, their recruiting class isn't rough. It's just they haven't made any big moves yet. Like, they made one move today where they got Joshua Mickens, which is a top 150 recruit, top 20 edge rusher, which is a big pickup. But I don't really like y'all. This is really the only move that y'all made. Y'all had more people decommit from Ohio State than you did have commit. Yeah, Ken Hall. I could really see if there was a team to flip Jerion Dickey, it would be UCLA. Or you can go to Colorado. I mean, at this point, anybody can go to Colorado. Like, just imagine we get in a little minute. Arch Manning flips to Colorado. That would be hilarious. he burns his letter of intent to Texas to go to Colorado. He's committed at 6:30. Okay, bet. So it looks like 6:30 is going to be the new play. Alrighty, everybody. We're getting ready to get into the last little stretch. It is 6:04 for all my people in Central Time Zone. It means it's 4:30 for everybody on the West Coast and 4 o'clock for all my people on the West Coast and 7 o'clock for all my people on the East Coast. If you have not already, go get you some water. Go fill it up. Go to the bathroom if you need to. These next 30 minutes are about to be absolutely wild and hectic. There's about to be more moves happening here in the next 30 minutes than the previous 4 or 5 hours that we've been on stream. So be sure to go get you some water, go to the bathroom, because you're not going to want to miss what's about to happen. I'm about to go get me some water. I might go pee. I'm not sure. Probably just going to get some water. Let's stay tuned, everybody. Georgia did a phenomenal job of recruiting today. They did a really, really good job. I feel like it's all about money now. Nah, El Dios, come on, you gotta look here. We're not really looking at it with the full screen. You guys gotta look at it like this, man. These players, don't get me wrong, yes, they've been getting their college paid for, which is all cool, but the cost of tuition is an arbitrary number. Literally, colleges make up the number every single year. Really, this is just giving players more of an opportunity to do exactly what they needed to do, which is to market themselves in college and then go into the NFL with as much money as possible. Because now that you might have a little bit more bread, now you can kind of structure your rookie deal a little bit better so that you might not need to take such a big signing bonus so that you can have a little bit more money on the back end. Like there's a lot of things that you can do as with having just a little bit more stability coming out of high school or coming out of college that you wouldn't really be able to do without NIL. On top of that, think about how many really, really, really talented players there were in college and then they get hurt right before they go pro, or they get hurt and then the quarterback comes and takes their spot. Now all of a sudden you didn't go from potentially making millions of dollars to making nothing. Now you can make a nice little, for people just starting off in college, you can make around high 5 figures, low 6 figures coming in, and by the time that you're graduating, you can be getting a nice couple of six figures. Because you got to look at it. Every other sport has an alternative to going pro. Baseball has the whole minor league system. Basketball has the G League and you can go play overseas. Football is the only sport that does not have a developmental league where you can get paid. That college football is the G League. College football is the minor leagues for the NFL. And so if there's not going to be an option where a player can go from high school to making money as a professional, because these kids are putting in professional levels of work, it only makes sense for them to be able to be financially compensated for the work that they're doing, especially for the fact that these schools and these programs are signing multi-$100 million TV deals. These literally, just think about it like this. The average tuition of school is $30,000. Let's just say that by you bringing in a Travis Hunter to your school, that you bring in an extra 1,000 kids. Like let me just do some quick math for y'all real quick. Can y'all here? Let me just make this full size so you can see it. Let's just say $30,000. $30,000 is the average cost it costs per year to go to a 4-year school. Let's times that number by 4. So for one student, if you add just one student, their roughly tuition cost is going to be $120,000. Now let's say you're a top recruit and you go to a school and now, hey, you know what? As a young college kid, I want to go where there's some good college football. You know, I want to go where I'm feeling a little bit of love. So let's just say at minimum 1,000 extra kids decide to go to your school because they saw that Travis Hunter, Deion Sanders, Arch Manning goes to your school. Let's times this number by 1,000. That is $120 million. You're telling me you can't pay these kids? Come on, stop lying to me. Stop lying. That's just for 1,000. That is just for 1,000. And oh yeah, what if you add an extra 1,000 per year? What if each and every single year you're adding an extra 1,000 students that go to your school just because they wanted to go there just so that they can see Arch Manning before he goes pro? Stop playing with me, man. The numbers, there's more than enough money to pay these kids. There's more than enough money to pay these kids. These kids, I hate the argument of, oh, but what about their studies? Nobody ever cared about them as a student before. So let's just stop it. As long as their credits transfer over, they're all trying to go pro anyways. Let them make some money. I could do a whole 5-hour dissertation upon this. Like, this is something I always feel about. The schools don't pay the kid. The boosters are connected to the schools and they pay the kids. So, hey. And I will say this though, Kirby's, but I will say this. I do think that there should be a union between there should be a players union and the schools and the boosters. There should be some type of union, because I personally don't want it to get to just be a bidding war. It already has been a bidding war, but I would like it to be where there is like specific caps on how much high school students can make. Once they're in college, yeah, you can take the cap off of how much that they can make, but I would like to see so that it's not like, well, I'm gonna give you 1.1 million a year. Well, I'll give you 1.2 million a year. Like, I don't want it to be a bidding war like that. I do think that there should be some unions also to make sure that schools and businesses are following through with promises to players, because I've been hearing a lot from a lot of players saying, you know, all these people, they guarantee all this NIL money, and then when you get to the program, it's nowhere to be seen. I do think that there needs to be some type of representation between the players, the schools, and the businesses that are sponsoring these players. But NIL is a great thing for college football overall, in my opinion. It's gonna make more teams. Like, let me just break this down for you. More of the top tier players are going to be able to go to more schools, because you know what, instead of Alabama getting their 4th 5-star defensive lineman, maybe they stay in state and they go to a Tennessee, or they go to a like a Nebraska, or you know, like they just kind of spread out a little. They spread out the talent a little bit more. Okay, that school can pay them what you possibly weren't willing to pay them. On top of that, you're not gonna have so many top tier recruits sitting on the bench anymore because there's like, 1 second, my bad. I keep on reporting this guy. All right. But yeah, no, they're definitely. I don't want to get too ranty upon it. There definitely needs to be a union so that everybody is well represented. There should always be representation, because whenever it's just left to gullible 17 and 18-year-olds and people who have, whenever there's large sums of money involved, there's always going to be corruption. So there needs to be some type of mediator to help the kids, the schools, and the businesses all conduct ethical business. That's what I'm saying, MRE. Like, I think that, we've already seen it. TCU is in the college football playoffs. Obviously, they didn't really play anybody, but they won the games that they needed to win. Yeah, I'm saying a reasonable cap for freshmen should be installed. After that, you can kind of do whatever you want. I know, El Dios. Yo, hey. I might have to go buy a PS4 or a PS5 or an Xbox, whatever, when that new NCAA comes out, and I might have to start making content on that. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, when the new NCAA drops, I might have to do a little story mode, Hey, we might have to shake it up with a little bit of NCAA. Yeah, but King Judah, did most of those teams stay in the top 25, or were they just top 25 ranked when they played them? Like, don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. TCU had a similar situation to what Cincinnati did last year, where they did enough to where, like, on paper, yes, they should be in the college football playoffs, but we know that they're going to lose to any of the teams that they play by 4 touchdowns. Nobody wants to watch that. I would much rather have Alabama take over TCU's spot, because I at least know that Alabama can hang with all the other teams. TCU's going to get slapped around the same way that Cincinnati got slapped around last year. Oklahoma and Michigan kind of get slapped around each and every single year. Same with Notre Dame whenever they're in the college football playoffs. Like, if you're not one of the top 2 teams, they all kind of get slapped around by Alabama, Georgia, or Clemson, or Ohio State. Like, I don't want to be sitting here on January 1st watching some trash bowl games before the national title. Like, I want to see competitive games. That's the only reason why I don't want to see TCU in the college football playoffs. I would love to see them be in a New Year's Day game, maybe TCU versus USC. That would be a fun game to watch. TCU versus Georgia or TCU versus, are they playing Ohio State? Oh, no, is it TCU versus Michigan? Yeah, it's TCU versus Michigan and then Georgia versus Ohio State. Like, literally all you had to do was just bump up Ohio State to number 3, drop TCU down to number 5, and then we're good. I know it's hard to put a 2-loss Alabama team in the college football playoffs, but come on. Michigan would, I think Michigan not having Blake Corum is just going to make it too tough for them to do anything. Like, they do have Dylan Edwards, but I just, Georgia's just too sound everywhere. On like Georgia has no weaknesses. That's all I'm saying. I really do. I'm proud of what TCU did this year. You know, they did a phenomenal job of winning the games that they did, and they've put together a really solid undefeated season. But I don't want to watch them lose by 4 touchdowns. Who does? Who wants to watch that? Nobody. So. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Michigan's backup running back, Donovan Edwards. I knew I was saying his name wrong. Donovan Edwards. He is nice, but I think the pairing of Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards is always going to be better than just Donovan Edwards. I mean, Donovan Edwards, he could pick up the slack. And if JJ McCarthy goes out there and has a game, we could be seeing something. But hey. Ken Hall. I mean, that's always gonna be a thing. Like I know if I'm TCU, I'm telling them, hey, rip for the ball every single time. Just because if he gets that ball in that hand, it's gonna be tough. We're right here, guys. We are right here. Travis Hunter is not doing anything without us knowing. We are right here. Carson, I mean, they're in the conversation, but it's more so, is it realistic? AJ Cornelius. The 16th best player in the transfer portal going to the Oregon Ducks. Oregon's just been having a day. The Ducks have been flying high. Oh, I didn't know he delayed because of a funeral. If that's the case, then that's really sad. Player rankings. Sources say, hey, we will see. Yo, what's up with all these people? Get all these horny dudes up out of here. Let's look at on 3. Meanwhile, the Ducks player rankings. Cormani McClain. They got a 12% chance to flip to Colorado and an 83% chance that he's going to Florida. I wouldn't be surprised if Cormani does. If it goes Travis Cormani, that would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts. Transfer portal rankings. Okay, so actually On 3 has it pretty much 30-30-30, like a pretty much, I mean, that's not doing nothing for us. That's pretty much just up in the air. Oh, my bad, y'all. Ooh, if Fentrell Cypress ends up going to Ohio State, that would be a big win for Ohio State. Johnny Cornelius, the third best player in the transfer portal, going to Oregon. Nah, Pluto. Coach Day has been doing a solid job over there at Ohio State. I wouldn't do all that. Best Buy customer services. Honestly, I just haven't, like, I will get back to doing like Subscriber Sunday and things like that. Really, I've just been trying to stay on top of all the moves that have been happening in the recruiting world. I've been literally dropping like 3 videos a day, just trying to keep on top of everything. And I'm going to be doing the live streams again here soon. I just have pretty much once we get through this recruiting cycle, that's when I'm really going to be able to start doing more stuff like that. Ken Hall, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of wild to see just like people just like completely switch sides. They're like, man, I'm not no OSU fan no more. Carson, the only other team I can see him going to is either Alabama or Georgia, which, hey, yo, Kirby's better. I appreciate the love, man. Jacob, I'm not gonna lie, I don't see the number 2 running back in the country. I'm not gonna lie, I don't see, or not, I don't see the number 2 wide receiver. I'm not gonna lie, he is talented. I personally would have Brandon Ennis. I would have Brandon Ennis ranked higher. Let's go by position. Zachariah Branch is clearly the number 1 guy. I personally, just going off, obviously, you know, I haven't seen a lot of these guys in person. I haven't seen a lot of these guys' senior year tapes. I haven't seen what they look like just overall, but just going off of the tape that I have seen, I would go Zachariah Branch, Brandon Ennis, Jonte Cook, Mekhi Lemon, then Jerrion Dickey. Then I would probably put Noah Rogers and Carnell Tate. I would come back up to Jalen Hale, Hakeem Williams, and then, yeah, the rest of the guys are kind of like just, they all have similar wins and losses. Yo, if he gets him to, if they get him to flip, if they get Chap or they get Cormani McClain to flip, that's about to be absolutely insane. So I'm using, right now I'm on 24/7 Sports, but I also have On 3 opened up over here as well. Like when I go over here to, what's the transfer portal? On 3 needs to fix their thing. They got him going over to Colorado, but it is growing. The move is growing. Haynes Fawcett just tweeted out. Okay, we don't need Travis Hunter. Yo, he just tweeted out 11 minutes ago. Wow. What happened? I feel like I'm in the dark and I don't like that. What's going on? Hey, yo, Ridge Runner, I appreciate the love, man. Stuff is happening. I feel like Cormani, McClain, and Travis Hunter are both about to commit to... I'm calling it right now. Cormani McClain is flipping to Colorado. Travis Hunter's going to Colorado as well. They're about to have the most dynamic corner duo ever. Again, because you guys got to remember, it's Coach Prime. It's not like they're just going to Colorado. Like, Cormani McClain is a top-tier corner. Like, Coach Prime is the guy that you would want to go to get developed by. Like, hey. MRE Lanning did a great job of doing that, though. Click on all predictions for... So we got Sam. He's got a 60% confidence of him flipping to Colorado. Hey. Whew. Yo, if you have not already, leave this video a like and hit that subscribe button. I'm gonna change the title of the stream real quick. Absolutely wild. This is why Colorado will pay whatever they have to pay to get Coach Prime. Do you see the chokehold that Colorado has on the entire recruiting world right now? They wait until the wee hours of the night. They get everybody hype about potentially them going there. Hey, it is absolutely mass hysteria right now. Okay, so let me go over to I don't know how the point system is exactly done. Wow, they really have it a lot more detailed than I thought that they did. If they got both Travis and Cormani, I would say that they would easily crack into the top 30. So they would move like 20 spots probably. Surfer Boy, we're probably going to be getting together here real soon. I would like to go over just his thoughts on early National Signing Day. Probably, I mean, I'm gonna reach out to him tomorrow and see if we can get something. I have my mom coming into town for the holidays, and then obviously it's just the holidays in general, so a lot of people are going to be really busy. So hopefully we can get something going. But if not, then definitely after the holidays, I'll be reaching out and we'll get another video up. Colorado will have a top 25 recruiting class when it's all said and done. They'll probably be pushing closer to top 20 when it's all said and done, especially if they land Cormani McClain and Travis Hunter. If you have not already, leave this video a like. Things are about to get absolutely wild here in just the next few minutes. It's just getting absolutely crazy. All we're doing is just waiting for the sign. Look at Jackson State. Okay, Jackson State got themselves a 3-star corner. You know, we still got to show love to Jackson State. Transfers do count towards the recruiting class if I'm not mistaken, and if not, then it just counts for the overall recruiting class. Or, I mean, it just counts for the transfer portal class, which is still important. All right, let's. I did not mean to do that. I have 24/7 Sports and On3 open right now. Where all the Texas A&M transfers going? They have not moved an inch yet. I'm pretty sure almost all of the Texas A&M transfers haven't moved at all. Okay, so 24/7 Sports hasn't moved. On3 hasn't moved. Haynes Fawcett. Yeah, Hayes Fawcett hasn't moved. Cormani and Travis. Keely Ringo, not Keely Ringo. Keely, Keon Keely, he already committed to Alabama. He already signed his letter of intent. Here, let's take a quick look at the transfer portal. Here, wait. Transfer portal football transfer rankings. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Just to go overall transfer. Let's go top. Denver Harris hasn't moved. We're looking at all of the Texas A&M moves right now. Chris Marshall looks to be a lock for TCU. What teams am I a fan of? My number one team is USC. I would say I am an honorary Ohio State fan. Colorado is obviously, I'm interested in Colorado just to see what they're doing now. But yeah, I would say that those three teams are pretty much my go-to teams. Any of the Texas A&M kids move? LJ Johnson might be going to SMU, but again, nothing concrete. Yeah, a lot of the TAMU kids are still just in the portal. They haven't really made their decisions yet, which it makes sense to actually make your decision after signing day, because then you can really understand like the direction that the team is going. Ish Harris hasn't moved. Cypress also could be going to Ohio State. But yeah, my boy Trav, make a move. We gotta do something. All right, so we got Cormani right here. Cormani is chilling for now. He still hasn't signed his letter of intent yet. Let me double check this. And Travis Hunter hasn't made any moves yet either. Miami, yeah, he hasn't signed his letter of intent yet. He's still just a commit. Yep. Okay. Hey, I mean, Michigan had their number. That's what I'm saying, that guy. If I'm a cornerback prospect, I'm wanting to go with Coach Prime, and I'm going over to Colorado, and I'm learning how to play from the best. Any new videos? No. Let's double refresh just to make sure. I know normal guy did see that, but he said that over 17 minutes ago, so nothing has moved in the past hour or so. Oh my gosh, just let it happen. Just pull the trigger. Just pull the trigger and let everybody say, hey, they made the move. I guess the number one spot that we should be looking at. I mean, so on Travis Hunter's Instagram, he said, at 100K subscribers on my YouTube, I'll announce the school I'm going to. And that's it. He's been absolute radio silence since then. 24/7 Sports a while ago said Travis Hunter is still at 100K subscribers. That was an hour ago. So he's been at 100K subscribers for over an hour now. Nobody has here. Let's see what destroying is. If destroying has done anything. No, he hasn't posted nothing. Coach Prime. Yeah, he put his last tweet was 9 hours ago. So nothing has really moved yet. Yo, we need some movement. Yo, if you have not already, guys, things are about to get absolutely wild over here. Leave this video a like and hit that subscribe button. We're going to keep you up to date with all the wild moves. Because, guys, this is just early National Signing Day. We still have another month, almost 2 months before actual National Signing Day happens. So we're going to keep you up to date with all the moves that are happening. This is absolutely insane. If Coach Prime does it in back-to-back years where he flips arguably the #1 player in the country. I mean, he flipped Travis Hunter from Florida State to Jackson State. He's going to bring Travis Hunter to Colorado. And then if he flips the second best player in this class and the #1 corner in back-to-back years to now Colorado, it's a wrap. It is an absolute wrap. Hunter just signed with City College. Yo, oh my gosh. Yo, that is absolutely... Travis Hunter just signed with DeVry University. Everybody, he just signed with DeVry University. Oh my gosh, Cormani McClain's going to Pensacola Community College. What a pickup. What a pickup. Oh man. Let's start refreshing all these pages. What's going on? No new videos. No new players at the top of the letter of intent. Nothing's moved here. Let's go to the transfer portal. Travis Hunter's still there. Let's go to the commitments page. Nothing has happened yet. Bro's going to Stanford. He signed up with Everett. He just committed to Rutgers. No, he went to Bishop Sycamore. Oh my gosh, yo, Bishop Sycamore is goated. Bishop Sycamore is goated. He just Howard Perry. Yo, y'all are some comedians. He's going to Florida A&T. Bro, you know that they already had this decision like 5 hours ago, man. that would be maintenance. That would be disgusting. Cormani McClain decides to stay one more year. That would be terrible. Fayetteville State. Oh man. Ole Miss got themselves a 3-star wide receiver. All my Ole Miss fans. This just in, Coach Prime is actually going to be playing now. On what live? What lives are y'all looking at? The only thing that I'm looking at is Travis Hunter's YouTube channel and his Instagram. We don't really need to look at his Twitter. He's actually playing volleyball. Actually, Travis Hunter is now committing to Alcorn State to play cornhole. Cormani just got crystal balled. All right, let's see. Crystal ball. I'm not seeing it right now. Let's go on 3 and see what they're talking about. Recruiting prediction machine. So we got Cormani McClain flip with a 60% confidence, which is pretty confident. Okay. I know I just said that you need to drink your water and to get all set it up so that we can be ready for this. I need to pee again, so I will be right back. But everybody, sit tight because this is about to happen at any moment. Leave this video a like. Here, let me pull up. Let's pull up some Cormani McClain highlights. This just in, Travis Hunter is now going to be in the professional bowling league. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. I need to go pee. Everybody go pee because things about to happen at any second. So this is probably the last chance you're going to get to do anything. So go pee, go feed your dog, go do whatever you got to do. Yo. All right, we are back. Anything happen? Any moves? Any moves? Any moves? Any moves? Any moves? He's going to play Madden professionally. Y'all are some straight up comedians. Okay, refresh the YouTube channel. I mean, if Travis Hunter is smart, he does all this on his YouTube channel because that's gonna get the most. First off, it's gonna get the most bang for his buck. I did wash my hands. I just pee really fast. I was holding that for a while. Hayes Fawcett. He's going to minor league baseball. Yo, he's doing the Jordan route. He's on his Jordan thing. Okay, let's go back to the commitments. Anybody commit? Not that I can see. Any decommitments? That's also another option. Nope. Let's go back to the commitments. Transfer portal. I mean, yeah, we're gonna see it before any of these things. So pretty much all we're waiting for is just the. This is big. This is absolutely big. Let's go to the commitments and just go to the crystal ball. We'll just leave this on here. We'll put the other crystal ball right here. The transfer portal's right here. Colorado's recruiting page is right here. Travis Hunter's YouTube channel is we're still Echo. Hey, Ronnie, I appreciate it, man. We have to have the California and then the Texas flag. Even though Texas has been, man, I've moved to Texas. This is my 3rd full year in Texas. I'm never moving back to California. I love Texas. Texas is so much fun. Like, it's just a great place to be. For any of you guys who live in the South, Southern hospitality is a real thing. I didn't know that. I just thought that everybody just kind of talked about that. That's a real thing. Yeah, actually, now that y'all are saying that, hold up a second. Deuce Robinson, where were you at? He should have committed to USC by now. Yeah, he needs to go with, like, he needs to pick USC. No, this is not clickbait. We are in waiting for Coach Prime to do it yet again. I 100% believe he's flipping Cormani McClain to Colorado, and then he's going to get Travis Hunter. Obviously, we all know he's getting Travis Hunter. I'm over in Dallas. Oh, I'm a Horns fan. The Aggies are just too inconsistent. And the Texas Longhorn fan base has shown me a lot of love. They showed a lot of hate, and then they showed a lot of love. So I really do appreciate them bringing me back into their good graces. Dude, if Deuce flips to Georgia, then USC had just a trash day today. First off, we didn't make any moves at all today. We didn't make a single move. Now, don't get me wrong, we landed a lot of our recruits, but we didn't do anything. Does he even have a Twitch channel? No, he doesn't have a Twitch channel. Dang, I'm sorry about that, Brody. Hopefully the Aggies just get better, man. Like, y'all have all the talent in the world. It's just y'all need to control it and keep it there. He does? Okay, then. _3. Do any of y'all know what his Twitch name is? It's in his YouTube bio. All right. Well, we'll just keep this on standby just in case. Jacob, that's just how strong of a recruiting class that Alabama does not play. When they want a player, they will go. Okay. Nothing there so far. Go back to the home. Go to the videos. Bro, I would be so pissed if we were just waiting on him to upload a video on YouTube. Like his internet just went down and he had a whole video prepared and we're just sitting here just like twiddling our thumbs just waiting. I think Bo Nix will take a big step forward. I mean, he really did impress me a lot. I wasn't the biggest fan of him at Auburn. I mean, he did the most for being a true freshman quarterback. Like, he did play very solid at Auburn for his years there. But then he really stepped up and he adapted very well to Oregon's offense. I think another year at Oregon's offense gets more comfortable, gets more comfortable with his receivers. I think that Bo Nix could really do a lot to help his draft stock. Cause if he doesn't go to Colorado, it doesn't ruin his credibility. He's still, I mean, first off, that's just not happening. Travis Hunter is going to Colorado. Like, that part I think we can all agree is going to happen. I think the part that's really going to solidify him is if he's able to get Cormani McClain or not. I am a little heated though that Deuce Robinson didn't commit today. Not actually heated, but I would have liked to see that. Nah, MRE, if you looked at Bo Nix, he played a lot better at Oregon. Cowboy Kane, because at the end of the day, Coach Prime, so you got to look at it like this. Coach Prime is going to be able to coach him up at the DB position better than any other DB coach can. He can get them more money and more notoriety than any other program can. And he's going to let them play their style of football. Obviously, they're going to have to mesh with the team, but they are going to be allowed to play their style of football. I mean, it's the reason why Travis Hunter is able to play on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. So that's why I think that Cormani McClain would flip to Colorado. He wasn't necessarily being sold the HBCU dream. He was sold, come over here and I'll turn you into a star and I'll be like a parental figure in your life, which is what he has been. So right now I'm on 24/7 Sports and On3. These are the two websites that I trust the most when it comes to recruiting news. I mean, he's the best DB of all time, and he's been coaching up DBs for a minute now. Hey, yo, Simperfly, I appreciate the love, man. Sanders. Do I follow Travis Hunter? Okay, now I do. So now when I refresh this, okay, yeah, Travis Hunter did like this photo, but also this is a cold photo. I didn't mean to like this. This photo is fresh though. Yeah, he did like his post. Right here. And this was posted 18 minutes ago. Things are starting to heat up. It might be getting colder outside, but things are starting to heat up in the recruiting world. Hey. When was this posted? This must have been posted a couple days ago, yeah. so nothing on Deion Sanders' page. Which team do you think is going to be good in the next few years? Besides all of like the normal teams, I think SMU here. I'm getting off of this. I do think that SMU has a really good chance to really start stepping up more. 3 hours ago. Also, can we all agree that Colorado's video editor or whoever they got in their media team is doing a phenomenal job? They're out here just going crazy with all the edits. All the recruiting edits go crazy. Source me. I think here, let's take a look at Colorado's jerseys real quick. Also, 755 people. Let's go. Leave this video a like if you haven't already and hit that subscribe button. I appreciate all the love, y'all. Guys, we are just moments away from, again, Coach Prime shaking up the recruiting world. He did it last year. He had everybody on the edge of their seats. We all thought that Travis Hunter was going to Florida State. Last second, flipped him to Jackson State. He's going to do the same thing again. He's bringing his boy from Jackson State over to Colorado. And then this year, he's going to bring Cormani McClain over as well. We are just a few moments away. Yeah, that guy. I went to SMU's homecoming game this past year. SMU games are fun, and they're not super far from where I live. Any updates? Any updates? Any updates? How lit would that be if he DM'd me personally? He's like, "Hey yo, I'm going to Colorado." That would be so lit. Yeah, and JSU is still getting some recruits. I mean, they just picked up Seven McGee from Oregon as a transfer. David Hicks, he hasn't signed either. I'm assuming he has an offer from Colorado. Yes, he does. Yo. Now, if Coach Prime flips David Hicks and Cormani McClain, it's over. Literally, if that, no. yo, just humor me for a second. Just roll with me for a little bit. If Coach Prime brings his boy, he already got Shador. He already got the quarterback situation settled in. We already knew that was gonna happen. That's check one. If he brings over Travis as well, that's check two. He's got his number one corner and his number one wide receiver. And then if he flips Cormani McClain, he's the GOAT. And then if he flips David Hicks, it's over. It is absolutely over. Like every other, like literally, if he flips David Hicks, I wouldn't be surprised if next year, I don't know, who could even like. They might fire Ryan Day and just let Coach Prime be Ohio State's head coach. If he's able to get that, if he has that much recruiting power, then yeah, things are going absolutely crazy out here. Then and then you guys gotta remember, this is before the transfer portal really starts heating up. Like guys, things are getting absolutely wild. I love and appreciate all y'all. We have 864 people up in here. Y'all are all here to witness this live and in demand. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We're gonna keep you up to date with everything that's going on in this recruiting world. It's going absolutely nuts. Things are getting absolutely wild out here. We're gonna refresh. We're refreshing all the pages. Pluto. I mean, that could be something. You are right. He does have to prove some things, but I mean, he's already he put Travis Hunter in a great position to really succeed. I feel like for what Travis Hunter was doing, he was living up to the hype that he had coming out of high school. And then obviously he's developed Shedeur. I mean, Shedeur coming out of high school was a 4-star quarterback, but he wasn't this all-worldly quarterback that we're seeing now. Obviously, we got to see what he does versus Power 5 defenses and Power 5 defensive schemes. But he has been balling out. Yes. Do we have to pump the brakes a smidge? Yes. But overall, things have been going absolutely blessed for Coach Prime. He's shown that he can take a team and really develop them. Not only the team, but develop the players as well. So we will see. Ravens, yeah, but Travis Hunter, he has a naturally thinner frame, so it would make sense that, you know, it's gonna take him a little bit longer to put on a little bit more weight. But overall, he's doing a good job of, you know, keeping a lot of the weight on him. I mean, he went from here. Where's the transfer portal? So he went from 165 in high school. Let's go to Jack. Would he be on Jackson State? Okay, so yeah, he does need to put on a little bit more weight. I thought he was pushing like 175, 180. So he does need to put on a little bit more weight. But overall, I mean, to be playing corner or be playing wide receiver, again, like I said earlier in the live stream, he doesn't, like, corners and receivers don't need to be super big nowadays. The wide receiver and corner position is about speed and skill. It's not about size anymore. Like, yes, you have your DK Metcalfs who do a phenomenal job of just being able to bully corners, but there's a reason why Justin Jefferson can't be over like 190. Or he's 203. Okay, he is a little bit bigger. Justin Jefferson doesn't look that big on the field, but Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, like a lot of these guys, they're not super big receivers, but they can get in and out of their stance really effectively. They're very good route runners. And then a lot of the corners that are at the top of the game aren't super big either. They're able to run with guys, and they're extremely fluid getting in and out of their break. Here, let me open up Travis Hunter Twitter. Yo, Tyreek is like a $190. Yo, Tyreek is stout. Like, okay, he's following Jackson State. We're looking for Colorado. We are looking for Colorado. Let me just see him following Colorado, and then we'll just absolutely know. We're also going to do the same thing for Cormani McClain. Double checking everything. He follows Virginia Tech. It's confirmed. Travis Hunter to Virginia Tech. It's confirmed. Oh, follows the University of Pittsburgh. It's official. Eastern Carolina's getting them. I wish you would go to USC. That'd be so lit. All right, the real one that we need to be looking for is Cormani McClain. All right, this came out 9 hours ago. No, we don't care about 9 hours ago. Wait, so Cormani McClain's mom said that he's not signing with Miami. Okay, so all these are like 9 hours ago, though. Let's go to the latest. All right, so everybody's kind of on the hype train. I know, like they put that out so far ahead. That's right, CSI. It really has been for him to flip from Florida to Miami and now to Colorado. He's been all over the place. Yes, he did like Shador's post. Where is it at? Or no, it's the Instagram post. This was 31 minutes ago. Right there, Travis Hunter liked this. Now the real question is, did Travis Hunter comment on it? Doesn't look like it. Let's refresh everything. Nothing's happening on here. YouTube channel. Nothing's happening on the YouTube channel yet. Just refreshing all the pages. Oh, I didn't see if here, let me go follow Cormani McClain real quick. Let's see what he's been posting on his story. Nothing. He posted that over a day ago. All right, then let's go back. And then Shador, refresh the page. So it doesn't look like Cormani liked the picture, but Travis did. What do you think? Should he just walk out of the tunnel with a random team like a Royal Rumble? Also, that's another one. Kevin Coleman has to decide where he's going as well. Out of all the players, I think Kevin Coleman could be the one that actually doesn't follow him. Alrighty. 1 second. Nah, like to me, Travis is a lock to Colorado. That one. I don't think that there's a lot of debate about. I mean, you could obviously make the case for Georgia, but I don't see it. but I do see Cormani McClain either going Bama or Colorado. So Jerion Dickey, I heard somebody said that he didn't commit because he was at a funeral, which is kind of sad if so. But I mean, two of Oregon's top, the literal top 2 recruits have neither of them have both signed. Peyton Bowen committed today. Jerion Dickey has delayed his commitment. So I think that Jerion Dickey will stick with Oregon, but if he was upset that Oregon was not able to land Dante Moore, I could see him flipping to UCLA and going with his boy down to Bellevue. So we will see. Bro, Travis was spotted on Mars today, bro. He's going to be playing for the Martians. For the Mars Martians. Semper Fi, because Coach Prime is a beautiful example of how to, like, we have literally been sitting all day waiting for Travis Hunter to make a move. He could potentially not even do anything. He could literally be sitting on his couch. He's not 21 yet, so he's not sipping mimosas, but he could literally just be sitting on his couch playing Madden or playing 2K, for all we know. All he had to do was just put up a tweet and put up on his Instagram story, hey, you know, I'm gonna commit when my channel gets to 100,000 views. He didn't say immediately after that. He's like literally, because Coach Prime did the same thing last year when he flipped Travis Hunter to Jackson State. We were waiting until the wee hours of the day just for him to flip. It was a little bit earlier than this, I'm not gonna lie. We will see though. I'm probably gonna have to go live tomorrow as well, just because Desmond Ricks is committing tomorrow. Jordan Hall is committing tomorrow. There's gonna be a nice couple of people that are committing tomorrow as well. So I might go live as well tomorrow, because this is some breaking news. I mean, David Hicks hasn't signed his letter of intent yet. So let's look at all the top players that have not signed their letters of intent yet. So Cormani McClain has not signed his letter of intent yet. And pretty much all that means for people who are not in like the recruiting world. So a commitment is just like getting engaged. You're pretty serious, but you could break off the engagement without nothing really happening. When you sign your letter of intent, you're married. You would have to go through the divorce court if you wanted to uncommit. So once you sign your letter of intent, you're going to that school. So pretty much the only people that are able to be flipped are people who have not signed their letter of intent yet. So Cormani McClain is up there. David Hicks is up there, the #1 defensive lineman in the country. We got Peyton Bowen, the #2 safety, and Jerion Dickey, the #2 wide receiver. 2 top guys. Nicole's Harbor is still on the board, who is the #1 athlete. This guy is pretty much DK Metcalf, but he can also play on the defensive side of the ball. The #1 tight end, Deuce Robinson, has not yet decided where he's going to go. Please go to USC. Like, we didn't win anything today, so I really just want him to go to USC just to make this easier. Desmond Ricks, he's committing tomorrow, so LSU is looking to be the favorite, but we never know with whatever happens today or what doesn't happen today. That's gonna affect where he ends up going probably. Most people did sign their letter of intent today though. Let's just see who can still be flipped in the top 100. So Jordan Hall, he's committing tomorrow. He's between Georgia and Florida State. We should all know if it's a defensive lineman, he's going to Georgia. Roderick Pleasant, I'm surprised that he hasn't made a commitment yet. I could see him going to UCLA, but this dude is one of the fastest dudes in the entire country. So, like, and I'm not just saying that, like, he literally is, like, speed-wise one of the fastest players in the country. He runs 10-1 in the 100. Like, this dude has some sickening speed. But yeah, so Roderick Pleasant, I'm surprised that he hasn't committed yet. He might be waiting a little bit longer. And guys, remember, this is just early National Signing Day. About 80 to 90% of the top players are going to be signing their letter of intent today. But actual National Signing Day, which is, I believe, the last day that you can sign later than that, but that's like the official day is February 1st. So we have pretty much a month from now for players to continue to move and shake, obviously, if you haven't already signed your letter of intent. So we got Roderick Pleasant, who's still on the board. DeAndre Moore. Now he was earlier committed to Oklahoma, and then when he was teammates with Malachi Nelson and Mekhi Lemon. He ended up transferring to St. John Bosco. He is a commitment to Louisville, but he has not signed yet today. So again, that's another top receiver that could potentially be on the board. Yeah, he's the number 17 wide receiver. So that's another guy that could potentially be on the board. Walker Lyons, the 5th best tight end. He hasn't committed to Stanford yet, but that is looking where he's potentially going. No, whenever you sign your letter of intent, you have to go to that school. I think if you decommit from after signing your letter of intent, you have to sit out a year. So it's a big deal. Jelani McDonald, he's committing tomorrow. He's looking to be a favorite to go to Texas. Who else hasn't signed their letter of intent? Raymond Cottrell, he's looking to be a lock for Georgia, but he still hasn't signed his letter of intent yet. McCall Harris Pilot, Jeremiah Cobb. Auburn needs to secure this kid. This is a top tier running back that they need to secure him. Let's keep on looking. Shamar Easter, another tight end, is potentially up on the board. Team has to allow you to release from your letter. That's very, yeah. Jair Hall committed today, but he has not signed his letter of intent, which is kind of interesting, but also still weighing out his options. Warren Robertson, the 14th best safety in the country. He's committed to TCU, hasn't signed his letter of intent yet. Tayshawn Lyons, the 30th best receiver, committed to Washington. There's still, I mean, a lot of these guys are like a lot of the top tier guys. Like, here, let's kind of scroll down a little bit. Most of the guys that are going to be available still are going to be in the lower 4-star, upper 3-star range. That's where most of the guys are going to be. Jaden Bonsu has been committed since forever, but has for some reason just delayed his signing. Jaden Lamar committed today, but he has not signed as well. So Oregon did a great job of recruiting today, but they haven't signed everybody. So they got Mateo and Austin Novosad, which are 2 massive pickups, but they have not officially signed everybody, which is going to be a big deal for them. Let's see. You don't see any news of Cormani going to Colorado? Literally, On3's one of their recruiting analysts has him flipping to Colorado at 60%. And like, if you go on Twitter, Cormani McClain to Colorado is like, I mean, it's not trending, but it's up there. Travis has not officially committed. Travis has just been pulling our string all day. He hasn't dropped the video yet. He hasn't updated his Instagram. Shador hasn't updated his Instagram. The latest on where we're hearing at 24/7 source on Travis Hunter, who's the top ranked player, and then they just put eyes. They put eyes 13 minutes ago. So, hey, you know, things are still alive. I mean, Colorado's on the West Coast, so it is only 5:22 over there. Yeah, it is only 5:22 over there, so there's still plenty of time for all these moves to be made. They might be waiting for the CU basketball game to finish. Hey, I mean, you know, the Buffalo's basketball team, they definitely be pulling a lot of ratings away from the football team. Yeah, Bones, we knew that Shador has been committed to, he's been committed there. Oh, is Colorado not Western time? They're Mountain time, okay. Okay, so then yeah, we still got a little bit of time. In Colorado, it's still a little bit early. Also, thank y'all for showing so much love to today's video on Carter Stoutmire. You guys are going absolutely wild with that video. Shador signed a little while ago. Yeah, Bones, like that's my number one thing. It's like he committed to Jackson State not because of the HBCU experience. That was an add-on. He went there for Deion, because Deion, you gotta really look at what Deion is for Travis Hunter. He is, first off, the best possible coach that he could have for a player of his skill set. I mean, you guys gotta remember, Deion was a multi-sport athlete. He played professional baseball and professional football, so he can help Travis Hunter the most as a dual position player. He's a 5-star wide receiver and he's a 5-star corner, so he knows about playing both sides of the ball. I mean, Deion Sanders played a little bit of wide receiver in the NFL as well, so he's going to be the best possible coach for him. He's going to be the best overall mentor for him and mentor/father figure for him. He's going to be able to tell him, hey, you know, here's some of the challenges that you're going to run into. Like, you got to worry about girls. You got to worry about people trying to scam you out of your money. You're going to have to worry about people just having the wrong people in your circle. So he's going to be a great mentor for him. And then he's going to help him get to the bag. Like, straight up, I mean, pretty much as soon as Travis Hunter is draft eligible, I mean, he's already, I mean, Under Armour and Jackson State were both Under Armour affiliated schools. So, but once he goes pro, he's already going to have a multi-million-dollar Under Armour sponsorship if he wants it. On top of all the NIL deals, on top of him showing him how to promote, how to get people interested, how to get, like, Travis Hunter and Deion are pretty much linked for the rest of their career. That's very true. Colorado Buffalo's top 3 needs: they need a quarterback after Shador, and they need to secure their offensive and defensive line. They brought in some pieces. Yo, let's take a look at Colorado's. So they brought in some pieces to help secure that offensive line. Ryan Staub, he's good. He's not great. I feel like for the type of quarterback that Deion would need to really help spread the ball the way he would want to, he'd need a little bit more of a 4 to 5-star quarterback. But they got Isaiah Jetta, which I need to watch his highlight tape to really get a better understanding of him. But big time recruiting win. He's the 6th best offensive tackle prospect coming out of JUCO. He brought over oh, he didn't. I thought that he brought over his 6'8", 300 and whatever pound offensive tackle, but he didn't. These two guys were already here before Coach Prime got there. Bringing in, yeah, they still need to secure that offensive line, and then they need to secure that defensive line. I mean, they have no defensive line recruits so far. Oh, they have one, Shane Cokes, but we can do a little bit better than just having one. So they need to get more defensive line talent than yeah, they just need to get more defensive line talent. O-line and D-line. No, Jimmy, I see Colorado, I think a realistic expectation for them is in 2 years contending for the Pac-12 championship, not winning it outright because they're still got to go through Oregon and Utah, and Arizona is getting kind of good up there as well, but they still kind of have to go through those two teams. College football, if they expand the playoffs, then yes, they could be in a position to be in the college football playoffs here in the next 3 to 5-ish years. But I think realistically, 3 years from now is going to be when they're going to be contending for Pac-12 championships. Where I think Dylan Raiola's going, I think he's just going to recommit back to Ohio State. I think he just decommitted just to kind of open up his ability to talk to a couple more teams and just like get a little bit more information on everybody. But he's not going to Nebraska, which is what people like. That's the stupidest thing ever. And then, I mean, obviously, you know, he could go to Georgia, he could go to a couple other teams, but I do see him just recommitting back to Ohio State. Maybe at the end of this year, or a little bit more into his senior year. Jermaine, that's very true. Deion won't be there in 5 years. I mean, if they end up winning, like, well, because I mean, okay, let's really think about it. Let's just say that Deion takes them to a 10-win team back-to-back years. He fulfills his 3-year contract. Where does he go? Because to me, in my opinion, the next program that he goes to is going to be more of a I'm going to be here for a while program, because he's going to get, in my opinion, Coach Prime is doing all this to get the Florida State job. When he gets the Florida State job, he's going to stay there and build Florida State back up to its national prominence. That's where I see Coach Prime ending up at the very end of this. I don't see Colorado being the final destination for him, but it depends on if Florida State gives him the option to be the coach there. Because if he goes to Florida State, yeah, he's dominating. He's going to run the state of Florida when it comes to recruiting. He's going to be able to get anybody anywhere. Like, that's where I see it. If he doesn't go from Colorado to the Florida State job, I think he just stays at Colorado. Like, the next school that he goes to is going to be the school that he, like, stays at for a while. Yeah, but I mean, 3 years is not that long. I mean, he was at Jackson State for 3 years, so he can get in and out. I mean, but I like, if he was to, because the only team that's in Dallas is, like, if he was to go to TCU or SMU, I feel like that's a lateral move. Like, if you're at Colorado, you bring Colorado up to this prominent stature in the Pac-12. If you go to TCU, you're just making a lateral move, and if you go to SMU, you're taking a downward move. So, like, to me, the only logical thing to do would be to get a Florida State or a top tier SEC job. Those are the only other options that I see. If he doesn't get a bigger SEC job or the Florida State job, he's just gonna stay at Colorado. UT Austin. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but he's not gonna up and leave Colorado. He has something to prove now. Everybody wants to see him lose, so he has something to prove. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Gav. Like, he loves Florida State. Like, he was like the face of Florida State for a while. Like, he He was the guy that like flipped it from Miami to Florida State being the hot team in Florida. So personally, that's just my opinion. Coach Prime does all of this at Colorado to make the upward move to Florida State, and then he's at Florida State's head coach for like 10 years, and then he passes it off because I don't see him being like a lifetime coach. Like, I don't see him coaching until like his 70s. Lobster Mac, that would have been a nice move. Cincinnati would have been a little bit bigger of a move, especially with Cincinnati going to the Big Ten. That would have been a nice move. I think Colorado is probably, because you also got to remember, when you're bringing in a Jackson State, when you're bringing in a Coach Prime, a Deion Sanders, the whole coaching staff is going to be overturned. The AD needs to be in lockstep with you because he's going to be changing and shaking up a lot of things. You need to give him the space to run the program the way that he needs to run it. You need to pretty much open up all the doors, open up all the books and say, have at it. Not a lot of teams are willing to do that for a unproven coach. Obviously, he's proven it at the Jackson State level, but this is a bigger step. But that's the only way that Coach Prime is going to dominate. If you don't give him the space to really dominate, then it's not going to work. So that's why I think Colorado is the best option. Colorado's been straight booty for the past ever. So you bring in a guy, he immediately raises the stock of everything. Like, Deion Sanders made back his contract value pretty much day one. Like, let's do some math, kiddos. Colorado Buffaloes stadium capacity, I believe it was 50,000. 53,613. So let's go to my trusty calculator. 53,613 times, what would you guys say is a fair ticket price for a college football game nowadays? On average, about $150, $200. Let's just call it $200 flat. Every single home game, which they have about what? Let's just lowball and say 5 of them a year. His contract was worth $15 million. He's there for 3 years. So let's multiply this by 3. My friends, that is just ticket sales. That doesn't include merch. That doesn't include concessions. That doesn't include parking. That doesn't include the fact that we lowballed the heck out of the $200 per ticket because they have a new ticket. They have a new, like, their tickets are going to be way more expensive. $160 million while he is there for 3 years. And he's getting paid $15 million. So let's knock off $15 million off of this. Ooh. Come on. They're more than making their money back. That's what I'm saying. They're already sold out everywhere. Like, they literally did, like, Colorado posted it. They said that they did like 60,000 in merch sales like the first day that he got signed. Here, let me go to Colorado. Colorado Buffaloes 2023 schedule. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 6 home games. So they would make even more money than I said. Come on. And you don't think that this USC game is going to have a bunch of ticket sales and a higher ticket sales? You don't think the Oregon game... Oh, the Oregon game is at... Oh. Yeah, this USC game is going to be absolutely packed. I mean, okay, let's keep it a buck. I'm not gonna over-exaggerate it too much. The USC game is going to be the main game that's going to be, like, way overpriced. Other than that, all the other games are going to roughly be the same amount. Did I count this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I did. Oh, that 4 straight home games. Yeah, they're going to be doing just fine. He has a 5-year, $29 million. Okay. And you saw that $150 million number that I put up on the screen, right? That's just from ticket sales, and I lowballed it. They're like 7xing their return on Coach Prime being there. Like they're doing just fine. Trav, have you updated anything? We are still in the dark, people. We are still in the dark. So Cormani McClain is still projected to potentially flip. He really is up 700% on merch. Like, come on, like literally, I'm telling you, they got it on lock. That's what I'm saying. And they sold out the suites too. I mean, the suite seats are going to be at least $1,000 minimum. Like, and if you guys don't think that they got money up in Colorado, you are highly mistaken. They got all type of money out there. Travis making the video right now. He'll post it in an hour. Honestly. His cousin posted he's dropping it at 8. All right, we'll bet. If you have not already, leave the stream a like and hit that subscribe button. We have been live for 5 hours and 13 minutes, keeping you up to date with everything that has gone on during this just absolutely wild recruiting, national recruiting day. Things have been absolutely blessed. You guys have been showing so much love. I love and appreciate all y'all. Jackson State didn't know what to do. No, Jackson State was doing some grimy stuff. They were doing some straight up slimy stuff. So pretty much what was reported was that after a certain number of ticket sales at Jackson State, that number, so like let's just say that they sold 65% of capacity for the ticket sales. The next 35% of ticket sales was supposed to go to Deion, or anything above 65% ticket sales was supposed to go to Deion. They never ended up giving him that money. On top of that, he paid out of pocket to build up a new training facility. Like, he put like so much money into Jackson State for them to then steal the money on the back end, and the city wasn't helping fund Jackson State. People can say whatever they want. Deion did everything that he could to help Jackson State and to help HBCUs, and they just bit the hand that was feeding them. And that's all it is. And so for him to move to Colorado, I think is the best move that he could have made, because all they were going to do was just keep on abusing Deion. They were just going to keep on abusing his fame, keep on abusing his likeness, and just not really giving back nothing. Miami offered Cormani $2 million. Hey. The Nets have 91 points on. That is wild. If Travis picks USC, I'm going to be the happiest man alive, yo. I want to be so turned. Who does Colorado have so far? So the Colorado's actually been doing a really good job of recruiting. Now, a lot of these guys are not going to look like the most wow guys on paper when it comes to their stats, but go back and look at all of my videos breaking down a lot of these guys' highlight tapes, and I'm going to break down more of them tomorrow as I get up to date with all these players. Dylan Edwards is one of the most explosive RBs in the country. I have Adam Hopkins committed today. I'm gonna drop a video on him tomorrow. Morgan Pearson, he can fly around and he can hit. Same with Tajay McCoy. Tajay McCoy is actually extremely explosive for his size. You got Ryan Staub, who he's a good quarterback to have in the tuck. He's a good quarterback to have that he can help you transition for a year if you're not able to get a quarterback when you need to. But overall, very good. Carter Stoudemire. I just dropped a video on this kid today. This dude is a physical lockdown corner. He is going to be whether they get Travis Hunter or Cormani McClain, get them both or get neither of them. Carter Stoudemire is that guy. He is a phenomenal corner. Isaiah Jetta, I haven't taken a look at his highlight tape yet. I'm gonna be dropping a video on him later this week, but he's the 6th best offensive tackle coming out of JUCO, which is big. Jacob Page is a big body, fast, go down and can just go high point a ball, wide receiver. Big play waiting to happen. Isaiah Hart is more of that slot receiver. You know, he can make guys miss and make things happen in more in the slot. Victory Johnson, 6'4", 230, playing linebacker. Absolutely flies around, makes plays. This dude should very easily be a 4-star guy. The fact that he's ranked so low is an absolute disgrace. And he plays for Cathedral Catholic, which is one of the best teams in the state of California. So I don't know what's going on with there. He should be a 4-star guy easily. Kofi Taylor Barracks, #1 player coming out of England, has a high upside. Obviously, he's going to need a lot of coaching. Assad Wasim, another playmaking wide receiver. Jordan Anuve, big body, can go up again. Another kid come from modern day, like another one of these big time wide receiver talents. I haven't taken a look at it. Jaden Milner Jones. I'm gonna drop a video on him tomorrow as well. And then both of these guys were here before. Coach Prime got here. Solid offensive lineman. Colorado's done a good job so far, in my opinion, for what they got. And this is just the beginning. They've done a great job so far of recruiting guys. So no, it is not official yet. News is in like 15 minutes there will be an announcement, because you guys got to remember, Colorado's is in Mountain Time, so they're a little bit earlier than the rest of the country is right now. But still, like, for a coach to come in and pay money out of his pocket and then to not be getting reimbursed on the back end is crazy, especially for all that he's done for the program. Music is too loud. We've been live for 5 hours, and that's the first time someone said the music is too loud. Because that's a lie. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not like I haven't heard nothing official, but it is it wouldn't be surprising that that's the reason why he got up out of there so quickly. Why the players waste their time in Miami? I mean, hey, because you guys also got to remember, it's not just about the program. Like, you got to live at the school too. And so Miami's a great place to, like, if you're a poppin' recruit and you go to Miami, hey, I'm saying it's not the worst place to be. Gino, that's so true. A lot of, man, I bet so many schools right now are just pissed. Like, think about where, like, think about like an Auburn, because Auburn was one of the schools that was in contention to get him. Just imagine if Deion went to Auburn. He's in the SEC. He goes down and he goes and brings over his son to play quarterback. So now they got their quarterback situation handled. And then on top of that, if Coach Prime is able to recruit as well as he has been at Jackson State and now at Colorado, how much more do you think he would be able to recruit having the SEC stimulus package? Come on. All Coach Prime just needs to go to any team in the SEC or Florida State, and he's going to really be able to show you the muscle that he has over these recruits. Yeah, Auburn dropped the ball. Just quadruple checking everything. IG. Nothing on IG. So paying for kids' food is not a part of the budget. One of the most eye-opening quotes I've ever received from a recruit when talking about his decision. There's no doubt that Malachi Coleman will give everything he has to Nebraska. I came from nothing, homeless, taking care of my little sister on my own, foster care for many years. I'm used to things not being handed to me. I'm used to working for everything I have, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put 1,000% of everything I have into this program. I bet you he hits the transfer portal next year. I'm kidding. No, that's really good for Malachi Coleman. I'm really happy for him. Yeah, I'm really happy for him. I'm just making jokes. Jack Moreno, that's funny, but I try and keep a relatively clean stream over here, so we're gonna have to hold that. Studio, first off, hearing that backstory, it would make sense that he would go to Nebraska because Nebraska was probably paying the most top dollar. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Malachi Coleman is like one of Nebraska's best recruits ever. Or I'm tripping. Yeah, Malachi Coleman is Nebraska's 19th best recruit ever. So they're probably paying top dollar for him. He's also their #1 recruit by far in the class of 2023. So they probably pay top dollar. If he's coming from a spot where he was homeless and he's really just had to get it out the mud, probably going to be going to the spot that's going to give him the biggest bag up front. Makes a lot of sense. So I'm not too mad at it. And it's not like he's going to like some random program. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nebraska's not the best program, but he's still playing major D1 ball. CS, that's why he had to get up out of there, because also not only was Coach Prime taking a pay cut by coaching at Jackson State, but all of his assistant coaches that he was like, hey, you know, we're really gonna be here, all of them took a pay cut as well. And so going to Colorado, they all got pay raises. That's the best way to put it. They both benefited from each other. That's literally the best thing to. That's the best way to put it. Chris Madison, why don't be talking about no, not even 20-year-olds relationship status. I know you're making jokes, but come on, bro. True bankroll. Shane Hoax just entered the transfer portal. I'm telling you, this is just early National Signing Day. The transfer portal hasn't even gotten super hot yet. Like, we still, like, let's go over to the transfer portal real quick. I mean, we still got Travis Hunter, Denver Harris, Fentrell Cypress. We still got Sam McCall, Dominic Lovett, Hudson Card. Like, there's still so many pieces that have to move. Alrighty, y'all. We got about 8 more minutes where if something is to happen, it's going to be happening here in the next 8 minutes. Eric Gilbert hit the transfer portal today. Eric Gilbert has to be one of the most terrifying tight ends, which I'm really surprised that because they were featuring him a lot. Obviously, they had Brock Bowers there, who is the #1 tight end in this class, him or Michael Myers. But I'm surprised that he's decommitting. I feel like Georgia uses their tight ends more than a lot of other people do. Hey, yo, Jack, I appreciate the love, man. And hey, don't beat yourself up over it, man. It was a funny joke. I just do try and keep it a little bit more like PG-13 around here. But it was a funny joke. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty funny. Eric Gilbert going to Colorado. Hey, everybody going to Colorado, bro. This just in. Mbappe is going to Colorado. And also, you guys got to remember, like, most of these players, like, don't get me wrong, I am all about getting after a bag. Like, make sure you get as much money as you possibly can. However, not all bags are created equal. I would rather take 600K where I have a better chance of making 20 million than going to a place where I can make 2 million immediately, but only really have the upside to make maybe 10. Like, you got to look at the risks and rewards. Yeah, LeCap James, literally no. So the only other team that I would say did better than Alabama, but it's not official yet, is Oregon. But Oregon still has Peyton Bowen and Jerrion Dickey who need to sign. If they don't sign, then yeah, Alabama by far and away dominated. But we also expected Alabama to dominate this much. Not really, but Alabama for sure had the best, if not the second best day. Mbappe coming for 90 million. Honestly, Mbappe gets paid way too much. And but when I say way too much, I just mean like that dude gets paid. LeBron just signed to Colorado. Oh my gosh. Yo, DT's going to Colorado? Bruh, Colorado's getting everybody. Hold up. Wait a second. Yo, Jesus? Holy, Jesus is going to Colorado, man. He's going to be a Buffalo. You mean Colorado's coming to Mbappe? I'm not joking. And Mbappe is worth more than Colorado. That's how much these soccer players be getting paid. LaMelo Ball just signed with the University of Colorado. When's the news gonna break? If something is to happen, it's gonna be here in the next 4 to 5 minutes. Bronny to Colorado? Hey, I mean, shoot. Vladimir Putin to stop the war. Oh man! All right, let's go back. To me, the #1 place that something's gonna happen is going to be the YouTube channel. If he has something dropped, we'll just be refreshing the YouTube channel a bunch. The YouTube channel is looking like that's gonna be where everything is going. Yo, Bossman T, hey, what's up, my guy? And yes, the prime effect is very, 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 very real. Yeah, Mbappe gets paid almost $1 million. Pretty much he makes $1 million a week because the pound's worth more than the dollar. So he gets paid $1 million a week. That's like, he's making like 50 M's a year. He's making like quarterback money. You mean the most high? Jesus is that European bum. That's funny. I mean Yahweh. The King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Cormani mom just said signing with Miami. I'm not going to believe it until I see it. Hey, Master of Dreams, I appreciate you stopping by, my guy. If you have not already, leave the stream a like. We have been live for 5.5 hours, keeping you up to date with absolutely everything that has been going on today. It has been a wild opening day of early National Signing Day. Things could absolutely not even be getting crazier. Oh, my bad. Nicole's Harbor is one of them. Nicole's Harbor has been linked to be going to South Carolina forever. I personally don't see a player of his magnitude going to Colorado. To South Carolina, but I could see him going to Colorado and following Coach Prime. So we're going to run it back again. So refresh on the Twitter. Nothing on the Twitter. Nothing on Haynes Fawcett's Twitter. Nothing on On3's Twitter. Nothing on 24/7 Sports Twitter. All right, let's just stay on the YouTube channel for right now. Any Harriet, I'm sorry, but everybody else can hear me, so. And also, I see my I have my mic. I can literally see it's working. So let's go. All right, it's 8 o'clock. If something's gonna happen, it's gonna happen now. We're just gonna keep on spamming. How many 5-stars does Prime have at Colorado? Right now, he has 1 5-star recruit coming in the class of 2025. That's Winston Watkins. But he's about to get 2 more in Travis Hunter and Cormani McClain. Hey, yo, Jack, I appreciate it, man. Eric Gilbert actually could end up going there. That's what I'm saying. It should be right now. If he was to drop a video, and if it was scheduled, it would have dropped already. CVU, and what's up, CVU? I remember you. Yeah, I still do it. I just haven't done it in a long time just because I've been trying to keep up with just pumping out as many videos as I possibly can. At the start of the new year, I'm going to be doing 1 live stream a week, and we'll just kind of go from there. But yeah, I have not forgot about it. I know, literally, he gained he had 71,000 subscribers 6 hours ago when he dropped this. He now has 104,000 subscribers. So he gained what? 33,000. Let's call it like 32.5 in a couple of hours. Travis Hunter committed to the Michigan Wolverines. This just in, Travis Hunter has officially decommitted from college football and will now play for the Scandinavian Roughriders. Do you think it's realistic for FBS football playoffs within 2 years for Colorado? I think 3 years is a little bit more realistic. It really just depends on how. To me, I think Colorado's going to continue to dominate. I think it's more so going to be about how much can or how much do Oregon and Utah continue to rise? If Oregon and Utah continue to dominate the way that they have been, then hey. Curtis Miller, that makes no sense. Why would a player commit just to a school? The school itself doesn't mean anything. It's the coaches that mean something. I would rather play at Middle Tennessee State if Nick Saban was coaching there than go to Alabama and play for whoever Middle Tennessee's coach is. No disrespect to Middle Tennessee's coach, but like, you go to programs for coaches. You don't go there for the name of the program. That does, the name of the program holds no weight if the coach doesn't hold that up. Alabama wasn't Alabama until Nick Saban got there. So early National Signing Day, pretty much this is just the earliest that players can officially sign their letter of intent. So it's from now until February 1st. February 1st is actual National Signing Day. So pretty much any player can make their move. Most players are going to be making the move from now until then. But I mean, about 90% of the top recruits already have committed to they've already committed to where they're going to be going. They've signed their letter of intent and everything. Travis Hunter he's gonna put out another tweet and be like, "I'm not committing until I get another 100,000 subscribers." Oh, they got Tyler Brown. All right, we got CU recruiting. Alrighty, well, things are not. Let me just double check and make sure. Yep, still no movement. We are 0 dark 30. Any new updates? It goes to Kentucky. Oh, I've seen it, but I'm down to look at it again. Where is it at? Let's go to media. This is tough. This is so tough. Quay Russaw and James Smith. This is tough. Bama's always doing it big. Bama just stays at the top. They don't play around. Any new updates? Any new updates? Man, we have been in the wings. I mean, he definitely... Well, because see, if that was the case, if he really wanted to make a bag, he would have dropped the video today because everybody's just waiting for it. Like, literally, I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped the commitment video 2 hours ago up until now. That video would have had 100,000 views in the first hour. Easily. What's my playlist? This is just a playlist of copyright free music. Jair Hill, he committed to Michigan, but he hasn't signed yet. So Michigan locked up most of their top recruits, but he hasn't signed yet. He's just a hard commit still. Let's go look at Kentucky. What website is this? So this is 24/7 Sports. So my main recruiting websites that I use to do all of my research are 24/7 Sports and On3. They both have really good just analytics. A lot of the guys at On3 were the people that made 24/7 Sports. I don't think that Cormani's made a recruiting visit to Colorado. I think he's just been in I think he's just been in talks with Coach Prime. Here we got recruiting. Yeah, so these are all of his official and unofficial visits. My bad, we're supposed to be looking at Kentucky. Go to the SEC, slide down, Kentucky. So Kentucky currently has the 7th best transfer portal class, which is big. Shamar Porter. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I haven't seen a lot of these guys, but I'm assuming a decent amount of them are gonna be solid. But picking up Devin Leary is massive. This is a absolutely massive pickup. And Ray Davis is another big pickup. Kentucky already had solid running backs, but now they're gonna add another offensive weapon to their nice little system that they got over there. When you making a Utah versus USC, nah, bro, get out of here, Chase. Why you gotta bring that up, bro? Like why you gotta bring that up? We all know what happened. Like, just let it go, bro. Like why you yelling at me, bro? Like, come on, man. Like, we all know what happened. Come on. All right, so no real movement. If I had to pick one school, where is Cormani going? If I had to pick one school and actually had to bet money on it, I would say Miami. The percentage that I think that that's going to happen, 65%. I think that there is a 35% chance that Cormani McClain does flip to Colorado. And I think that the longer that this goes, I think if we get into 1, 2, 3 days from now, I think that the number of him going to Colorado just consistently grows. Nico's gonna be phenomenal for the Vols. Nico is, like I said, he has the highest upside out of any of the quarterbacks in my opinion. And for him, it's just about how quickly can he get assimilated to Tennessee's offense and just the speed of college football, and then how comfortable can he get. Quadruple check the YouTube channel. Nothing there. Hey, yo, my guy Keenan, can you stop with the spam, my guy? Jalen, I think that Alabama has a better chance of pulling Travis Hunter than they do Cormani McClain, in my opinion. You like Daniel to Syracuse and Amari Campbell to UNC? I don't think that Nico's overrated. I think that he really is that good. Like I honestly do believe that he is a very, very talented quarterback. As long as he just takes his time and they don't just throw him to the wolves immediately, I could definitely see him having a very, very productive career. Nico, I'm definitely taking Nico over Manning. To me, Manning is like the third or fourth best quarterback in this class. To me, it goes like Nico, Malachi, Dante, or Arch. And then if you pick Dante, then it's Arch or Jackson Arnold. I think that Arch is more of like the 3 to 5 quarterback than the definitive number 1. That's what I'm saying, LeCap. Javion Cohen transferring over there too is gonna literally, like, y'all secured your offensive line immediately. I think the biggest thing Miami just needs. I think if Ja'Cory Brown can continue to improve, I think that he'll be a better quarterback fit than Jake Garcia. And you guys need more wide receivers. You guys, I think your highest yards receiver only had like 530 yards. You definitely need to have a little some more. You definitely need to have some more wide receiver talent there. Just looking at the comments to see if anybody is doing anything. That's what I'm saying, boss man. See, I think that Deion Sanders' plan is to stay here for a year or two, or just to fulfill his contract. After he's done with his contract, get either an SEC job or get the Florida State job and go from there. Colorado is most in need of defensive linemen. They are very, 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 very weak on the defensive line. After that, it's going to be offensive line. No, I think that Travis and Coach Prime are just too locked right now. Like they're just one step after another. Because so when you look at a Coach Prime and a Deion, it is not about, like, you really do have to open everything up to him. Like, you can't just like be like, okay, well, we're just gonna bring you in, but you know, we still want to do things like this. Like, you have to let him bring in his whole own coaching staff, let him call things the way that he wants to. He's going to change up the whole atmosphere. Like, he's literally going to shake the whole building wherever he ends up going. And it's a good thing because that's what he does. He goes there to shake things up for the better. So if the AD, all the coaching staff and Coach Prime are not in lockstep, it's just not going to work. That's why it worked at Jackson State, because they opened up everything. They opened up all the books and just said, have at it. The same thing is true over at Colorado. They just opened up the whole entire playbook and just said, have at it. So it is going to be interesting. It is definitely going to be interesting. I don't know if he's contacted Denver Harris. A lot. Yeah, DJ Uyunglele is projected to go to Hawaii, which I like. I don't know what it's going to do for his draft stock, but I do like it for his mental and for him to just really like be in a more comfortable place that he's I mean, I don't know how much time he spent in Hawaii, but he does have ties to Hawaii. So I think it'll be a much better place for him to play more calm and play more just like he did back in high school. It will just be interesting to see how he adjusts at Hawaii and if he's able to ball out the way that he needs to. What is the dealio? All right, well, while we're waiting for this, let's take a look at just let's do a recap of all of the biggest moves so far on National Signing Day. So first and foremost, we got to start off with the top dogs, Alabama. They locked up their whole entire recruiting class. Not a single one of their players has not signed their letter of intent. So pretty much the only thing that's going to happen now is Alabama's just going to add. That's all that they can do. Nobody's flipping from Alabama. If they were committed to Alabama before, they're locked in. So Alabama got the 6th best player in the country and the #1 safety in Caleb Downs. They picked up the #1 edge rusher in Keon Keeley. He was the former #1, but now the #2 offensive tackle in Caden Proctor. The #2 defensive lineman in James Smith, the #3 edge rusher in Quay Rusall, the #3 running back in Justice Haynes, the #4 corner in Jaleel Hurley, the #7 wide receiver in Jalen Hale, the #4 running back in Richard Young, the #5 safety. You have to get what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You have to get 14 players deep into the recruiting class before you find a guy out of the top 10 of their position. Absolutely nuts. And the 15th guy was #11. Picking up the #1 player coming out of JUCO and Malik Benson. Absolute, come on, they just went absolutely nuts. They picked up the 2nd best player in JUCO as well, in Justin Jefferson, picking up just quality all throughout the board. And then they got to add it off with a little kicker game. So overall, Alabama did what Alabama was supposed to do. Next big winner, we're gonna jump down to Oregon. Now Oregon's recruiting class is still up in the air a little bit. They got the #8 recruiting class, but they started it off by getting, obviously they lost Dante Moore to UCLA yesterday or 2 days ago, but they ended up getting Austin Novosad. Okay, bet Dalen Austin did sign his letter of intent, so that is one of the players that hadn't signed yet. He has now officially signed. They got Austin Novosad, which I've seen this kid throw in person. I've seen him throw live. He can really spin it. In my opinion, he's closer to the 6th best quarterback in the country than the 10th best quarterback in the country. Picking up 5-star edge rusher Mateo Uyunglele, brother of DJ Uyunglele. Big time recruiting win. Getting Dalen Austin. Dante Dowdell is one of the best pure running backs in the country. Ashton Kozar is an absolute route running technician. Jaden Lamar, he officially is signed now as well, so that was another player that was up in the air. Really, the next guy that they need the two guys that they need are Peyton Bowen, the second best safety in the country, and Jerion Dickey, the second best wide receiver in the country. Peyton Bowen was formerly committed to Notre Dame. Once he signs, that's going to be the big monster whale pull for Oregon, as well as Jerion Dickey. Now, Jerion Dickey might flip to UCLA. This is just my personal opinion. He might flip to UCLA. He might go follow Dante Moore down to UCLA. So we will see. I heard that he did delay his signing because he was attending a funeral. I don't know if that was true or not. That's just the rumor that I heard. If they lock down these two guys, phenomenal job. And obviously you want to be getting these guys as well, but they also got Johnny Cornelius today. Big time recruiting win to help secure up that offensive line. They also got Trayshawn Holden a couple days ago. Oregon did a phenomenal job recruiting today. In my opinion, they had quite easily the second best or first best, depending on who you ask, early National Signing Day. Then, obviously, you can't have a recruiting day without talking about Georgia. Picking up the second best edge rusher in the country in Damon Wilson. Big time recruiting win. Also picking up Daniel Harris, the 17th best corner. These were two guys that they picked up today. They also locked up pretty much their entire recruiting class. The only two guys that they still have left are Raymond Cantrell and Jamal Merriweather, who still have to sign their letter of intent. But overall, absolute dogs. Another team that's been balling out is Miami. Now, obviously, we've all been waiting for the past 40,000 hours for Cormani McClain to make up his mind. But even if he does not commit to Miami, Miami has done a phenomenal job of recruiting, picking up the two out of the three best offensive tackles in the class in Francis Mauigoa and Samson Okule, as well as getting Alabama transfer Javion Cohen. Monster pickups. On top of that, Ruben Bain is a very solid. Ruben Bain and Jaden Wayne are two phenomenal edge rushers. Malik Bryant is an explosive linebacker. Riley Williams is a great stretch tight end who can go and get some deep passes for you. And Collins Achiampong. They did a great job of recruiting offensive line and defensive line. Ruben Bain, Jaden Wayne, and Collins Achiampong. Those five guys alone make up, in my opinion, the totality of this recruiting class. They still need to lock down a few more offensive weapons, especially at the wide receiver position. But getting Mark Fletcher and Christopher Johnson are two big weapons to add to the backfield. They also got Damari Brown, who is one of the better corners in the country. Now, we're going to get more to some winners, but one of the biggest losers had to be Ohio State. Ohio State didn't make any moves today, and they actually had more players decommit and flip from Ohio State than they were able to replenish. Now, don't get me wrong, they did a lot of work early on in the recruiting cycle, bringing in four of the best wide receivers in the country, and Brandon Inniss, Noah Rogers, Carnell Tate, and Bryson Rogers, as well as bringing in Cedric Hawkins and Malik Hartford, two monster safeties. They also did a good job of getting Jermaine Matthews is a really good corner. Jelani Thurman, he's a tight end that you're gonna want to be on the lookout for. Those are just some of the guys. And Lincoln Keenholz, they picked him up a few days ago. This kid, he has some serious talent. He kind of came out of nowhere, but once Ohio State put him on the map, they for sure were paying attention. This guy he's a real dog. Jaden Bosu is pretty much the only guy he's the only guy that hasn't signed yet. He's going to be kind of up in the air as far as what he's able to do, but he's been committed to them forever, so I don't really see him going anywhere else. Getting back to some of the winners, Texas was a nice winner today. Again, Texas was one of the schools that did a lot of their heavy lifting earlier in the recruiting cycle. They didn't wait until early signing day, so all these guys have already signed their letter of intent, but they picked up Tausili Akana. This was a big time recruiting win. Him and Colton Vasek are going to pair extremely well on the edge. They also picked up one more guy. I'm just not seeing it right now. Regardless, Texas did a very good job. Again, most of their heavy lifting came earlier in the recruiting cycle. This is the reason why they have the 3rd best recruiting class. Texas did a good job. Oklahoma did a phenomenal job of getting these 4 guys: Jackson Arnold, Adepoju Adebowale, and then Dea McCullough and Dasan McCullough. Those 2 brothers are about to be absolute nightmare forces on the defensive side of the ball. One's a safety, one's an edge rusher, both absolute monsters. I would say that Oklahoma was a winner today. Other than that, USC had to be another loser. USC didn't make any moves today. Actually, no, we got Braylon Shelby. This was a nice recruiting win for us. Other than that, though, we didn't make any moves. Not a single move that I'm at least aware of. We might have made a couple of smaller moves, but we still haven't secured Deuce Robinson, which is a big time deal. We need to secure him, and we have not secured and we weren't able to really secure as many offensive linemen as I thought we were going to. Michigan had a solid day today. Most of their guys signed their letter of intent. Jair Hill is the only guy that hasn't, but he also committed today. Who else? And then obviously Colorado had a very solid day. Jerion Dickey just signed. Bet, let's go to Oregon. Let's go to 24/7 Sports, see if they got it there. All right, Keenan, calm down with the spam. There it is. Jerion Dickey has officially signed with the Oregon Ducks. So right now they're halfway there. All they need is for Peyton Bowen to sign. Excuse me. All they need is for Peyton Bowen to sign, and then they will be in the clear. Hakeem Williams to me is a very, very athletic wide receiver. I classify receivers into a couple of different categories. I look at, the speedsters. I look at the true route running technicians, who I call wide receivers, like actual receivers. Hakeem Williams to me is an athlete receiver, where he's more athletic. He's a big body, very physical. He can run fast. But as far as being able to really get in and out of his routes, being able to set guys up, knowing how to use his leverage, having a wide variety of release moves, I haven't seen a lot of it from his highlight tape. Now, obviously, I haven't seen him like during 7-on-7, where he would use a lot more of those moves. But to me, Hakeem Williams is an athlete receiver who has a very high ceiling. You could develop him into something. But I personally, when I look to recruit wide receivers, I look to recruit guys more like Zachariah Branch, Brandon Ennis, Marvin Harrison Jr. coming out of high school, guys who are really good at running routes. Then I do look for like the biggest, fastest wide receivers, because normally those guys don't always pan out as well as guys who are really good at route running. I just want to say I love and appreciate all y'all. If you haven't already, be sure to leave the stream a like. This has been the absolute most blessed stream I've ever done. I'm just gonna stay until my girl gets here, because might as well just we've already been here long enough, so we might as well just see it till the end. Travis hasn't moved. Colorado hasn't moved. Any new videos? Nope. I think you would have to get a little bit bigger weight wise. Not much bigger, but I personally think that if you are a wide receiver and you are 6'3" and you naturally play at 210 pounds and up. If you are 6'3" and 210 pounds and up, so taller than 6'3" and taller than 210 pounds, I think it would be better suited for you. But see, that's the only problem is that the NFL pay scale, you can make infinitely more money as a wide receiver than you can as a tight end. So they would have to change that. But I do think if you really doubled down on being able to block and you were able to be a versatile line up on the line and be a tight end and also split out wide and be a wide receiver, I think that would help him out a lot. I don't see him putting on the weight to get up to like 230, 240, which is what I would recommend for most tight ends to be. I do think he's a better outside pure just jump ball wide receiver. Personally, I just would like to see him really like work on just getting in and out of his routes and really snapping the routes off. Sorry, Keenan. I tried to warn you a bunch of times, but you got to stop with the spam, my brother. Dog, I've been seeing that Deuce Robinson has been projected to go to has been projected to be going to Georgia. I'm gonna be so pissed if they end up going to Georgia. Ski, calm it down, my brother. Travis Hunter to Rice. But yeah, Deuce Robinson. Yeah, I mean this number has been growing. It was like 100% USC. Obviously now it's 38% Georgia. So in my opinion, we need this one. Like USC needs this one bad. We don't really have a whole lot of tight ends on our roster. I mean, we have 5, but none that are really, I mean, what is it, Michael Trigg? Yeah, Michael Trigg, he's solid, but he's not going to be there for much longer. Yeah, I think that we really need Deuce Robinson, especially seeing that we're going to have, like, quarterback talent here for the next 4 or 5 years. We need a tight end that can be a nice little safety valve for our quarterbacks. I know, bro. Travis got the people waiting out here. Thoughts on JT Daniels to Rice? Okay, JT Daniels has always been here. We're going. Unless I see something happen, I'll put it back to the other one. But JT Daniels, I called him coming out of high school the greatest high school quarterback prospect I've ever seen. I had never seen a quarterback prospect have the level of anticipation, the level of just pace on the ball, the spin, the accuracy. He had it all. And then he went to USC and he was with his brother, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Obviously not his blood brother, but he was with this guy. And then he got hurt. I want to see him dominate at Rice. I want to see him be able to get to the NFL level. I don't know if a team's going to take a risk on him because he is a smaller quarterback who has injury history. I just want to see him be able to succeed at the next level, whether that's whatever level that is. I just want to see him succeed because I remember watching that guy and he is one of the best quarterback prospects I've ever covered coming out of high school. First off, LeCap James, I appreciate the donation, my guy. Really, that means a lot, man. Eric Gilbert to replace Cameron Latu would be the cherry on top for this draft class. Sadly, we ain't winning anything until B.O.B. and Golden are gone. I feel that. Again, LeCap James, I appreciate the donation, man. Also, I just saw your profile picture. That's hilarious. Can I explain NIL and how it affects or helps recruiting? Okay, so NIL is pretty much... NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. And in my opinion, where it helps and hinders recruiting, because now I think it overall helps more in recruiting. I'll go over why it helps first. So it helps because when you've looked at the recruiting classes in the past, you will have teams like Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Clemson, Florida, Miami, like, you know, the top teams that are consistently in the top 10 of the recruiting classes. They will recruit 3, 4, 5 deep at one position in one recruiting class, which is good for depth, but not all those players are going to be playing. And so when you have NIL, a lot of these kids are going to be coming with expectations for a certain amount of money that they're supposed to be getting, whether it's from the school or from boosters or whatever. A lot of schools have school-funded programs to help get kids NIL deals. Now, because of that, there's going to be more talent migrating to many different schools. Now, instead of a kid being the 4th running back for Georgia, he's going to be the number 1 running back for Missouri or North Carolina State, or, you know, still a Power 5 school, but just more of a mid-major Power 5 school. So a lot of the high school talent's going to spread out, which is going to overall raise the talent of every single team, as well as, because the transfer portal is open now because of NIL, more players are able to transfer out of different programs into different situations, which is going to inherently make more teams better because, oh, okay, I can go from this school to that school, and you can either make a lateral move, you can make a move up. Like, for example, a player like a Jordan Addison, he went from being the Biletnikoff Award winner at Pitt to being a potential Biletnikoff Award winner at USC. Made way more money at USC, was on a much bigger spotlight, and now is going to probably get, obviously it was going to be a first-round wide receiver at Pitt or USC, but he made a lot more money in college. But then you also got guys like, also a guy like Bo Nix going from Auburn to Oregon. He was able to, that to me, that's more of a lateral move. Obviously Oregon played extremely well this year, but it was a lateral move that ended up being a move in the positive direction. But then you also got guys like Spencer Rattler, who went from a Oklahoma to a South Carolina, and things didn't really pan out for him there. But at least you have the option to really maneuver and just test the waters as to different programs that you can go to best give yourself a chance to go play pro. Now, one of the cons about that is more teams are going to just dip in. Like, as a head coach, I would much rather go into the transfer portal and get a linebacker that's at least proven at the college level than have to bet on a high school kid that's going to be expecting some type of financial compensation when I at least know exactly what type of player I'm going to be getting from the transfer portal. So the bottom 20-ish, 30-ish% of high school recruits is going to get pushed down to smaller schools because there's just not going to be enough spaces. You're going to be competing with, obviously, kids in your recruiting class, the recruiting class before you, the recruiting class after you, and the one after that, as well as all the players who just every single year are going to hit the transfer portal. So to me, it's a net positive because more teams in college football are going to be better. I do personally think that there needs to be some sort of collective bargaining agreement between the players, the schools, and the NCAA or the marketing firms or whatever you want to call them that are paying the players. There needs to be some type of litigation that will help players be any money that they're promised, actually see that come to fruition so that players aren't getting screwed out of their money, as well as so that it doesn't just become a bidding war, because I don't want it to be just a straight bidding war of like, oh well, we have more money, so we're gonna pay $40,000 billion extra dollars. Like, nah, like let's be chill about this. Darrell Page. So they haven't committed yet. It was we've been literally sitting here for the past hour or so just waiting for any type of news, but that is the news that Travis Hunter and Cormani McClain are both going to go to Colorado. Luke McCaffrey's really good. Landon Thomas is a dog. The Bulldogs got themselves a beast of a tight end. Again, to me, the Bulldogs offense runs best when they have a nice little two-headed monster in the backfield. They have two big body freakishly athletic tight ends, and then they have one ridiculously fast wide receiver that can take the top off the defense. Thank you, Semperfly. Amari, that's what it's looking like. Thoughts on Florida's class? Let's take a look at Florida. So Florida did retain Jaden Rashada, which in my opinion was the biggest win that Florida could have done, because I could have swore he was going to flip to Miami. To me, it's funny. Besides like the top guys, like obviously the Francis Maui goes, the Samson Okunlola, the Cormani McClain potentially. Besides like the top guys, Florida had the recruiting class that I thought that Miami should have had. I thought that Miami should have gotten Jaden Rashada, Aiden Mizell, and Eugene Wilson. Those three guys are going to absolutely take off for the Gators offense. I mean, Jaden Rashada, to me, after you get past the top 5 quarterbacks, which in my opinion is Arch Manning, Dante, in no particular order, Arch Manning, Dante Moore, Nico Amalieva, Malachi Nelson, and Jackson Arnold. Those are the top 5 guys. And then the next 2 guys, in my opinion, would be Austin Novosad and Jaden Rashada. Those are the next 2 guys if you were not able to get one of those top 5-star quarterbacks. Florida, to lock him up after hearing the wild offer that he was getting from Miami, is huge. Aiden Mizell and Eugene Wilson is one of the most just explosive players in the country. Like, this dude is a flat-out missile. Aiden Mizell is another really good, taller, he can go up and get the more physical catch wide receiver. They also brought in Trayon Webb, who's a very just solid all-around running back. There's nothing that he does necessarily exceptional, but there's nothing that he's really bad at either. He can catch the ball at the backfield. He's got decent speed. He can consistently make the first guy miss. Has a nice little juke bag. Overall, very, very solid. Andy Jean and Aaron Gates is going to be a solid corner for you guys, and Andy Jean is another one of these wide receivers. You guys did a phenomenal job of picking up on the offensive side of the ball. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you guys, Gavin Hill, dog. Sharif Denson, dog. Go look at my Florida Gators offense and defense. Got a whole lot scarier videos, and you'll see more of a breakdown of my thoughts on them. But in my opinion, Florida did a really good job of recruiting this year, especially with just how competitive. I mean, the recruiting classes are always competitive, but Florida did a really good job of just being extremely competitive. Thoughts on FSU's recruiting class? Let's take a look at the Seminoles. So Hakeem Williams, I've said it, he is more of a athlete wide receiver to me, which all that means is just he's more of a big body, fast wide receiver who teams love to just get the bigger body, faster wide receivers, but that doesn't always mean that they develop into really good college wide receivers. So he does need to continue to work on his overall route running if he wants to dominate at the next level. Blake Nicholson is a phenomenal linebacker. That kid, he just racks up tackles like nobody's business. I haven't seen Lucas Simmons highlight tape yet, but I mean, anytime you can get a top 10 offensive tackle, that's always going to be a win. I'm not the biggest fan of your wide receiver pickups. Vandrivius Jacobs and Darren Lawrence are solid. I don't see like any nothing like super crazy, but they're solid wide receivers. Brock Glenn is solid, and yeah. 1 second. But yeah, Florida State overall, actually Edwin Joseph, I like Edwin Joseph. Edwin Joseph, to me, out of all the players, he's going to be playing wide receiver for you guys. Out of all the receivers that you guys brought in, Edwin Joseph is my favorite. I haven't seen Samuel Singleton's highlight tape yet. Overall, Florida State did a good job of recruiting positions of need, and they did a good job of recruiting at a variety of positions. And as you can see, they also did a very good job of, Jaheim Bell, that's a big tight end pickup for y'all. He was a monster for South Carolina. It's just we're just gonna have to see how a lot of these players develop. Not my favorite recruiting class, but also not my worst. Let's go back to Travis Hunter's YouTube channel. See if anything new has happened. Nope. He's starting out on defense at corner. I mean, I mainly just saw Edwin Joseph's highlight tape as a wide receiver when I covered Shaman Madonna's offense, and I thought he was a really, really talented wide receiver. Obviously, Josiah Trader and Jeremiah Smith kind of overshadowed him a little bit, but I do think that he is a viable wide receiver too. I didn't see a whole lot of him at corner, so I can really only talk about what he looks like as a I can only really talk about what he looks like as a wide receiver. Hey, yo, Eric, I appreciate the love, man. That means a lot. So things have kind of been going radio silent for who will be Alabama's starting quarterback next year. Let's take a look and see who they got on the roster. I'm personally not the biggest fan of any of these quarterbacks that they brought in this year. Jaden Milroe, obviously, in my opinion, has the highest upside. Ty Simpson was a big armed quarterback, but not necessarily. I think that Jalen Milroe gives you more of a dynamic offense with just his speed. Personally, if I was a betting man, I would bet it on Jalen Milroe. Bet. LeCap James, hey man. All I know is that whenever I put the word scarier in the title, YouTube pushes it out more. The videos get a few more views, and so you know, when it works, it works, and you keep on using it until it doesn't work anymore. That's why a lot of my videos, titles, and thumbnails have been pretty consistent, because I've been having one of the best months that I've had just as far as just pure growth on the channel in a while. So I'm gonna keep on keeping on with everything. But my girlfriend just got here, so we're gonna have to wrap this up. Also, yeah, it's about to be 9 o'clock. I gotta get ready to drop some videos for y'all tomorrow. But I just love and appreciate all y'all. We've been here for 6.5 hours. 6.5 whole hours of nothing but prime time college football. We've kept you up to date with everything. We're probably gonna be going live tomorrow as well, just because Desmond Ricks is committing tomorrow as well. So there's a lot of things that are going to be happening. So yeah, I love and appreciate all y'all. If you haven't already, leave the live stream a like and hit that subscribe button. We're gonna keep you up to date with everything that's been going on in the college football recruiting world. I love and appreciate all you guys. You guys have shown an absolute ton of love. If nobody has told you this today, I love and appreciate you. You are worthy. You have value. You have people that are praying for you that you might not know about. And always know that Jesus Christ loves and accepts you just the way that you are. I love and appreciate all you guys. And I will catch you guys in the next video. Ciao.